Here we go now.
It's a great Sunday afternoon for more Wild Rift action in the WCS MYSG. It's playoff day number 3, and today is a bit of a gloomy day because by the end of the evening, we will have 2 teams getting eliminated. But nonetheless, I'm Husky, and alongside me is Contra. We are here to bring you guys all the action. How are you feeling on this Sunday?
Well, I'm feeling great, and of course, it's the holy month of Ramadan. For those who are, of course, eventually celebrating this festival, I hope that you guys will have really decent time, coping with fasting and everything. But by the end of it all, like you said, when it's the nature of competition, only the best will prevail. And of course, you're tuning into the WCS. Share us your thoughts because we want to hear from you. Who will be the top team that you guys are rooting for? Submit your comments and post using the hashtag WCSMYSG for a chance to be featured live.
Yeah, there are a lot of memes that you guys have been curating out there. They look great. I love the video. Just keep them coming because you will have a chance to be featured on the live broadcast. So get that creative juice going. We want to see more from you guys. And do remember, if you still are feeling a bit left out, you can follow us on our socials on Facebook. That's where we will be, Wild Esports MYSG. So do remember to click that follow button because you will not regret it. We keep updates about everything there.
That's right, and there's so many of all these great highlights that we have on the past day where we saw that big fat 5-man Dragon's Rage by SSK to really take on the entirety of Watermelon, knocking them over onto the lower brackets, and eventually they will have to find their way back up. And later on, RSG will have to face off against M9 in the upper bracket, but it's not going to be for today. So it's all about that lower bracket matchup that we will have to keep our eyes on to see who will basically last out. And speaking of which, if you guys are brand new to the WCS, take a look at the video.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is when we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
And let's take a look at the brackets. Thus far, we had a couple of interesting matches, for the past 2 days. Yesterday, we saw RSG beat Team Watermelon, and now, like you mentioned earlier, Contra, they will be slotted in that upper bracket finals against Sem9 next Friday. But today, the main course would be Team Watermelon taking on Upcar Esports, and of course, Phantom6 against Pathseeker. These teams got to put on their boxing gloves because it is a knockout round.
Yeah, and over here on the very first match, we'll be starting off with Watermelon taking on Upcar Esports. Honestly, I don't know who's going to be making it out on top, where we've seen Upcar Esports. They have gotten some good games against Phantom6 over on the upper brackets, and they eventually got reverse swept, and that's what sent them down here. Watermelon, they got some good games as well. They're the ones who take down Pathseekers, but eventually they have met their match against RSG, and later today we'll have Omo as well as Grandin joining in to cast over the Phantom6 versus Pathseekers matchup.
I think it will be it will be very interesting, right? Because Pathseeker, they 2-0 Phantom6 in the second half of the group stage, and in a very convincing manner as well. But the question is, after Phantom6 beat Upcar Esports in that reverse sweep in the quarterfinals, there are some questions being raised whether Pathseeker can outlast Phantom6 in the best of 5, because it felt like Phantom6 have that mental fortitude. They're built to play for that long game. But of course, we will feast our eyes on Team Watermelon against Upcar Esports. And like you pointed out, the reason Upcar Esports is even here in the first place was because they got reverse swept by Phantom6, and now their fate lies in this one best of 5 against probably the third best team from that group stage, which is Team Watermelon.
Yeah, and I really don't know where to put my predictions for today, because if we're gonna be looking at Upcar Esports winning this matchup, there's also potential for a rematch against Phantom6. But Watermelon, they look to be in their best shape possible, though they may have actually lost some games against RSG. It's fair to say that RSG is finally showing their true form here in the playoffs, and they're no longer testing waters and trying a lot of different kind of things heading into this entire playoffs bracket. So it's going to be a pretty tough matchup. I do expect at least 4 games to be added into this very first best of 3. So, well, sorry, it's not best of 3, it's a best of 5.
Best of 5.
So, yeah, we're going to get at least 4 to 5 games. That's what I'm expecting here in this match.
And we better get 5 games, right? Because, this is potentially one team's last best of 5. Well, it is their last best of 5. So they got to play play their hearts out. I think for Team Watermelon, there's a lot of things to learn from yesterday's series. Hopefully, they've recovered from SSK's Golden Dragon Rage, because that really sent shockwaves across that best of 5 and gave RSG the eventual win. But for Upcar Esports, they also have some pieces to pick up, right? They were so close to making it into the upper bracket semifinals, and then they got completely reverse swept by Phantom6, who were just a bit more ironclad in terms of their mental fortitude. So these two teams have suffered some form of beating, in the hands of their enemies, and right now only one of them will make it out alive.
Well, you know what they say, it's either you win or you learn, and this time they have already learned enough. So let's see, what does Team Watermelon have to offer?
Team Watermelon, a team that came together to have fun, to enjoy the competitive spirit. Now they're in the playoffs, and they say that they are turning it up a notch. Jinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf, they make up the full force of this team. And yesterday, they put up a pretty darn good performance against RSG. They had certain moments where it felt like even though RSG had the lead, Team Watermelon have the capabilities to wrestle it back. But at the end of the day, experience triumphs all skills, and Team Watermelon are in the spot. But what has remained a constant is that Team Watermelon always plays around Vendetta, and Vendetta always delivers in their jungle role.
Yeah, and you basically took the words right out of my mouth. Like, all the things that we are seeing from Team Watermelon is that they definitely do have a lot of potential. We're going to be looking at some recap moments of some of the best plays that they've made from yesterday, as we saw them take on the rest of RSG. Let's just take a look at how clean they could possibly execute things in the team fight when they are all stacked together as 5. And it's not only about Vendetta doing all the work. You have Jinkai being the backbone of the team, always frontlining it all for the rest of Watermelon to have enough space to work around. And look at that. They did manage to eventually ace out the rest of RSG.
Yeah, and yesterday we also saw Vendetta really showing up with the jungle Irelia, right? Even in matches that they lost, Vendetta's Irelia has been very instrumental towards, getting that early lead, being really active. At the same time, with the conversation that we had with Al Major on Friday, he pointed out that it doesn't matter what they give him, as long as the team wins, as long as he becomes an enabler, he is happy enough. And we saw him on champions like Galio primarily, where he is not only the guy that deals damage, but he is always there to enable his team to carry the game, and that's what he has been doing so far.
And that's what you need, a team player and a playmaker to make it all work. So that's Watermelon, and I do believe that they have a really good chance at this. Upcar Esports, they do have one extra day to prepare. They've been watching all these matches and probably have known what's coming here. Maybe a ban onto that Irelia. We won't even know what's going to be that perfect graph for Upcar Esports, but for Team Watermelon, they take what's given and they go one step at a time. I love this approach where, this team is so humble and they're always willing to do something new.
Yeah, and with that being said, let's take a look at the Team Watermelon's opponents for today. It is Upcar Esports. This team, during the Manchari Penta weekly show, Ravens and Coffee, they gave us an insight into what Upcar means. And in Cantonese, it's translated to Xiong Che, which means that everyone is unlucky. But I don't think that's the case, right? Because, alongside Zizune, Arashi, and beyond, they have proven that they have what it takes to make it to the top. Sure, there were some roadblocks, there were some bumps along the way, but when Coffee and Ravens are at their best, they certainly can deliver. Arashi has done the same with that Master Yi in that upper bracket quarter against Phantom6. Let's take a look at some of the highlight videos from Upcar Esports from their recent games, because I firmly believe that this team just needs a bit more of that composure, and then they will have the capabilities to make it to the top.
I absolutely agree, and it's not always about the Coffee show. Arashi is their main playmaker for the most recent matchups that we've seen, as we got him himself quarter kills. All sure, you may say that he's on this Master Yi that has enough cover coming in from Ravens, who's invested in that Lulu, but that's not the only thing that he could possibly play. You've seen him on Kha'Zix, who's been looking great, especially during those group stages match. But up till now, I guess that teams or fans all together are thinking, is Upcar Esports just a team that's all about hype and it's just a fad at the end of the day? I believe that's not going to be the case. Upcar Esports still have something to prove as we take a little bit of comparison between both of our star junglers of this match.
And I think it's a very fitting head-to-head that we look at today. Vendetta has always been like the figure when it comes to numbers regarding the jungle role. And in this case, his numbers are significantly higher compared to Arashi, but that's also because of the role he plays, of the style of jungler that he brings to each game. Carry jungler. He's not the guy that wants to go in and set up. In fact, he's the guy that's going to dive in and carry the game, which is why he has 1,200 damage per minute. One of the highest that we've seen in this entire league. Arashi, on the other hand, has been trying to find his footing every now and then. We see him on the Master Yi, but sometimes he plays playmaker like Lee Sin, which is why those numbers can be a bit skewed. But it doesn't tell us the whole story, right? Because how Upcar Esports function is slightly different from Watermelon. Watermelon is about the jungler. Upcar Esports is about playing together as a unit. Either it's Arashi or it's Coffee.
Yeah, and I guess that there's multiple win condition for both teams as well. It's not only just a Vendetta show that we've always been talking about. Sure, he may have some of the flashiest of stats overall. Jinkai as well as Smurf, these guys have been able to come in with insane setups that make things a lot better for them to engage into all these team fights. And with that being said, I believe that we're slowly getting ourselves into this matchup, and we gotta first dive into the predictions, and today seems to be quite a fruitful day, I must say.
It certainly is a fruitful day. We all think that, I think everyone else can agree that Watermelon has a better chance. And just based off of what we've seen so far, right? If Upcar Esports can close out a best of 5 despite being in the lead, then we will have some problems when they face off against a team like Team Watermelon, who is not only solid in closing out games, they can play from a deficit and they play fast. So whether Upcar Esports can keep up with the tempo, it really comes down to what the junglers can provide to the team. And thus far, unfortunately for UCE, Vendetta is taking that cake.
Well, I gotta say that it's definitely a tough hill to climb for Upcar Esports, so they got to equip the right gears to just get a little bit more push up the mountain. You don't want to go on 5th gear this time, because going up the mountain, you need like gear 1, gear 2, start things slow, and pick up the speed from there on. So Upcar Esports, I guess the thing that they seem slightly lacking here is the cohesiveness when it comes down to team fights. Individually, sure, they are all talented, but there's a problem that I've been able to spot out for their group stage run is that sometimes when they do get that lead, they don't translate it to something fruitful, I must say.
Yeah, it's a conversion of an advantage, right? And Upcar Esports have the tendency where if we are going on an even game, it's okay, let us drag it out for coffee, but the average game time that we have in this league is pretty short, 15 to 17 minutes. Usually we don't even get to that late game stage. So your insurance policy isn't necessarily the best. I think Upcar Esports have been trying to change that against Phantom6 in that quarterfinals, where they put Arashi on the Master Yi, they put Ravens on something like a Lulu, just to make sure that they have a alternative if the coffee strat doesn't work out. And hopefully they bring that against Watermelon, because they definitely will need some options to work with. This is going to be the champ select, and of course Watermelon starts it off with the main ban.
Yeah, and also to remind you, sure, we may have actually voted for Team Watermelon. Upcar Esports have got some insane clutch reversals. Like back in the group stages, you thought that it's all done and dusted. Zisune with a one-man show, whether he was on the Darius or things like the Akshan, he could easily turn the tides around. So we have to also keep an eye on that. While we quickly go over on some of the champions that have been locked away, it's been Vayne as well as Ziggs. They're already targeting onto Coffee. I guess it's already a telling sign that Upcar Esports got to plan a very different draft.
Yeah, and they are banning out the enchantments, right? So they banned the Karma, they banned the Lulu, which has been a very staple pick across the entire league. And now the question is, what will UC go for? Because they do have 2 picks in a row, whereas Watermelon gets that priority. Yesterday, we look at Upcar Esports. Zizune has been playing champions, not just Akshan, but he also picked up the Tryndamere. So there is some extra variation to the draft, but is that a good thing? I think we have to find out today, because what Zizune has to bring it to the table is pretty, I would say it's pretty diverse, but sometimes it feels like he might be a bit out of place. Jackson, Master Yi getting banned out, we're looking at the jungle matchup for sure.
Yeah, and when we move deeper into the pool that's still available, we have options like Set as well as Shen still available for either parties to pick up. Jinkai will start off with the pick, so it will be a little bit more of a stable start as they opt for Gragas. I was about to pull up his name, and I think that it will never go wrong. You can still put it on the other side of the lane, which we have covered multiple broadcasts before. But I think that Team Watermelon, they just want to stick to the usual. They don't really want to have something that's too revealing to start off with.
Yeah, if El Major is there and Gragas is open, you know that he's getting his hands on that Gragas, right? It's one of his best champions. We remember El Major because of how much Gragas play he has brought to the table. But Upcar Esports, they snatch the set away, they take the Galio, Camille left in the table. It's not a priority to Upcar Esports, one of the teams that doesn't mind not having that Camille as that first phase pick.
Yeah, and as we go deeper into the rabbit hole, I really wonder what will be the marksman of choice of either side of the party. We've seen a little bit more of a popularity onto the Ezreal, especially with Divine Thunder being introduced to the patch. Senna is definitely a really great pickup as well, whether if you put her on the support or even on that main carry role. So it's going to be fine for Watermelon. They have good enough sustain, enough tankiness to lead themselves into the battle without having too high of a commitment. But they just really have to watch out for that Galio that moves in. So they quickly pick up the Lucian before they head into phase 2. Wise choice coming in from Upcar Esports.
And this is where we start to look at what Upcar Esports have in mind, right? Because thus far we know that that Gragas can still be flexed into multiple roles, but at least one thing is confirmed: Senna is in the Dragon lane, Vendetta will play on that Olaf, so Upcar Esports have some direction that they can work with. In fact, they believe that this Gragas is not going to end up in Jinkai's hand. They start banning out the Gragas and Watermelon. They instantly target the Camille. You don't want the Camille Galio. You want to make sure that UCE doesn't have too much layers of utility to work with. And Upcar, they respond with another Jinkai ban. This time they take the Akali out.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to really go deeper into the Baron lanes that are going to be picked up by Team Watermelon, because this set has the ability to also move into the mid lane, especially when you go up against the Gragas. It shouldn't be all too much of a major issue, especially during those early levels, but level 5, I guess that explosive cast is going to be the one that changes the course of that 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2. Now, Brand is something that we haven't seen in a long time. So, is this a support Brand, mid lane Brand? Where would you prefer to see this pick going?
I feel like you can put this Brand for Coffee. You know, you give Ravens the Lucian mid. I think it's pretty fine. Speaking about the set, Beyond has played an incredible set support, right? So this is not done and this is not set in stone just yet. It could be a Galio support, it could be a set support, but with this Lucian picked up, I think it is a bit more defined. Maybe Zizune is going to be on the set and Beyond would take the Galio. But either way, I was actually expecting Watermelon to take the Brand up, because they do, Upcar Esports needs to fight close quarter together, and that Brand has been Scarlet's Petal's pocket pick, right? He wants a self-sufficient Dragon laner, he wants to win lane, he wants to have presence in teamfight. Brand is perfect for him. So Upcar Esports with a decent steal pick, they put the Graves in the jungle, and of course for Watermelon, they will round it off with a Renekton and a Garen pick.
A really wise choice with the Graves right here, because you could see that there's plenty of bruisers on the opposing end, and therefore you could easily poke them from a distance until they're low enough for you to fully commit into a fight with enough mobility to sustain. My question here is, how long could a Brand last in the battle? Sure, if it's going to be a 5v5, you do drop in the Pyroclasm, it's going to be all right to dish out significant amount of damage, but he's not going to be all too mobile to outlast some of all these fights, especially if the cast lands on top of him. So I'm not too certain on this risk of a pick that Upcar is going for.
Yeah, there are certain safety nets from Watermelon, right? The Senna Dawning Shadows can easily deal with your Brand just to negate some of that damage. And of course, you have Vendetta on the Olaf, right? He doesn't really care about Brand stun. He Ragnaroks, he runs at you with his Righteous Glory, and he just runs you down. So we are looking at Upcar Esports with a draft that needs perfect positioning. They can play to the front to back, though. I think that is the good part about the draft. They have members that can frontline for them to allow both Ravens and Coffee to dish out the damage. But the main question is, how long can that barricade hold?
Well, that's definitely what we are here to find out. And in moments' time, we're going to be dropping into the Rift to see who gets this game. So, just looking at the early phase of the matchup, I really wonder, can Upcar Esports actually break the stronghold? Because we got so many beefy boys. You got the Renekton possibly going into the mid lane, and you have Garen, which is pretty hard to deal with on that Baron lane. Then I guess when you give enough time to Team Watermelon, they would easily trample over Upcar Esports in the late game.
Yeah, and that is where we see the Gragas being flexed into the support, right? So Smurf Gragas is completely fine for him, because he loves those playmaking champions, so that Gragas at level 5 will be able to do the same. In fact, Garen has also been one of those staple picks that Watermelon fall back to when they feel like they need something that is easy to execute. And Jinkai has been playing that. Major will be set in more of a bruiser role. Yesterday didn't work out that well for him. He played a Darius against RSG, but perhaps this Renekton would be a bit different. Or even if he gets the Garen, I think as long as he gets a decent early laning phase, he would be happy with it.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the draft once more before we dive right in. Oh, this Garen's going up mid, so we're having, you know, a little bit of switcheroo of all these champions all around, while this Galio's moving down towards the bottom side. So I need your thoughts on this, because how does this work in favor of either teams?
We get a Scattered Petal Gragas, right? So I think that's very interesting as well, because I thought that Gragas would be, in Smurf's hand, but for Team Watermelon, it makes perfect sense. It's a mage, decent, he has decent laning phase, so Scarlet Petal would, put his hands on that. Senna, you are gonna fast anyway, so I don't think it affects Smurf too much. But for the Dragon lane, I think Coffee and Beyond should have a decent time, though it will be a bit difficult for them to kind of run up onto the Gragas and Senna, though. There's a lot of lockdowns from these guys.
And I really have to highlight this before we start the matchup, because we've got the set on the hands of Zizune, and you have 3 bruisers, or should I say tanks as well, that you could easily lift them off of the ground for a huge moment of a showstopper. But speaking of showstopper, let the show begin before it even stops.
And the show begins with Game 1 of this best of 5. We are in the knockout stage, and whoever loses this series will have to pack their bags and finish 5th and 6th in the WCS MYSG circuit, which is not really the spot that these teams want to be in, especially when you look at, Upcar Esports. I feel like the burden is going to be on them a bit more, considering the circumstances that led them to be in this place. But we are seeing a bit of a switcheroo. Zizune goes mid, switches with Ravens, who will go bot against with Beyond. So Watermelon kind of making Upcar Esports change how they approach this game.
Yeah, I love the adaptation coming in from Upcar Esports. This is not something that's foreign for them, as they have been able to match some of all these unfavorable picks. So when you have this Renekton that's dealing with a range target, it's going to be so hard for him to decide when exactly to slice and dice in. So he's just going to have this constant lane being pressured to shove right through his throat. But mid lane though, a little bit of action going on.
Yeah, Vendetta just shows up, just tries to push Zizune away. But the good thing about Set is that with that Haymaker, it is not that easy to burst through his shield. He always gets this extra layer of barrier. And I think the retaliation damage from Haymaker is something that Upcar Esports appreciate a lot as a set, but Jinkai, he knows that he's gonna have a gank coming his way. Gets exhausted, pulled back by the Facebreaker. They use the end of the line, and that will be the end of his life. First blood going over to Upcar Esports, but Major has something to say about that. Forcing the barrier out of Zizune, Upcar Esports gets out.
Really smart measures coming out of Upcar Esports. They get that one pretty cleanly, though they invested in some of the summoning spells. They might get another one. Oh! One last auto attack. Did not land on Major, and he will survive.
Yeah, Major playing on the knife's edge with that one, just to the absolute limit, knowing that he had that resistance from his W. So, good enough, I suppose. But for Upcar Esports, that is the start you want to look for, right? Coffee getting the first blood, that is even better.
And I really want to highlight that he went back into the base and immediately brought a Vandal Vest, because he understands majority of the damage is all AD. So whether if Arashi comes in for a gank or if Zizune wants to commit, he's going to be able to at least soak up a little bit of damage. And you see another switch of lanes once again. Jinkai now up mid.
You really need a way to kind of deal with this set, because Garen can't be that answer. And you see that immediate effect. Major shows up top with the Bramble Vest, completely pushing Coffee away. Had to use the Ignite, has to use the Damascene Justice, but most importantly, he is able to shut down Coffee.
Yeah, and he's just going to be able to squeeze in a little bit more room so that he has some safety net to farm up. Zizou needs to be coming in to support him a little bit more. Well, he just gets himself that hunting fruit. But he knows what's coming, though. Like, it's a little bit challenging. You don't really want to lose those minion waves at the same time. You just have to risk it. So, Almajor still has to flash. I feel like there's not too much commitment since he burned it out. But, oh wow.
Haymaker, Hero's Entrance, they even forced the center ult, but a good beyond Hero's Entrance will help him out. The collateral damage does miss. Scarlet Petal will survive with that, but it did came pretty close.
Well, you gotta see that perfect sidestep come from Scarlet Petal. He understands that this Graves is around, and he just dodged it by an inch. Look at Vendetta, though.
Oh no, Vendetta, he has been waiting. Ragnarok available, forces out 2 flashes from the bottom laner of Upcar Esports. And that means that the next time he shows up, Ravens and Beyond will have nowhere to go.
Honestly, that's pretty huge, especially when both of the major objectives are spawning up. That gives priority over to Team Wallmelon. And just like what Elmo as well as Grandin call it, it's the Rift Break. They just have to choose either or. But they're both eyeing onto the Herald instead of trying to trade it off. Now, here it comes.
Oh, showstopper. There's no ultimate for Upcar Esports. The Ravens instantly obliterated by our Major. He gets a double kill as Beyond gets picked up. Zizune unleashes the Haymaker, but the damage isn't there. Arashi will try, but Vendetta with 1 reckless swings brings them down. Pulled back by the Facebreaker, finally burns down, but Watermelon still comes out on top.
Well, they're really going hit for tat right here. Both sides go with 4 kills apiece by the span of 4.5 minutes. Well, that culling's not going to do too much. Coffee's already out of mana. Good challenges, and this whole match, we're seeing rotations after rotations just to match each other's tempo. And they're still keeping both objectives still intact, but they're going to be looking for a little bit of truce. I guess that they will prioritize on Dragon eventually, while Zizune definitely matching a lot of pressure. And in that battle that we've just saw, at least they made those trades work for Upcar.
Yeah, if you can't crowd control him and he gets the Haymaker off, that means there's even more investment needed just to kill this set off. And Upcar Esports will secure the Mountain Drake. I don't think they can get the Strip Peril, but you know, they're happy with it. At least it is a trade. They will still try to get Vision though, just to confirm that Watermelon have finished off the Rift Terror, and that will be the case. And Upcar Esports thus far keeping up pretty close. We are almost 6 minutes in, and no team has a gold lead.
Yeah, pretty even. Like, sure, a few hundred gold doesn't really matter all too much. We're coming up with major items coming out of members of Upcar Esports. You know, besides Albajur, sure, he's building a little bit more scrap loot just to get a little bit more survivability stats, a whole lot of HP to work with, as well as some armor. But as the time span runs into the late game, there's still multiple chances where Team Wallmelon, they could just go on this death ball mode and just look for those picks that they desire. The only thing that they really have to look out for is beyond dropping in with the hero's entrance, as well as that pyroclasm combo that could be devastating to those that have committed in the battle. So Upcar Esports, I guess that they just have to know when exactly to pull the trigger whenever Team Watermelon runs at them.
And you can say the same for Team Watermelon, right? Scarlet Petal with the cast can always isolate those crucial targets. Zizune will just meet up with our Major. I don't expect anything to come out of this. I mean, Zizune, first item play of the Rune King, he did run that fleet footwork, so there will be a bit more sustainability, but you always have to kind of go back to the point where Raven's very immobile champion. Watermelon, if they catch him out, he is completely gone. Does not have the stasis enchantment just yet. That's something that they have to always be aware of. Beyond just going with the Justice Punch, but does not find any entry.
Yeah, there's only so much you can possibly do. Solo kill happens on the side lane though. Coffee getting caught out all alone. Learned both of his summoned spells at the same time. Honestly, at this stage, it's gonna be hard.
Yep, here we go. Hero's Entrance again. They bring Arashi under the turret, and Beyond gets body block, force the flash, and still goes down. That is the threat from Watermelon. You cannot overstep.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what's really the call right there, because sure, a member gets caught up by the explosive cast. As a Galio, there's only so much you could possibly do. So it's a buy one, free one for Team Watermelon, and they even walk away with that solo kill down bot. At least they're having all these good pickoffs to get things going for themselves while the student tries to go for the split. And they're going to commit.
Still gets the showstopper off, but our Major has an ultimate though. Dizune, you don't really want to fight this. Our Major just makes him pay for that ignorance. And suddenly the game has been blown open. Watermelon gets 4 kills across the map, and Upcar Esports are losing a bit of grip.
Yeah, and this is why you should always check how much could you possibly deal in one spell rotation. And sure, this might just be a tank build that you're looking at when you're facing off with Garen. So long as he gets your health bars low, it doesn't matter that the Bash Injustice is just gonna hit like a truck, and he just absolutely get outplayed, not even considering all these other sums that Almajor has to easily book out that.
Yeah, Zizune even took I think like a turret shot or two just to get the showstopper off, right? I mean, the idea was very clear. He stuns out Major, wants to go for the showstopper backwards, but when you get silenced for the Garen, that's the end of the combo. You cannot continue, and Zizune kind of showing that a bad habit a bit, wanting to really commit on something. You know, he's a man on a mission, and unfortunately his mission failed this time. And Watermelon now with a 4k gold lead, the second Rift Herald is going to be spawning soon. Inferno Drake already initiated by Vendetta. Upcar Esports, they have to kind of contest this. They feel compelled to. Hero Center is coming up soon, but it would not be ready for this Inferno Drake to go down to Arashi. Will steal it away with the smite.
Wow.
They get the exhaust onto Jinkai. Bjorn will have to throw his life, and Vendetta flashes forward. 2-man undertow. Dawning Shadow thrown out. Watermelon will not get anything other than the support, but at least it's something.
Yeah, and I gotta say it's a little bit of a sloppiness being displayed. Watermelon members didn't look like they were ready to react to Arashi. He didn't need to even invest in the flash, so he got out of that like even like well Tsude, he's only going to be pulling a little bit of attention while this Herald eventually will be secured, but the rest of Upcar Esports look like they really want to challenge.
Arashi, not sure if you want to do that. Dizune is being forced away. Hero's entrance is out. Coffee needs to be the hero. Body set comes up with Scarlet Petal, and Coffee has his flash, but still gets company on the toe. Vendetta life stealing up on his Olaf. A third axe through the jugular of Beyond, and they get 3 kills. A triple for Vendetta. Put a capital V on that. They get the Rift Herald.
Somebody gotta clip that one. Vendetta, he was like, what, 1 HP inside the pit, and he turned it all around. It's also thanks to Smurf, who's been able to heal him back up so that he can continue dishing maximum amount of damage, as well as with the attack speed whenever he gets lower in terms of health bars. So, Team Watermelon, they've always been able to trade up for Esports. This time around, this suit is gonna go in for a reversal, but the flash is still intact. A little bit of distance, and Smurf, so far, has been so proactive in this map that he's been able to contribute 9 times out of 12 kills that Team Watermelon has been able to acquire.
A good team player. And now Dizune caught in a 3-man collapse once more, and Vendetta will let him taste the Brolaf axe. Godlike Olaf. And you can see his items, right? Doesn't care about durability. Flag Cleaver, Divine Sundra, Death Dance. He just wants to run in and 2-shot you with his axes. Upcar Esports, they're kind of in a pickle right now.
Yeah, and now it's a 9-1 Olaf that you have to deal with. It definitely feels bad to be playing a mage on the opposing end. Upcar Esports are honestly sitting ducks, right? Like, this set has too many things on its plate. You can't exactly use the showstopper on Olaf, where you could easily pop the Ragnarok, and who are you possibly going to be lifting up? Jinkai, if you get the chance. And speaking of which, Ragnarok.
Yeah, they want to chase Coffee down, but they did chase him away, right? The objective is still the tier 2. The rest of UCE shows up, and now Protobell showstopper. Scarlet Petal right under the turret. They find him, a good engage, and now they want to continue on. Shelly gets the charge off. Dawning Shadow used. They did throw out the Pyroclasm, but it didn't really bounce too much. And Upcar Esports will only get 1, but 1 is enough.
Yeah, but the problem is this split push is in effect, and Jinkai is just going to be able to get some more gold back to the team. Nobody's going to be responding while they have a fight going on.
Yeah,
and
Vendetta. He tries to run in onto Ravens, ends up getting brought down, and Al Major will get a kill, but Arashi, this is where he was able to pop off. End of the line for Al Major. You do not overstep. Upcar Esports gets the punish off. As Smurf, he's going to be the third victim. Brought back, Rip Up, running him down. Jinkai comes in, gets a slice and dice, kills off Ravens. But now he's all alone, has the flash, but Zizune follows up. Haymaker through the face, but the damage isn't enough. Gets stunned, body slam, Zizune facebreaker, brings Scarlet Petal in. Now Scarlet Petal falls to flash, and while all of that was happening, Upcar Esports did not lose any members, and they get some structural damage down.
I can't believe that Jinkai survived while Zizune is taking the short end of the stick instead. My oh my, this matchup here is really going on a roller coaster ride. We have kills left, right, and center. It's only 13 minutes, by the way. We're already hitting 20 over eliminations from both ends, all combined. So, honestly, Upcar Esports have been able to match up some of all these aggression. Team Wildmelon honestly overstepped inside of the jungle. Fighting them in choke point isn't exactly the best possible option. While this time, Upcar Esports, they may have actually lost a few members out there. Without Zizune, I don't think that they stand a chance anyways to secure this Drake. It's the first one for Wildmelon, so the next upcoming Drake is going to be crucial for Team Wildmelon if they really want to sustain better in those team fights, especially having that Ocean to help out.
But at least Upcar Esports know that Vendetta is you know, you can't deal with it, right? It's not impossible to take down this Olaf. You just need some focus fire, and that's what we saw. You know, Vendetta tries to run in, and even with Smurf, he got taken down eventually. I don't remember who the shutdown goal went to. It's either Raven or Coffee, but you know, regardless, now Upcar Esports gets some space to work with. They're still working with a goal deficit. That's something that has been a fact for the past couple of minutes, but at least they are not bleeding out, and I think that's what's important for a team like Upcar.
Yeah, and so far we're looking at Zizune not really getting the best avenues of pickoffs, right? Like the only nice setup that we saw from the past matchup was that fight over the top side where he managed to pick up Scarlet Petal.
Oh my goodness.
Not too sure what's going on though.
Yeah, Hero's Entrance, Haymaker, Showstopper, everything's thrown the kitchen sink onto Jinkai, and they finally take him out. But Arashi will be spotted out, Scarlet Petal sticks onto him, and he will be punished by fire. And UCE finds 2 kills.
Yeah, and I thought that Wildmelon will be able to respond even better, but here comes Ton!
Oh, Beyond, he wants this fight right now, but instant disengage from Watermelon. Zizune chased out Al Major. They're out of the Baron pit right now, and UCE, they have an opportunity, but keep your eyes out on Vendetta. This Olaf is still alive, and Upcar Esports, they're not out of the water just yet. The frying pan is still boiling hot. They might think of a turn. Al Major dashes in. The Baron is low. Vendetta shows up, flashes in. Arashi secures the Baron, and UCE now needs to get out with their life. But if they can do it better, they get out with the kills. 2 more down from Watermelon, and Smurf will be the last. Upcar Esports with a delayed ace and a Baron power play.
Perfect positioning coming out of Upcar Esports to turn it all around. It's only going to be Jinkai as well as Scarlet Petal to hold this one out. They won't be able to buy enough time. The best they could possibly walk away with is probably a turret for themselves, but getting the Baron definitely wasn't an easy task. We saw Al Major really coming up close and personal, could have actually shut down Arashi, but he's been able to play around with that. Let's take a look at the recap once again. The rest of Wildmelon, they're pretty far behind. They didn't have Jinkai to foul this one out, and it's only a matter of a split-second smite out there that have changed the tempo, and Smurf can only last so long when you do have the rest of Team Wildmelon being depleted.
And Arashi stayed alive the entire time thanks to Zizune, right? He puts his body in front, he soaks up everything from this dive. And Vendetta, I think the communication was a bit off. I'm not sure if they wanted Arashi gone or they want the Baron, but what we do know is that there's a split fight. Arashi getting gone on Hero's Entrance from Beyond, buying a bit of time, but Arashi still ends up going down, and that's where Vendetta will start going berserk. But when all of that was happening, Zizune is coming in from the flag, 2-man facebreaker is gonna find Smurf. He is gonna at least stay alive for a bit more, but he needs support right now. Gets stunned, forced to use the Haymaker, Vendetta throws to the Reckless Swing, Pyroclasm bouncing in the backlines, but Al Major with a huge ultimate. The burn actually finishes off Jinkai, and it will be Coffee coming in for a pickup. He will trade his life as Vendetta shuts him down, but as Raven holds the line, he will be able to fend off the rest of Watermelon. UCE gets a 2-for-2 trade.
That's such a risky play, but it's still considered a win for Watermelon. They're burning off majority of the Baron buffs that's intact and forcing Upcar Esports to waste what's still left of it. Here it comes.
Oh, can they finish him off? Golden from Raven, showstopper to save him. Zizune is a hero, making sure Raven stays alive as Beyond joins the fight. Arashi just respawned, and Upcar Esports, they now want this Elder Ocean Drake. TP coming in from Arashi. Watermelon only have 2 to work with. Smurf will not be back for another 8 seconds, but he does have global support with that ultimate. The Dawning Shadow can be the artillery. Scarlet Petal, watch out for him. He has the explosive cast. Out Major looking for it, and now explosive cast goes in. But Arashi is true on the smite finger. He takes the Elder Ocean Drake, and they bring Out Major down with them.
Make no mistake, Upcar Esports have definitely turned on all the hikers that they have, and this time around, they've been able to put up clean plays, taking off members after members of Watermelon that tried to stash it away. Scarlet Petal came in pretty close. Gotta say that the temp of the explosive cast came pretty close, but now you're getting picked off one after another. Not looking good for Watermelon.
Jinkai gets taunt over the wall, forced to flash Proto Bell, collateral damage, just missing him. But Upcar Esports with the Elder Ocean Drake, you could not have asked for a better enchantment, a better boost with the aspect of Dragon. Look at the confidence it has given Coffee, calling exhaust, Scarlet Petal, trying to deal with it, but forced to use the stasis, and that is more than enough. Baron actually just spawned, Scarlet Petal forced to recall, no Zhonya's, no stasis enchantment for him, as Upcar Esports starts working on this Baron. They're doing it quick. Meanwhile, a taunt from Beyond to buy space again. The tanks on Upcar Esports doing such an incredible job and making sure that they preserve the lead, and Upcar Esports are back in the driver's seat.
Where was this Upcar Esports that we've always wanted to see from the get-go? This time, they didn't have to rely on the Veins, they didn't have to rely on the Master Yi, and they will now look for that inhibitor up mid. What can Team Watermelon pull out of this? Can they defend though? With all that's at stake, there's still a GA on Arashi. It's gonna be pretty hard.
Zizune just aligned a Smurf, brings him in for an RKO. Vendetta, how long do you have to wait for this? Your base might not last that long. Vendetta has to do something. Explosive class splits the battle line. They now have Vendetta, Ragnarok going out Major in the front line. Beyond using that Hero's Entrance to buy a bit of time. And Watermelon, they will fight too, but it is not sufficient. They all crumble, and Upcar Esports scores first blood in this best of 5.
What a game one that we're watching here between both Watermelon as well as Upcar Esports. Both even up in terms of the kill feed with 21 kills each. But it was all about those outplays and the team fighting prowess that Upcar Esports have finally displayed to us, that they can best even the likes of Watermelon here in game one. Well, I was ecstatic because this is something that we haven't seen too much of Upcar Esports throughout the entire run. Like, we've questioned them on macro plays, we've questioned them on their team fighting. Sometimes it does look pretty iffy, and they've managed to trade back even though they were on that deficit. They've been able to find those perfect avenues, and all of them have been able to pinpoint who exactly to mark on, and that's what got them the win.
Yeah, exactly. And Upcar Esports off to a good start. We will, preserve this joy a bit as we take a short break, and we will come back to talk more about what has just happened.
Here we go now.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
We kicked off the Sunday on a good note because Upcar Esports are starting it off on an upward trend. Game 1 over Team Watermelon in, I would say, a pretty nice comeback. And I'm Husky alongside Contra. This is the WCS MYSG. Let's talk a bit more about what has transpired and I want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, all I know is that there's not going to be too many memes about coffee anymore in those groups, but there's going to be a lot of news all over these Facebook groups or WhatsApp chats or stuff like that if you guys are part of it. So far, I think that this is the Upcar Esports that fans have been waiting to see. And it's still considered an upset, right? Where we have Team Wildland who have shown such great display throughout the course of the group stage as well as the playoffs against RSG. I really want to see what else can they offer, because that's just game one. We still have more to go. Before we get to that, I think we got some questions for our audience that's back at home.
Yep, it's our favorite session of every start of the broadcast. It is the live trivia. And for today, how much Poro energy do you need to collect a free random skin chest? Is it A, 4,000, B, 5,000, C, 6,000, or D, 7,000? And honestly, I don't really remember. I don't quite remember. I have been gathering a lot of Poro energy, but I don't really remember the amount, right? Because it does take a while to get it.
Okay, I want to ask you this. Are you a hoarder of Poro energy, or are you the type that, oh, so long as I get enough amount, I'll start unlocking those chests? But this itself is a little bit tricky to me, though I do play a whole lot of Wild Rift. Like, I forgot the amount because, like, it takes quite a long grind to get this free random chest skin that everybody knows and love, right? Like, we thank Wild Rift for it because, like, this feature saves us a whole lot of money.
Yeah, I spend it as soon as I get it, so it's like 200 per chest, right? The first Poro energy skin that I got, I think it was Surfer Cinch. I think it was a Cinch skin.
Not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. No, I'm not a Cinch player myself, but I can appreciate it, right? So eventually I'll get what I want. But we take a look at the post-match screen. You pointed out by the time the Nexus blew up, that both teams had an equivalent amount of kills, 21 on both sides. But I would say, we focus a lot on Coffee, Ravens, and Arashi with his, precise smite. But Zizune stepped up to the plate. Zizune and Beyond played the front line super well.
Yeah, and we understand why he struggled throughout the early phase of the game when you're basically matched against El Major, who's been popping off on that Garen as well. We see the damage distribution here, it's going to be pretty equal for Team Wildmelon, and they did do a lot of work throughout the course of the battle. But it was Ravens on this obscure pick of Bran that used to be popular in those previous patches. Ravens basically revived this pick, dishing out 41k, and we've already highlighted, if members of Wildmelon wants to commit all these melee champions that wants to reach up to pick off members of Upcar Esports, they will first have to go through so many of all these other targets like Graves before you even get to the brand. And he had ample room to pop that Pyroclasm, land that chain combo, and made it work out in those team fights. And I guess that made significant difference when it comes down to those 5v5s. When it comes down to how both teams responded, I think that they're equally matched right here. It was only down to that final fight that have resulted in, the crumbling of Team Wildmelon, or you could say even the fight before when they were contesting for that Elder Drake.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think that Ravens, on Ravens on the brand, you look at his items, right? He has Oblivion Orb, he has a Leandries, and those AoE damage, with those on-hit effects, it does negate what Smurf can do as a center, right? Reduces the healing, deals damage over time, and you have so many tanks that the Leandry absolutely loves. So Raven throws a Pyroclasm, and suddenly Smurf has to kind of deal with not only himself, but the rest of his front line who are trying to mold out UCE, who are constantly playing this front to back. Beyond and Zizune constantly buying time. They don't mind throwing their lives, because as long as Coffee and Raven dishes out damage, as long as Arashi secures the objective, Upcar Esports are happy enough. But now I want to focus on game number 2. What do you think is going to happen? What is Watermelon looking for right now?
I think it's just a little bit of a switch up on some of all these champions, so that they will have a little bit more of a safety net when it comes down to those team fights where it's either all in or nothing. We saw from Team Wildmelon, they like to death ball and they try to look for picks, but if any of their members start falling apart, it's gonna be harder for them to execute on securing those objectives that they really wanted. So when it comes down to trades, everything looked fine. They knew how to prioritize. It's just that it's down to those micro decisions that has mattered. And I guess that it's not going to be all too much of a difficult fix for the team. All they have to do is to ensure that some of all these picks from Upcar Esports, like Set, they will have to either secure for themselves or basically bat it away. Because Set, sure, early game wasn't really a menace. Late game, we saw how he had been able to turn the battle all around back towards Upcar Esports' favor. And Upcar Esports, they could just continue to rally on the same sort of way, maybe with different sort of graph to be shown in game 2.
Yeah, I think that's also like that's definitely the case, right? We also saw Watermelon. They went for kind of a mid-game centric lineup, right? You have the Gragas, you have the Renekton, you have the Olaf. They want to run everyone down. But we touched on this before the break, where they hit critical mass, but they couldn't shut the doors fast enough. And UC got enough space, and they were able to kind of make that run it back. But let's take a look at the picks and bans for game number 2, because I'm certain, like you pointed out, Watermelon will make some changes in those bans. But I'm very sure at the same time that Vayne is going to be banned out regardless.
Yeah, and whether or not if they leave it out in the open, it's not too concerning. I don't think that Upcar Esports want to try to go for that Vayne. They've been baited to go for that composition before, but hey, they say it's all right. We don't want to deal with coffee either ways. So one thing to also take note of is that on the past match, Scarlet Petal was on that Gragas. He did decently well, but I would prefer to see him go on traditional marksman, because that's where he shines the brightest, where he could constantly deal DPS damage. And I felt that that was something that was slightly lacking of Team Watermelon on that previous match. You were relying too much on Almazir as well as Vendetta to dish out the rest of the chunk of the damage, while he can only rely on so much of that spell rotation whenever the cooldown's off. So we'll have to take a look, because now with those bans set into place on Upcar side, it hasn't changed too much other than the Gallo that they blocked away along with that move.
I wonder if the Karma will be let through this time. I know Watermelon will not let the Master Yi through. It's not kind of the first pick that they want anyways, so they deny it from them. From Upcar Esports, but with this final ban, Upcar Esports is going to kind of determine the direction that Watermelon goes towards, right? Don't get me wrong, I still think Vendetta is going to be the star of the show with this Olaf, with that Irelia jungle, with possibly the Camille coming through, but Upcar Esports says that we still want the Karma out of the way. We have seen what Karma can do even in the matches that Watermelon lost, so we don't want to take that risk.
Yeah, and I think that giving away Karma as a pick is so difficult to deal with when you're facing up against her. She can offer significant utility towards the rest of the team when she does have the Mantra Inspire. You can even teeter onto multiple targets when she does have that Mantra online, and of course the Transcendence Embrace. Enough about the Karma. We're looking at basically the same setup for both teams. They still went in for the Gragas on Watermelon's side. Maybe this time around we do expect Scarlet Petal to maybe offer something else. However, Upcar Esports, they stole away the Senna.
Yeah, they themselves banned the Galio, right? That's what they picked for themselves in game 1. Galio set, but in this time, they not only banned the Galio, they also denied the Senna, something that Upcar Esports, I think wants to play around with themselves, but Watermelon, they always have some cards up their sleeves. And in Scarlet Petal's case, Ezreal is kind of his fallback to champion when he feels like he needs a safer laning phase.
That's right. With the brand new items set into place, it's going to be easier for you to get to a decent level of trade with the Ezreal. Back then, it takes too long for you to hit that late game to start dealing significant damage. And I see you smiling with glee, because we are getting this Irelia very likely in the hands of Vendetta, and we'd love to see it.
Yeah, it has to happen, right? I don't think Watermelon would go a game without playing this Irelia jungle. I think Vendetta has found a lot of success on it. Even on the games that they lost against RSG, Vendetta has been able to put on some decent numbers. And we saw how fast Vendetta can play, right? In game 1, you give him the Olaf, he goes like, 13-5. He was 9-1 at one point. You give him something like an Irelia, does the same thing, but the plus side is that Irelia skills better into the late game. Now you have an insurance in Vendetta.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult when you look at Upcar Esports' current graph, and you have all 3 of these members that could easily be caught off with the Vanguard's edge, or even if they're not, if she whiffs it, sure, you just need to land on one target, the rest could be easily settled with that Gragas shoving them back in towards that pit where they could all be stuck and with nowhere to run, couldn't really either have to invest on the flash or so. But interesting bans that we're seeing here on phase 2. No Graves, no Singe, as well as the Nami and also Kali. It's
here
really
we go.
interesting. And
I love this.
Arashi on that Rengar.
I love this Rengar pick. I think this Rengar pick is great for Upcar Esports. You know, Arashi, one of the few junglers that doesn't mind playing the Rengar. I think other than him, Shea LB has played it from RTP. But Watermelon have some ways to do with the Rengar, right? You can crowd control him, you can knock him away. You know, Scarlet Petal on the Ezreal has mobility. You can lock him, you can kind of cage him with the ultimatum. So there are solutions to this. But Watermelon, they will pick up the Rakan. And that kind of brings me to what I want to say. Like, Upcar East or abandon Nami. I don't think Nami is the biggest problem, right? I think that Smurf would rather take the Rakan, would rather take the Thresh. So Upcar East was banning that Nami was... It feels like a bit of an overcompensation on the enchanted supports. But they do have that Riven for themselves.
Well, it's an interesting draft where they really want to full commit on this death ball setup once again. It's all about running it all the way down to basically chop on any slices of watermelon they could possibly get. But with really a coordinated response, Team Watermelon could easily counter all the efforts that Upcar Esports could possibly bring to any team fight. So high risk, high reward coming from Upcar Esports. This time, I'm not too sure if they will be able to really pull this one off, because all the units that they have shown us requires heavy resources. You want this Riven to ideally be shoving the side lane. Somebody from Team Watermelon will have to answer back to that. And with things like the Garen and stuff, I think it's going to be pretty okay. So, well, I really got to look back to the draft to really put my thoughts all together.
Yeah, and I think in this case they have, I believe they have set support, right? Like Beyond, he's going to be on that set. Kind of the same properties as the Galio. Beyond, he's going to get the early pro belt, roam around, and you want to match the Rakan because Rakan is one of the best roaming junglers that we have right now. But I guess the silver lining for Watermelon is that their champions have mobility. You have the Rakan, you have the Camille, you have the Irelia. They can't catch up to you if they find you alone on the map. And at the same time, everyone on the side of Upcar deals physical damage. So you don't have to worry about magic resist if you're Watermelon.
Yeah, and I guess that's definitely a great sign for them where they could just basically invest all in on things like the Torrent Mill, Warmox if you really want to as well. So what I'm really eyeing out for from Watermelon is for this Camille to really lock out a single target and everybody just hop on board. And Smurf has got this huge role to play right here. If he gets that 5-man entry, that's going to be pretty good of a setup for them to just unleash everything on top of Upcar Esports. But I'm not saying that Upcar Esports have no chance. It's just that to execute this draft takes a lot out of it. So they really have to start winning their lane to get it off.
It kind of feels like Team Watermelon has a slightly easier time to pull off that draft, right? We look at things that are very straightforward. You ultimatum, you Vanguard's Edge, you go into the fight, Smurf engages, you try to win it. But for Upcar Esports, like you said, it's not about the side lanes. It's about how do you play around a composition where the center is fasting. You know, the set has to start the fight. There are a lot of cogs that needs to turn this machine. But we will find out in game number 2 between Team Watermelon and Upcar Esports. And I would say this has to go the distance. We've already secured ourselves a potential game 4, but that is only if Watermelon claps back with a win.
That's right. As we approach game 2 right here, Watermelon still eyeing to get the game back in hand. They've definitely drafted very well for the past 2 matchups here. And now all eyes are on this duo bottom laner, where we've always known Smurf as well as Scarlet Petal to be some of the best in the league.
Just some exchanges down bot, and you know, just to echo a point that you made in that first game where Upcar Esports, they have this ability to flex their members, right? And I think right now Zizune plays an even more crucial role. It's not about just surviving the Baron lane. It's not about having a variety of picks from the Garen to the Set to the Tryndamere to the Akshan. It's also when they feel like they need some of a better matchup for Ravens, they will pick Ravens champion and put it up top and swap Zizune mid. This is the second time he has done it. He's facing off against Almage's Gragas.
Yeah, and this is always throwing curveballs to teams that have expected, hey, we got this winning lane matchup, and now they either have to continue to switch around on those lanes and may have actually lost some amount of goal to put themselves slightly behind in order to have a little bit more stability. It's going to be pretty tough, but when it comes down to a Riven versus Camille matchup, it's still going to be a little bit of 50-50. Sure, the early game does favor a Riven in general, and this is one of the first few times that we're seeing Ravens going on Riven for some of all these matches, whereas he's usually opting for mages instead. I want to see how well he could possibly do.
Yeah, they've already set up the wave. It's perfect for a dive, and Arashi is thinking about it. Scarlet is the target. Zizune also shows up. That's the exhaust and Q expended from Watermelon. And Zizune, he's going to make contact with our Major. That's the target that you don't really want to go for, and another flash gets blown by Team Watermelon. Upcar Esports, they are doing these early moves, and they're doing it well. And I'm not sure if Watermelon even wants to contest this. Maybe steal the Raptors away, but since Vendetta is not even level 5, I don't think they can do it. They'll root him down with the Bola, and another flash gets forced out. That's 3 flashes from Watermelon.
Yeah, and when we look back into Upcar Esports, they have a little bit more soft CC, as well as if they do land the snare from Coffee, it's going to be able to at least set themselves a target to single out. So they have to really be looking out for that. They did burn a few summoner spells, but it's a little bit too early. By the time that we will move into the Rift Break once again, there's going to be all these summoners back up online, so not too concerning for Team Walnut for the temporary moment. As they have already turned this mid lane matchup to technically a Baron lane matchup, it's going to be less intuitive for the viewers out there who's expecting those kill numbers out here. So what we would possibly see out of this match is that they will try to drag this game longer as compared to game 1, and not look for too many skirmishes as compared to what we saw earlier.
Yeah. Which team do you think has a better safety net going into their late game?
Well, safety net considered, I think easily you could say Team Wallman could get there without too much of a hassle. Like, where you have safe picks like the Gragas, Jinkai could easily dash away if there's ever going to be a gank, unless if he overcommits though, and Ezreal could easily just arcane shift away. So there's a lot of ways to prevent all these ganks as well as dives. While Upcar Esports, if they really want to commit to that, you need Beyond to come into this really tough spot that will put himself at risk in order to get kills back to the team. So I guess that's one way to put it, where Upcar Esports, they will have a little bit more stability for Coffee on the set.
Just that infinite scaling that will always, pay off, right? He's going for the Muramana, Mana Munes, which will become a Muramana. It's a mouthful. We see Watermelon kind of forced off of that Rift Herald. Scarlet Petal, our Major wasn't there, but Smurf, he's gonna pull the trigger right now. Good follow through it. Vanguard is thrown out. First blood. Arashi goes down as Izune isolated, but they do have Beyond around as Ravens also joins in. They don't trade 1-for-1, and Watermelon forced to run away. Beyond sticks on Scarlet Petal, flashes for Facebreaker into the Haymaker, but Scarlet Petal still alive. The cooldown comes back up. They could not take him down, but they will trade Jinkai with him, and Izune a bit too far forward, but has the durability to fall back.
Yeah, that flash came in too late. If it was there maybe 2 seconds earlier, he might have actually picked up another 2 kills for himself. But good response coming from Upcar Esports, where they've turned that very lethal situation into something that has favored them instead. And that's also due to the heavy commitment of Team Watermelon that has burned multiple ultimates where they started off with not only the Rakan running right in, you have the Vanguard's edge to be popped off as well. Didn't really seeked out majority of the targets that Vendetta was looking for, but it doesn't really matter too much. They will get that Rift Herald and will continue to jump into pressure.
Proto Belt engaged. Smurf wants something to happen, and the only thing that happens is that he goes down. Arashi picks that one up, gets a heal from the Battle Hunger, and a Battle Roar, and Upcar Esports now make their way towards the Mountain Drake. And that was a fight where no one had their ultimates, right? So it really comes down to what the kit of the champion does, and Upcar Esports came out on top.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be a slightly delayed wait for Upcar Esports. They have managed to single out at least the support in that matchup. Like, they were very prepared to answer back. But Ravens now will have a heralding top over the top side. How long can he hold? Here comes Zizune.
Zizune is here. Ravens does everything he can, drops the ultimate. Vendetta burning the ignite. Can Zizune get on top of him? The answer so far is a no. Dawning Shadows from Coffee doesn't connect. Vendetta sidesteps that as Watermelon gets away with Daylight Murder.
Yeah, like, that could easily be picked off. Zizune didn't really have range. He didn't have flash available as well as the ignite. So honestly, not too bad of an attempt where they've managed to still have their T1 Baron lane still intact. And therefore, the goal is still in favor of Upcar Esports for the moment. It's only a 1,000 lead, which Team Watermelon could easily overcome on the next battle. So not too sure about the priority on the Drake though, because it's gonna be a Cloud Drake. Sure, adding a little bit of mobility would help ever so slightly, but whoever gets that Rift Herald definitely gets more value over here. Here comes the dive.
Revenge is best served with a 4-man dive, but unfortunately it's Jinkai who hook shots to safety. Upcar Esports still gets a turret though that's somewhat of a return. So at the end of the day, value is still earned by Upcar Esports. They now kind of pull that goalie into their favor ever so slightly. Same as game one, a very even start for both teams.
Yeah, and when you look at the draft for Upcar Esports, you're expecting pickoffs, dives to happen. They haven't been able to accomplish any of that. They've already lose significant pressure across the map as we speak. And it's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, a good attempt. But at the end of the day, we are talking about Ezreal, right? He will always have built-in mobility with the Arcane Shift, and if he has the Flash, then that's double of that.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll be seeing too much right now. I mean, all the structures are still standing. You know, Watermelon, they did get a kill up top, but they were not able to break the turret, so Zizune will continue clearing it out whenever he has his spin up. I feel like Watermelon will have to make a move pretty soon, and this might be it. You know, Smurf and Vendetta are showing up.
Yeah, and Smurf, he's being pretty opportunistic here as he tries to shove Zizune all the way back. There's not going to be significant retaliation coming from the rest of Upcar as they are focusing straight down bot instead.
Oh, they actually go for the attempt, and unfortunately Zizune doesn't get his ult off, but Beyond shows up. There is a showstopper. Meanwhile, Ravens finishes off our Major as Beyond, he's gonna do as much as he can, but he is a support set. There's not enough damage, and Vendetta will slice through him. Watermelon gets a buy one, free one up top.
Yeah, despite having the Black Cleaver, there's not too much that he could possibly offer when you have so many members of Team Watermelon that could easily disrupt anything that this set wants to do. So instead of getting just one turret, getting two, along with 2 kills on top of that, it's a big win for Team Watermelon. Gotta say that they're definitely here on the driver's seat, though the goal might have actually stood still to even up the score. So it's all about that fight here on that Rift Herald that will matter on how each team could possibly take over control.
You have to also consider the fact that Coffee's ultimate does take a while early on, so he might not have that for the Rift Herald fight. So Upcar Esports has to be really careful. The Coffee is in a very, very peculiar position. They will force him away. Vendetta gets grabbed back by the showstopper. Beyond brings up underneath the tier 1. A root comes through, but you have the True Barrage and the Grab is out. Now counter engage for Raven. Jumps on top of our Major. The Dawning Shadow online just in time. Zizune picks up 2 kills, and Upcar Esports turns that around.
Wow, and the moment that he only hit one target with his stun, it's a call to just pull back. But instead, Team Watermelon, they overcommitted, even burned a flash, trying to get a target that they could not eliminate. And that gave a free herald to Upcar Esports, and also a little bit more priority on that Drake. Now that they've lost over control, Team Watermelon definitely had a little bit of blunder, which I don't know if they're going to be able to recover from here. Sure, it's a little bit too early to tell, but losing 2 objectives definitely will hurt them from here.
Yeah, and all the lead that Watermelon has garnered for themselves, at least the most minuscule of it, taken away with that one fight. And it all came down to just, I was about to point out, Vendetta, he was 4-1. He was the guy who has the highest net worth. He's the guy with the most value. And then the dive mid happens. Coffee was out of position. Watermelon smelled blood. But the tier 1 was around. You have to remember, there is always a set. You go out of position, he grabs you out of the arena and throws you into the ring. And now UCE, despite losing the tier 2 top early on, they are not going to be too worried. They have a Rift Herald to break mid.
Yeah, and you put it perfectly where Beyond, he managed to get that golden catch with his showstopper. And that huge displacement have definitely caught the rest of Team Watermelon off guard. Like, you're already heavily displaced to charge right in. It's either you lose those 2 members or you lose everyone else. But Raven's coming up a little bit more of a push.
Or straight into the wall with the showstopper. Vanguard is, and the body slam is good for 2. But Upcar Esports, it feels like they have the damage. Coffee and Arashi, one South got a pedal, and now, even though with the ultimatum, Arashi is a triple kill, a quadra kill for Arashi, and Arashi decimates them all. Upcar Esports with an ace.
It's insane! You saw that setup coming in from Ravens, and the rest of Upcar Esports, they directly committed. Now to get another charge on that inhibitor, they could possibly look for an end game, but the death
They
power,
won it.
it's low enough. Is it gonna
Chevy
be
has one more charge.
one more
They might
charge
get
all
it.
takes?
They might
And
get
they
it.
will!
They did it. Oh my god. Upcar Esports, incredible run. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
I am in shock. One good
What?
team fight, and it's all that it takes. Arashi with that 4-member slain. Like, could that even be possible? This is one of the fastest games that we've seen in the playoffs. Hands down the fastest.
For sure, right? This is in one fell push. They ended the game. I mean, Watermelon must be kicking themselves. And it all started with a catch on the Vendetta. They tried to go for the counter engage, but once more, is Beyond, is Raven, and Arashi had the freest leap of his life. He just free fall into the team of Watermelon, finished 4 of them off. It felt like Watermelon were kind of lost. They threw all their spells, but all they got was a set. It's just incredible from Upcar Esports, considering that what transpired yesterday. They got reverse swept. But now this is a very fresh start. It's a very strong start for Upcar Esports. They are now at the cusp of knocking out Team Watermelon. We will go on a short break and we will come back to talk more about that.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Is series point for Upcar Esports. One more, and they will overcome their fear of Team Watermelon in this incredible elimination series. I'm Husky alongside Contra for WCS MYSG. And now the golden question. Upcar Esports have been in this spot before in the quarterfinals against Phantom6, and they got reverse swept. What do you think is going to happen? Can Watermelon bounce back?
Well, honestly, I'm riding the hype train right now. I'm feeling it. I feel like it's no longer a fact that this team will choke by the playoff stage. Like, they look too good. Like, we saw that things could have gone wrong for them if they weren't to execute it perfectly. Have you ever seen that perfect Rip Herald that has been able to take down not just the tier 1, but all the way into the Nexus in one full push? That's something that we have never really gotten throughout the course of the playoffs, but here we are. Man, I'm just excited to see whether if they could complete it with that perfect trio.
Yeah, that's definitely the next milestone in this hype train, right? But let's take a look at the trivia answer first, because early on we did ask you guys, how much Poro energy did you need to unlock a free skin chest or random skin chest? The answer is 5,000. So now, whenever you have that Poro energy, don't hoard it. Don't keep it. There's no point keeping it. Spend it all. Fill out the energy bar, and you'll get yourself a free random skin chest. And do share with us, what skins did you get? Regardless of what they are, we just want to see, we just want to, be able to share the moment with you guys with the hashtag WCSMYSG, because that is how we do it. Put that hashtag on all your posts and memes. I know Upcar Esports fans right now are concocting a meme. There's a folder that says memes if Upcar Esports beat Watermelon. Don't worry, we're getting to that point almost. But let's take a look at the highlights from game number 2, because there are a lot of moments that really cemented Upcar Esports as a formidable force.
Yeah, and this was the game-winning fight. It started off with Ravens jumping on top of the Aurelia. Vendetta being taken out, so majority of damage has already been taken off, while Arashi placed himself inside of the jungle brush just to get that jump all the way back, and that has eliminated all the worries. And, well, we just wanted to take a look at the reaction of even the BM segment, where they're also in awe. They're making a little bit of a dance on that caster to this, and I really wonder, like, Team Watermelon, they've been hammered down 2 times in a row. I don't see that much issues when it comes down to the draft. Sure, execution-wise, their team fight, some of them may have looked to be overcommitments, and Upcar Esports were ready to punish. This time, I think with enough discipline, they should be able to at least pull into that 4th game that we have expected for. But before we get into our third match of the series, let's take a look at the stats before we get into the next draft.
Yeah, look at this. Coffee 0, 0, and 10. But the focus is, Arashi, Jizune, Beyond, Ravens. All of these guys put on a great show in this game too. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Contra. The overcommitment. Watermelon, they tend to have some instances where they smell blood, where they feel like the bloodlust kick in. They want to get the kills, but when it's not yours, it's not yours. And they got punished not once, not twice, but 3 times for it. And in fact, this game was the only game that we had seen in this entire league so far that the Rift Herald literally ran it down mid. So we should have an achievement in the game. If you achieve this, you unlock, I don't know, 10,000 blue answers. Put some value on it, because I think it's a very rare moment. And Arashi got a quad, right? He almost got a penta. Unfortunately, didn't happen. But nonetheless, the win is what matters. And Upcar Esports came out in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, and I was basically commenting on how Ravens have been playing a majority of mages, but he is showing flexibility, playing that Riven, swapping over onto the barrel lane, and still contributed so much. He was the one in charge of starting that fight that we've seen early on that has enabled that golden moment for Arashi. Other than that, what really brought them this win wasn't just team fights all alone. We saw that stable laning phase that they needed, and those pickoffs that they eventually found themselves in, and that has definitely brought them that perfect scenario to close off that match. So we saw, when it comes down to the execution, Watermelon definitely looked a little bit shaky on that past match as compared to game 1, and honestly, draft looked pretty good to us. Like, we were explaining, okay, early game, they should be playing it out safely, which they have. It's all about that team fight that they shouldn't be the one to be making the first move, because you still have to consider Beyond, who's also going to be a threat to the team. And therefore, with all of those factors, it started to shatter, and the only member of Team Watermelon that popped off was Vendetta. The rest hardly had those perfect momentum to get themselves up to speed.
Yeah, and you also said, like how Team Watermelon, they sometimes overcommit, sometimes they make these minor mistakes. But I want to also give props to Upcar Esports, because they look super prepared. They were ready for any situation that Watermelon throw at them. Watermelon forces an engage. Upcar Esports respond immediately, and they keep doing it, right? I think the consistency is what's blowing our minds right now from Upcar Esports. It is a completely new look. They've completely, picked themselves up from yesterday's, Friday's devastating defeat. And now, in a matchup where all of us think that Watermelon has a better chance, Upcar Esports is out to prove everyone wrong. But at the same time, they were the only team that did brought down Sam9 in the group stage. So perhaps this is the secret recipe for Upcar Esports. They just need to find that groove.
Yeah, maybe they just prefer hanging out on that lower bracket to really show their true colors instead. And let's take a look at the path. If they do manage to beat Watermelon here, then I think the likelihood for them to make it to the top 3 is very possible. But before we even get any further, remember, Watermelon still has a chance at this. And despite having that priority on the drafts, on which side they will select, they've always went on to the blue side. So what changes for Team Watermelon here is to start off with that center ban. Coffee looked too stable on it. They really want to ensure that he will need to take some risks in this third game.
Yeah, and in this lower bracket, right, today's series is all about the middle pack scuffle, right? We had Watermelon against Upcar, that's the 3rd and 4th seed from the group stage, with Phantom6 as a Pathseeker, that's the 5th and 6th seed. And we are seeing kind of the shift in hierarchy, and it's something that we've established from the very beginning. It will continuously change. Pathseeker has beaten Watermelon, Upcar has beaten Sem9, and the list goes on. But Watermelon, they make the adjustment. Senna ban, Ziggs ban, Upcar Esports stick with Lulu and Karma.
And one thing that I've taken notice as well is that throughout this course of this best of 5, Upcar Esports, they're not just enabling Coffee to be the playmaker of the team. It's basically the Baron lane all the way up to the mid lane that's been able to get those golden ticket items and of course contribute to those team fights. So I want to see Watermelon invest on more bans on the second phase if the junglers weren't picked up yet. So they're gonna stick to the usual, right? Like Galio now being opened up, there's gonna be some safe picks for either L Major or even Smurf to be piloting this champion.
I think I think that's definitely a plausible approach, right? Like Galio, one of the safer picks for first pick, and Upcar right now, the Camille is out on the table. Do you want to give Watermelon the Camille? Upcar Esports says, you can go for it. We don't care too much. They take the Gragas away. They take the Garen for themselves. There is some safety net. Camille can ultimate him in, but we can lock him away. We can lock her away.
Yeah, and now that you have a Gragas on the opposite side, it's going to be hard for you to go for a pick like Camille, where even with the ultimatum, with displacement is all it takes, like you said. So instead, it's a complete different draft. It feels like they're going to take a page of their playbook as well. Upcar Esports will not get their hands on that Rengar pick, and also with the Vayne open up, they take it for themselves instead of giving it away to Coffee.
You know, we could switch the team tags right now, and no one would be fooled, right? You would believe
Right.
that Watermelon is actually Upcar Esports. But for Upcar, I feel like they saw this coming, right? Like, you don't ban the Vayne, but they don't pick the Vayne either. They pick the Varus. You know, very good laning stage, decent damage, decent wave clear, has a built-in crowd control of the Chain of Corruptions. We saw what RSG did with that Chain of Corruption yesterday. That set SSK up for the kick of his career. So I think Coffee, now with the Varus, you not only get the poke Scarlet Petal out of the lane, but you have a way to lock him down. You have a way to lock Vendetta down if he tries to leap in from the brushes. And Upcar Esports now focus their attention back onto Jinkai once more with the Akali ban.
Yeah, I love how they have been able to focus on few players of Team Wild. They understand Smurf likes to create plays, and especially on these utility supports, that he could still contribute a whole lot to keep the members of Team Wild safe. Instead, they will eventually channel the rest of the focus on that Baron lane matchup in order to get something smooth going in for either Zisune or even up in the mid lane now that the Kazi's gone. So with less and less of all these Baron jungler picks, I guess that Upcar Esports, they could fall back to picks such as Graves if they want to. Olaf is, well, forget that. It just got bad.
There's a Lee Sin also, right? There's a Lee Sin in Kha'Zix. Arashi is familiar with that. If you pick the Lee Sin, then there's a lot more playmaking potential. There's a lot more disengage and isolation. And of course, Upcar Esports, you leave the blind mark open. Upcar Esports picks the Lee Sin, and that's some PTSD element right there. Watermelon sees this Lee Sin, and they're like, please do not do that to us again. Lee Sin, Varus. When have we seen this before? Oh wait, yesterday against RSG.
Well, I hope that there is not too much of that flashback going on, but can Arashi pull off that golden kick that SSK did yesterday? I guess just to ensure that does not happen, you just want to put that black shield on top of the first target that's getting kicked, and that's all set. There's not going to be anyone getting flipped over in any of these team fights. So it's good pick-off potential coming in from Team Watermelon. So long as that Dark Binding lands, there's going to be a good setup. And they want to double down on this investment on the Vayne. So either you started off with Rengar chasing anyone down, and then Stand United can come in, making sure that the Rengar lasts longer in the team fight. But there's plenty of crowd control that he will have to navigate his way across, which the back shield could only buy so much time on. Twisted Fate.
I
I'm
love
excited.
this Twisted Fate. I love this, right? You have two heroes that go invisible. Twisted Fate presses Destiny. Now he sees everything. And you want to match the global presence of Smurf? No, Smurf and well, the Shen and the Galio. Twisted Fate Destiny does the same. And you have those long range crowd control, right? Go for rapid fire. Now get those long range engages, and you also have magic damage to potentially break the black shield before it can really take effect. So I love this. You know, again, another adjustment from the side of Upcar Esports. It felt like they were so comfortable of letting Watermelon do what they want because they have a solution to it. They really have done their homework coming into this game. What do you feel about the draft?
Yeah, and going to this draft, I definitely think that the ideas of Team Watermelon is great. However, that early game is where they will really have to stand together to ensure that this Vayne gets to that late game in order to eliminate everybody else over on Upcar Esports. Upcar just need to take that driver's seat, put that pressure all the way down bot, and Varus naturally has good enough a range just to slowly wither them down, and maybe that will set things up easily for Arashi to pay a visit.
Yeah, and Upcar Esports definitely have diversified their playbook, right? This is not the Upcar Esports that we saw in the group stage that sometimes had a good game, that most of the times rely on coffee. Right now, everyone plays their part. Sure, we do talk about, you know, Zizune once in a while. We talk about how coffee is their way to rely on coffee most of the time. But I think after that first two games, that's not the case. Everyone plays their part. Zizune had a slow game one, but that has completely been, you know, brushed off in game two. Beyond on the support Gragas. Now we see the final lineup. Scarlet Petal on the Morgana with Smurf on Shen support. Jinkai plays that Baron lane. Vayne into Zizune's Garen. I don't think we will see a lane swap this time, right? The Twisted Fate is not going to be on top, so we will finally get a standard matchup from Upcar Esports.
Yeah, and Jinkai being the one that's going to be playing the Vayne, so I guess that at least that diverts a little bit more of that attention for Arashi to basically pivot his pathway towards the top side if they really want to shut down this Vayne. So I guess it's still about Vendetta here that will be contributing majority of all these setups. So it's about the race of the junglers on how much can they actually get done throughout the first few phases of the match. So I'm really looking at how things could either go really well for Watermelon, or it could easily crumble if they don't hold that early game to themselves.
This is the final step for Team Watermelon. They need to win this to have a lifeline in this best of 5. They are at the edge of the ring. One more punch and they're out. The referee blows the whistle and Watermelon gets eliminated from the circuit. And Upcar Esports, they have shown us their prowess. They have done this before. They've been in a position of power. They just need to cross the finishing line. They are so close towards the end. Now just one more game that separates them and potential victory.
Now, I want to ask you this, Husky. Does Upcar Esports have a coach with them? Because, like, whoever's coming up with all these lane swaps is a genius. Like,
I think they do.
Yeah, like, it just solves so many issues in the early game that you would still create a little bit more of a spacing for you, Watermelon, to just try to re-rotate. And time again, they're showing up. But for them, they're just going to be able to answer back. Zizune's the one over the bottom side. And
So
we're
we
having
still see the lane swap. Zizune deals with the Dragon Laner, and Raven just deals with Jinkai up top. Beyond's gonna get caught out, and that will be first, but Arashi flashes in. Vendetta is the target. Our major blocks the Sonic Wave, and Flash Taunt comes out into a binding. No way out for Coffee, and Watermelon finally finds a good start.
That's what they wanted all along. You want this magnificent start, and such an easy chain reaction, right? You get that Dark Binding, or even the Taunt to come in first and foremost. This Scarlet Petal Smurf combo is so easy to execute. It could easily guarantee them kills, especially up in the early game. Not too sure about that late game, though, if anyone from Upcar Esports would consider investing in a Quicksilver enchantment. That could solve a few problems, but it also deters you in lasting longer in team fights.
Yeah, but alternatively, you can also go for the Stasis enchantment, right? You get locked down, you go golden, you buy time, and the rest of the team can come in. So this lane swap is... Well, in the first two games, we saw just two lane swaps, right? Mid and top. But right now, all the lanes are swapped around. It feels like Upcar Esports, they're playing this switcheroo, and Watermelon are trying to chase them around the map. But at least you get a good start, right? Vendetta gets a kill, our Major gets a kill. We are going to be looking at the level 5 power spike. That's where 3 global ultimates come online. 2 for Watermelon, 1 for Upcar Esports. The objective fights will be important. But at this point of time, Upcar Esports are not able to make those aggressive moves because of that first split.
Yeah, and I definitely think that Watermelon are no fools either way. Like, even with such switches, they can easily adapt to it. As you can see, they answer back with a 1-2-1 of their own. Just having a good grasp on how to have stability in that early game. So they can just basically rinse and repeat what they've done.
Oh, an
It's a little
attempted
bit
taunt. Yeah, Smurf tries to go in, but this time you have to be careful because Arashi can just kick you away or into his team. And Watermelon, they have that those safety layers, right? You have Scarlet Petal, Morgana, and Shen is very hard to get them out of the lane, let alone kill them
Topside
off. But top side, that's where danger looms. A good go card into a kick, exhaust, forcing out the flash. Destiny to reveal the invisible vein. Destiny of Jin Kai Seal, Raven, and Arashi picks up the kill.
Well, even without the Destiny, I believe that Arashi would be able to reveal her either way. She's dropped too low, and honestly, it's a little bit of overextension coming from Jin Kai that costed him his life. To get a few platings off, I think that it's still going to be alright for him to return to the lane and continue on with his business. While over the bottom side, it's not going to be all too much of a pressure to be given by either side of the party, which they will rather go in for the Rift Herald to start things off. So both sides will have to contest for this if they really want to get some leads going.
I think the best part was that Ravens didn't have to flash go kart, right? He just walked up for a stun. Now you don't have the Destiny, but Arashi's Dragon Rage is coming up soon, and Watermelon, they're poised around that Rift Herald, and then they're starting it off, and Upcar Esports beelining towards that objective. You do have Vendetta and Smurf who can't jump on unsuspecting victims, for example, like Arashi and beyond, but at the same time, these are the brick walls of Upcar Esports. Some posts come out as Upcar Esports now commit to the Rift Herald, and Watermelon, they will not want to let this go away. Vendetta goes in, Shen ultimately is out, they have the hero's entrance, Vendetta tries to go for the secure, but Arashi again, so good with the smite, kicks Vendetta away, he will survive, but Scarlet Petal will be forced to burn his flash as everyone from Watermelon runs away. Jin Kai tries to go in for a kill, but the tumble wasn't enough, and Upcar Esports gets away with robbery.
Yeah, and none of the members have been falling off in that team fight itself. They keep themselves alive and walk away with the objective. That's the best case scenario for Upcar Esports, though I really want to see Watermelon go in with a little bit more commitment, because we saw Smurf was already in place. There's not enough members of Watermelon that's being set into a position where they're ready for that challenge, and it's just down to that 50-50 of a smite, while Arashi also managed to kick them all the way back and just safeguards back over the wall just to get away with it. Now, Watermelon will still have to challenge for this Drake as well. Not too sure if they're in a good shape. Scarlet Petal has already learned the flash. Not that he really needs it, though, to really go into this fight.
They don't have Heroes Entrance and Stand United, right? The 2 huge teamfight ultimates to protect Vendetta is gone. So it means Arashi gets a free mountain break. Smurf flash taunt good onto 2. Arashi dashes away, and now they just pile onto Coffee and get the kill. Zizune will not survive. Watermelon at least gets something out of this.
Yeah, great catches overall, and this is what they have here in those Death Ball team fights, where so long as you catch one member off of Upcar Esports, you can continuously chain them with another taunt on top of it. So it's going to be hard for Upcar Esports if they don't clear off the front lines, and that leaves a little bit more room for Jin Kai to work in these upcoming battles while he's still trying to farm up for those big hitting items. So it's going to take a while for Watermelon to get this vein activated, but while they're at it, you're at least getting those leads back.
And we're talking about Upcar Esports without the stasis enchantment for now, right? So they don't have a way to kind of break the chain when Watermelon starts going in for those, crowd control over crowd control on top of crowd control. But once those Zhonya's come out, I think Upcar Esports will have more breathing to work with. They did set up the Rift Herald top before the Dragon fight. They got the top tier 1. the mid turret is going to be the challenge. We see Zizune, he just delayed our Major's recall, so now he was able to bring the rest of his team down. But they're gonna pressure this turret. The macro thus far from Upcar has been sublime.
Yeah, gotta say so. And it's gonna be hard for Team Wildmelon to do anything about this crumbling turret. They're slowly losing objectives, so there's not gonna be much safety net for them to farm, but they're looking for a pickup against Ravens.
Yeah, Smurf just shows up with his ultimate. A free ticket up top. They do take out Raven. Vendetta lives with that. And at least Watermelon gets something in return. And Scarlet Petal does make contact with Zizune, so that means Upcar Esports can't get anything done. While that was happening, our Major is playing his game down bot. Breaks the turret. So Watermelon pulling Upcar Esports around the map. They're making sure that Upcar Esports can fight together as one. And that's how you kind of bring down the impact that the team comm of Upcar has.
Yeah, and with a Shen on Wildmelon's side, you will also need to worry about split push as well. Double time coming in
Oh
away.
boy. Not really sure if that's where you want to be beyond. He is gone. Zizune will try to execute our Major, but our Major, perfect calculation on that damage. Chain of Corruption out. Sonic Wave, good kick. Hero's Entrance, not enough. Coffee still picks up the kill, and Arashi, he is golden. And that means Watermelon can't lock him down. Now Destiny comes online. Raven wants to join the fight. A binding onto the Garen, but doesn't matter. Coffee just uses an arrow and takes out our Major. And Upcar Esports now will storm that mid lane.
Yeah, just getting enough information is all it takes for Upcar Esports to get those trades back. But it's honestly not significant enough. Sure, that's just going to be putting a few members down, but the good thing that when in a way is that they set this up perfectly for them to secure another Rift Herald, which Wildmelon will have to go in for that reset, has to give this one away. Upcar Esports still have a lot of shoving power that they could easily deplete this T1 if they want to. Wildmelon chasing in.
Beyond sidesteps that. Body Slam did get blocked, but the Bola is not empowered, so you can't nail Beyond to the floor. He just waddles away. We see the Abyssal Mass online for Beyond, right? The extra magical damage, not that it matters too much, but what does count is that resistance that he gets on the Skragus. He's gonna go for a bit more damage. We see the Amp Tome now online, but if you can't get through this drunkard with his big metal canister, you have no chance of getting to the backline of Upcar.
Yeah, and I guess that this is going to be pretty difficult for them when they really don't have a good choke hold to basically fight upon. That's where Wildmelon actually shines best, where you can have multiple targets to be taunted up by the Shen. Well, if anyone gets caught, that Tormented Ground is going to be able to easily take those health bars off. That's not enough to take down the turret though. Just one hit does the trick, but here comes the challenge of the drain.
Good kick. Smurf still in the pit though, misses the taunt. Vendetta finally outsmites Arashi. Destiny Inferno Drake. Coffee locks Vendetta down with the now they rejoin with the Hero's Entrance. Our Major shows up as Beyond gets chased out by Jinkai. Watch out for this Wayne. Stunned out with the gold card. Executed by Zizune. But our Major gets a good taunt, and that means Raven and Zizune will trade their life for it. Watermelon with a good fight. They find 3 kills.
Well, oh well. Wildmelon definitely know how to navigate throughout the course of battle. They stole the dragon, and that was what they needed. And after that, look at the follow-up. The rest of Upcar Esports, they were all over the place across that river, and that doesn't really leave them enough room to focus down a single target, and I think that's becoming a lot more problematic. And Major, you went in with that huge 3-man taunt that have disrupted the rest of them from getting anything done.
And that was just perfect from Watermelon, right? We saw all the flashes were available, the re-engage potential. You thought that Vendetta jumps in, no. Smurf comes in. You thought that it was over, no. Our Major shows up from 10 kilometers away, and Upcar Esports forced to be on the run. But this is the item that Ravens will cherish a lot, the rapid fire cannon on this Twisted Fate, an extra layer of engage. You get that long range gold card, you can follow up with Arashi, you can get those damage in. But the problem is, can you find that opportunity? Because Watermelon have shown that they have this ironclad defense.
Indeed,
They do. Destiny out. Arashi tries to look for a kick. They isolate a target, and that's Jinkai. They find a vein. And Upcar Esports just angles their skills so good. Arashi will take a binding, but he will gladly tank the damage. Exhaust onto Vendetta. Watermelon forced back. They cannot take this fight. And Upcar Esports have them in a chokehold.
They just have to repeat the same maneuver once again. If they can get the constant picks onto Jinkai, they can open up so much more room for the siege to come into effect. Now, the only thing that we could possibly hope out is to turn it all around. Ellinger tries to get the taunt, but he gets kicked back once more.
Yeah, tanks the gold card, gets kicked right back. Vendetta, oh, he really wants it. They even commit the Shen out, but Upcar Esports, they're gone. You cannot see them on the map. At least now with the Fog of War and Watermelon, it feels like we're going back to that vicious cycle of Game 1 and 2 where Watermelon, they lose a fight or two, they get picked off, they see Upcar trying to storm down a lane and get advantage, they feel compelled to do something, but Upcar Esports, they're not giving it. It's like hanging a candy on a fishing rod, and when a kid goes for it, you just zero it in, you reel it in, you reel it more and more, and the kid ends up crying. I think that's the situation we're looking at right now.
I'm not too sure if I've ever seen a kid really reaching out for candy on the fishing rod, because that looks really sus to me. So, yeah, maybe a stranger is something that's a lot more common, but now that they're facing off against, you know, all these players that they have always been playing against throughout the group stages, like Watermelon, they understand some of the habits that Upcar Esports have. Like sometimes they dive too deep in, and that's where they could easily come in with the punishment. So they don't really have to always start that engagement like how we saw in the past through early game skirmishes. All they have to do is just to wait for an overextension, and if they do get a catch onto either Coffee or even Ravens, that's good enough. Where Arashi, sure, he can only dish so much damage, especially heading to the late game. He'll start to build more onto survivability items, when that is where, you know, he will be able to do all too much than to just be a kickbot anyways.
At the end of the day, you know, Upcar Esports, I think they have won their games that's, you know, up to this point by punishing Watermelon, right? It's less of like, sure, they made some good moves, but most of the time is they see Watermelon take a misstep and they just went for it. Vendetta ready with the ult. This is going to be important. They have Stand United, they have Hero's Entrance, Destiny preemptively used just to reveal where Watermelon might be. Upcar won this dragon. Vendetta doesn't want to give it. Arashi goes in, gets the exhaust. Vendetta goes golden. The dragon down to low. Arashi secures it. As Izune goes to the front line. Stand United for Smurf. A good taunt. And now they send Upcar Esports running away as Jinkai gets his time to shine. Watermelon finds 3 kills. And it is all the way to the Baron pit.
Yeah, that's a perfect call right there. They just death ball all the way through. The setup was perfect. We needed this Shen to get those mobile taunts. He does chain it all the way throughout. Now, the health bars are pretty low. I'm not too sure if they could actually steal it away, and the smite will come down. Watermelon will enable this Baron power play to come into effect. And this game is still far from over.
It's definitely, you know, it's definitely far from being done. Especially when, you know, Watermelon, they want this game to kind of go on, because it is their chance, right? You cannot afford to lose any more game, and this was how the fight started.
Yeah, and just going back to these team fights, it's really perfect on how Vendetta hopped right in, dished enough damage onto the Twisted Fate, and turns golden immediately. Buys so much more time for the rest of Watermelon to respond to that setup, and after that, the rest of Upcar Esports were nowhere close to even reaching out to Jinkai, and all they have to do is just out-sustain that battle and let it play through the course of the battle. That's how they really want to eventually close out the game. Upcar Esports, heading to the late game, they honestly don't have too much to offer, because all the damage is coming in from Ravens as well as Coffee. They can only poke so much throughout the span of those battles.
And you see the 1-3-1 commencing from Watermelon. Both the champions with global ults, they are going to push in the sideways. Watermelon having a very, very good lead right now. We've seen them having a lead in game 1, but that was without the Baron buff. And Vendetta knows that he can apply that extra pressure. His presence is enough to, you know, send UCE shivering. You can see Jinkai and Smurf, they team up, they take the bot tier 2, Al Major will deal with the top turret. So far, Upcar Esports will have very little room to rigor as the map gets opened up.
Yeah, one turret falls after another. Now it's only down to the inhibitors where Upcar Esports eventually they need to pull the trigger, and it's so hard, especially when you have a Shen that could easily come in with the Stand United, negates all that damage, and Jinkai, if that's going to be a target, he still has the barrier as well as the flash intact as well. It's going to be pretty hard for them to get any catch for Upcar Esports to get anything done. So they managed to at least come up with a solid defense to keep all inhibitors up. So that only buys time until the Elder Drake spawns.
And I think right now for Upcar Esports, it is we're kind of looking at a state where Upcar Esports are not just in are not dealing with just a minor disadvantage, right? It is a huge blow losing that team fight. It will force them to reevaluate how they want to approach the rest of the game, because right now they don't really have enough damage to blow through the defenses of Watermelon. And if they cannot touch Jinkai, there is no hope of them winning. And all of these cross controls are insane. Flash Gold Card, they really want Scarlet Petal down. Shen ulti is out. Scarlet Petal still pops the Zonya in time. And that is the re-engage from Watermelon. Upcar Esports commit everything, and they need to get something out of this. Arashi will try, but Vendetta has already found one. They finally catch Scarlet Petal, but at what cost? 2 of their members go down. But the silver lining for Upcar Esports is that the game will go on maybe for a bit longer, as Arashi finds a double kill. Our major also gets taken out, but it's a 3 versus 2. Elder Drake will spawn, and Upcar Esports, I don't think they can stop this.
I tell you what's the major blunder right there. That flash forward for that gold card was supposed to land onto Jinkai instead of that Morgana. That's the only thing that needs to hit perfectly, and even so, that cleanse was used using the Quicksilver Sash, and that's all that they needed. Now there's no way for them to get their hands on this Elder Drake. The rest of Wild will just cut them through.
Yeah, you have to be careful. You have a Vayne. He is always going to be around, and Coffee knows he's being hunted. Vendetta lays out all the combo, dash GA. And, well, Coffee will still survive, but having the lack of the Guardian Angel and Zizune out for 35 seconds means that Watermelon can now start Baron Nashor and not worry too much about Upcar Esports. Sure, Arashi has been winning all of these Smite Wars, but the cost of doing so, the cost of contesting Watermelon has dramatically increased. It's not about just a 1-for-1 trade. Now you risk losing the game and having Watermelon play for a bit longer. Arashi toying around with that resonating strike, but you have to wait until Zizune comes back.
That's right. Trill the Hung already activated. They should be able to spot up Copy. He doesn't have GA. They're dumping in.
Oh, a kick. Vendetta gets sent away, but he's just gonna use the brush beyond, and Coffee, they are in danger. Coffee has no GA, no flash, no Q. He is down. And Upcar Esports once more caught out in their own jungle. The wild is Vendetta's domain, and Watermelon will now prep themselves out for a Baron Nashor. Destiny will reveal where they are, but what can Upcar do with the information? Raven will just bring himself to bot, shove out the way, create some pressure side lane, but they still need to make some sort of presence up here in the Baron pit. And Arashi, he's getting zoned out by our major. Jinkai turns around, a kick in the face, but that's all Arashi will get. Jinkai chases him down. They might not even need Baron at this point. Vendetta will secure it regardless, as Jinkai will hunt beyond down like the villain he is. A double kill for the Vayne as Upcar Esports desperately shoves out those turrets. Mid tier 2 goes down, bot tier 2 gets destroyed. Upcar Esports still finds some space.
Yeah, desperate time calls for desperate measure. That's all that they can possibly do. They understand that Baron is off limits, and you saw how quickly Arashi has melted down like butter. This one's gonna go down as well. Raven's not gonna be able to last all too long. This is definitely an expected pick-off out there. Vendetta playing that perfect game on this Rengar, and this is where Upcar Esports, they get the PTSD of their own. It's just the start of that reverse sweep, as Watermelon is already in the base.
Yeah, Arashi still has 5 more seconds to come back to life, but I don't think they need 5 seconds. 3 is all it takes. And Watermelon, they refuse to go down. We will get a game 4 contra. Watermelon will win game 3, and they push us a bit further.
My goodness. I did not really see initially on how well Team Watermelon could possibly pull through with this draft. We saw all these picks coming in from the side of Upcar Esports, which could possibly have a lot of catch potential in that early game, but we've also said before, so long as they get an early game that is very well stabilized for Team Watermelon, nothing should actually go wrong. And indeed, throughout the course of this third matchup, they were the ones that has been able to get the grasp throughout every single team fights that they participated in.
Yeah, and so far, Watermelon, they still stay in the game. And for Upcar Esports, right, they try to use the PTSD on Watermelon, but now Watermelon is starting to show some signs of delivering the same medicine back. We will get a Game 4, but before that, we still need to talk a bit more about Game 3 after the break.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment.
We're back to get ready for game number 4 of this best of 5 between Upcar Esports and Team Watermelon. I'm Husky alongside Contra. And now the question of the hour is this another case of a potential reverse sweep? We will only find out, but we gotta talk about what happened in game 3. What went right for Watermelon and what went wrong for Upcar Esports?
Well, they got every team fight that they desired, and they had that perfect setup with their whole combination of heavy crowd control and sustainability in order to make it work. So I guess that with the predictions all set into place, Team Watermelon have shown us that, hey, guys, chill, all you casters that predicted for us. Yeah, we'll make this reverse sweep happen from here onwards. Well, Upcar Esports, I think that they have some good ideas coming into this draft, whereas there's a little bit of slight shift on those picks and bans that have resulted them not getting what they have desired. So it's definitely a little bit shift of what they have displayed compared to game 1 as well as game 2. But every time that Upcar Esports tries to step up to try to contest for some certain objectives, they don't really have a solid way to navigate throughout that team fight or have enough damage output to basically dish out against the rest of Watermelon. As we take a look at some of the stats here, it's definitely the perfect display being shown by Vendetta as well as Jinkai and Scarlet Petal. He's definitely on fire.
And this was the game where we thought that, okay, there's not going to be any, shenanigans from Upcar, right? No lane swap. They swapped all 3 lanes, and the early game didn't really go exactly to plan. Coffee and Beyond did get caught out, in the mid lane. They got eliminated. But I think, you pointed it out perfectly, right? You summed it up. Watermelon got all the fight that they wanted. All of the team fights went in their favor. These global ultimates, those layer of black shield, and then you have a Jinkai running around behind in the back lines. It's just too much for Upcar to deal with, and there's only so much of poke that Upcar can dish out. So now going into game 4, are we going to see a change in the bans? I think that's what Upcar needs to answer right now.
Yeah, and you take a look at the front line of Team Watermelon, you're basically unkillable. You want to go on Scarlet Petal? Yeah, he's just gonna click on that status enchantment. Same goes to Vendetta as well if he moves directly to the fight. And you don't want to be hitting on a Shen that could easily just take out all of these auto attacks coming from Coffee as well as Ravens. So another thing that Watermelon did really well is that they render this Gragas to be ineffective throughout the course of the mid-game onwards. Sure, you go in for some of these pickouts with the explosive cast in the early game. That's all they can possibly do. And after that, this Garen didn't really get all too much of action going on. Sure, he's just basically a meat shield heading to the battle. And there's only so much that Ravens could possibly churn out with Coffee. Although he did quite a significant amount of damage, that's just poke damage. There's no execution ability coming out of Upcar Esports, and I think that's definitely costed them that previous game. What we've predicted is for this game to go at least 4, and now we're moving into our next picks and bans. So what should be changed by Upcar Esports if they really want to take this off against Watermelon, and not to be cursed with another reverse sweep?
I feel like you need to start looking at what Watermelon has been focusing on, right? And I think it's pretty clear at this point. It's out on the table that Watermelon is all about. Vendetta is gonna get the spotlight, and everyone else is the enabler. Sometimes Jinkai also chips in, right? You can play the top Lucian, the Baron lane Vayne, but Vendetta always gives himself the carry jungler. But I feel like at the same time, what Upcar Esports kind of fell back to in that game 3 was, like you said, the lack of execution damage. They don't have someone like a Rengar. They don't have someone that can kind of go in and instantly, drop a heap of damage. They have none of that. And maybe it's kind of a litmus test for Upcar Esports. They did have some room to work with, but this is getting a bit scary, right? Because it also shows us that Watermelon can recover from a loss like game 2.
Yeah, and it definitely shows that Team Watermelon just wants to go for the ease of execution as well, where it shouldn't be all too hard for them to layer all this cloud control together. So if Upcar Esports want to stop this from happening, they have to invest on a few bans. Either it's going to be on that Shen, or maybe even in Morgana to start things off with. So as we proceed, Upcar Esports this time will switch over to the blue side for the very first time.
Yeah, very important though. They get the first pick, and that also means that Upcar Esports right now will, have that that priority to dictate what they want to go for. They start out with the Galio ban, and Galio, has been in for I think like game 1 and 3. And they realized that maybe Galio was a problem. The Galio shan a bit too much. We don't want all of these layers of onions that we need to peel through. We don't have the stomach for it. So Lulu and Karma get banned out. Upcar Esports focusing a lot of those team fight utilities that Watermelon has been bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I really do wonder whether or not if Upcar Esports would ever prioritize on the Shen, because if they don't ban it here, it's going to be left available for Watermelon once again. So yeah. It's really down to what's the flavor of the match that they really want to go for. No Master Yi, that's to be expected because Upcar Esports have shown to play a devastating Yi. They're basically doing exactly the same sort of method that Team Watermelon has executed in that past game. And with that Vayne being banned by Upcar Esports themselves, they've definitely solved at least one part of the problem.
So Shen left open, Camille is also available, but you have to kind of factor in, the priority, right? You have the Gragas, and I don't think Upcar Esports care too much about the Gragas first pick, right? They have shown that, yeah, Watermelon, you can take it, we can still beat you with it, but they do get their hands on the Ziggs, a champion that Watermelon has really been trying to eliminate, and now Upcar Esports will finally select it.
Yeah, and this Ziggs has been played by both Ravens as well as Coffee, have seen a whole lot of it from, but I do fancy seeing Coffee playing on the mage instead to really change things up. Brandon definitely agrees that he did look pretty well when he moves over onto this mage role down over Dragon Lane. While the easy response for Team Watermelon is that, okay, we will have a Juggernaut to be in place so that it doesn't really matter if you're going to land some of all these Mega Inferno Bombs. He's going to be the member that's unaffected so that he can continue on with the pressure chasing on these units. But with the trend of lane swaps being a thing throughout this course of battle, I would be surprised even if we see this Garen moving over mid lane or even the Dragon lane later on. But Watermelon, they commit once again to this Ezreal, which we saw. One of the matches that they played, that Ezreal, he didn't really have all too much going on for him. What do you think would be the enabler for Scarlet Petal to pop off on this Ezreal?
Just go for it. I think like have a Rakan or something, right? Someone that can engage. The Alistar gets picked up by Upcar Esports, so a lot of layers that enables this Ziggs to land all of his spells. It's also a champion that Smurf in the early stages of the group stage loves to pick, but has kind of fallen off a bit. There is still the Rakan available, but it's not going to be as effective with the Alistar around on Upcar. And they also take the Irelia for themselves. This is a switch up from Upcar Esports. They're denying Watermelon some of their prior picks.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the previous draft, right? They try to copy what Watermelon is known best for so that they negate all these priority picks that Watermelon loves to fall back to. So without that Irelia, and they will have to go back to something different. And honestly, Vendetta could still have plenty of options left on the table. You will expect Ravens to be playing this up mid instead of passing it over to Arashi in the jungle.
Yeah, but there's also a chance where, Arashi takes it to the jungle, right? We have a very big flex pick for the side of Upcar Esports. I don't think that Zizune is going to be a fan of that Irelia. I feel like you want to give him something that allows him to set up for his team like he has done. But I say that, and he might just show up with a Tryndamere or an Akshan. That's something that has always been, Upcar Esports alley, and Watermelon agrees with that. They ban the Akshan. They don't want Zizune to get his hands on that champion.
Yeah, I think it's a really wise decision here, though it's quite a heavy investment that they're putting up onto the Baron laner of Upcar Esports. So you have things that are still available. Darius could easily answer to the Garen, so you don't really have to really worry all too much if you're going to be on Upcar Esports side. Now, more of the bans are being set into place to ensure that Smurf don't have a good time throughout the course of the battle. We're seeing him go for things like Nasus, which now it's the playoffs time. I don't think he's going to go for things as risky as such. So falling back to a Braum that could easily proc some of all these brittle stacks to get at least some of all these crowd control going.
Yeah, very straightforward. Basically a brick wall for Watermelon. Has good setup. You can enable like the rest of your team to get that damage through, especially protecting Vendetta from all of these damage coming out from Upcar Esports. But it's going to be a Kha'Zix. So we get the eternal rivalry, Rengar and Kha'Zix in the jungle in game number 4. Wait, is that the trophy collection for Wild Rift?
That I have to check. I believe that there should be one, so that they can get to finish off their final evolution. Well, I guess that whether or not if they do get it, it's not gonna be the biggest party. We're seeing that Tryndamere, and honestly, it's not really the best game for Tryndamere. Think about it. There's going to be that Braum that's going to be able to pop that Glacial Fissure, and the Kali won't be able to match up in that early game pre-5 and post-5. If you're not going to be able to pop in that Undying Rage, she's just going to be able to use the perfect execution, drop you out before you could even hit that ultimate.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, I was thinking of like the Camille went through the entire game, right? Like the Camille would be a decent choice to lock down all these targets. And that's what I said, right? Like if he doesn't go for Akshan, like a Tryndamere is going to show up some point, and now we get the Tryndamere. Sure, it does give him some damage, it's allow him to split push, but your laning phase is going to be miserable. You cannot really flex a Tryndamere. Like where is he going to go? You don't want to face the Akali. It's a bad matchup as Akali gets levels. But if you go mid, it is equally, you know, it's equally rough. So I think they have put Zizune in a very tough spot, and now he has to kind of, you know, fight for his own life on a lone island.
Well, I guess it's all down to this match. If Team Wallmelon gets it in the back, I feel like Upcar Esports would have exhausted every single strategy to hit into Game 5, and I guess that's what all the viewers want. Hitting into Game 5 with all these things laid out on the floor plan, and Upcar Esports didn't really seem to have an integrated plan when it comes down to a 5v5 scenario. It looks more of like a pick-off that could come in with overwhelming damage, but if things don't go in their favor in that early game, once again, all this can easily be answered back with Wallmelon's draft, which looked to be something that seems more stable.
Yeah, and I think, you know, right now for Upcar Esports, it really comes down to how they execute this draft, right? They got the Ziggs. That's something that they, you know, prioritize a lot, right? They get the Irelia, they take it away from Watermelon. They have Alistar. They have this setup that allows them to play that front to back. But at the same time, you know, we see Watermelon they put Vendetta on the Rengar once more. They have this Akali. Jinkai is very comfortable with it. So we will get this matchup. And honestly, I don't know if Upcar Esports even wants to consider any sort of lane swap, because either Irelia or Tryndamere, none of them wants to face up against Akali. So it's kind of like a pick a poison. Who wants to sacrifice a bit more early on?
Yeah, I guess that somebody just gotta soak in all these heavy beating up in the early game. I guess Zizune's main goal in this matchup is to create that scenario where he is able to come in with those split push while they try to chase this Tryndamere. Arashi could easily just follow up and try to catch them all off guard. So that's only in the best case scenario. 5v5s, I think hands down, Team Wallmelon could just easily trample them over. So gotta keep an eye out for that. So Husky, are we really going to Game 5 though with this draft?
That's what I want to ask you, right? Do you think we will go to a Game 5? I personally want to see a Game 5 just because I think
I have like the Contra sense tingling in me. Possibly like it's just almost whispering in my ear once again that yeah, Game 5 might just happen, but we'll just see if Upcar Esports could defy the odds here in this match form.
you say defy the odds, but they actually have a lead, right? I think that's the craziest part. Like the odds that Upcar Esports is dealing with is a potential reverse sweep,
right.
which is pretty crazy, you know, considering that this happened in the quarterfinals. It's not to say that. It's not to say that, you know, like, oh, if they win the quarterfinals, they'll have an easier time, but at least the brackets that they get will be a bit different, right? They would eventually lose against 7-9, but you get a slightly better seeding, I suppose. But right now, you put themselves in this position, and you have to fight for your life. But I guess the silver lining is that even up against a team as strong as Watermelon, they have shown some significant prowess. We're able to kind of prevent this potential invade. That's going to be 4 members. Arashi Once the kill flashes away, Smurf gets caught. First blood for Coffee. Vendetta does not have flash, does kill one off. Scarlet Petal going hand, they get a stun to L Major as Beyond needs to protect Coffee right now. A good pulverizer by time. Coffee with the minefield doesn't really connect onto L Major. A 2-for-2 trade right off the gates.
Well, it definitely felt like Howling Abyss for the past minute, where they just go in for full commitment. 2 for 2, I think that's worthy enough. At least they didn't lose that red buff over to Team Watermelon, and that could possibly cost this early game to skill all over in the favor of Team Watermelon. Now, Coffee, I like that he's disciplined enough. Normal pubs, they'll just flash over to get that last auto attack onto that Garen, but definitely, in the competitive setting, one kill doesn't really add up all too much because you will have such a bad time in that laning phase. So, just Upcar Esports looking for that stability, especially with the Baron lane as well as the mid lane matchup not favoring them all too much.
Yeah, and that's, like Upcar Esports has to start soaking up all of this pressure as Vendetta goes for an invade, but guess who shows up? It's his rival. Arashi is here. They bring Jinkai along.
So does
In
Jinkai.
this 2v2, it feels like Watermelon have a stronger lead. L Major is going to keep Raven in his place. They also have Smurf entering the fray. And they want to make sure that Arashi gets starved out of his own jungle. No resources for him. Vendetta jumps in. Beyond shows up. Good power rise. Jinkai forced to use the Twilight Shroud. But Upcar Esports still gets forced out of the jungle. The brew buff gets reset. But Upcar can't contest this no more.
I think it's alright when Arashi loses a little bit of resource here, because that also leaves a little bit more spacing for the rest of Upcar Esports to farm up. But the problem is he's also going to be losing that Gromp, so he's going to be pretty behind on levels. So Vendetta easily reaches level 5 as compared to this Kha'Zix that will need at least, like, what, 2 to 3 more camps to get there?
Yeah, and that's going to be a struggle for Arashi, right? All the camps have been cleared. His Crocs got invaded early on, so now he is forced to path bot side. So he can't really, influence the top or mid lane. Not that the matchup favors his teammates, but, being there does alleviate some of that pressure. But Arashi will have to work with scraps. And this is a bad time for him. The camps are not going to spawn in time. I don't think he will hit level 5. He will need to wait for the passive experience, as Vendetta is already enjoying the fruits of those early invades.
Yeah, while he waits out, maybe he could soak a little bit of EXP, but Jinkai is waiting for that solo kill.
Azizune is still holding on to it, very patient. Oh. Perfect execution. Actually goes wide from Jinkai. Not really sure if that was intended, but he did, do a very stylish execution out of the fight. Jinkai still gets a recall. Azizune just popped this ultimate. Still has the Ghost exhaust coming back up, but Jinkai will just pressure him.
Yeah, I think it's still gonna be a winning lane for Jinkai overall. Like, so long as you pop that Undying Rage, you're gonna be having a smooth time if he were to stay underneath. But the problem is, if there's gonna be any overcommitment, Jinkai understands there's an exhaust. There's also the Ghost, where easily Zizune can turn that fight around. So it's a good call that he didn't really fully commit to that.
Yeah, like if you pop the Undying Rage first, you've already lost the fight, right? That's kind of like what Jinkai is going for. But at least Ravens, he will try to match with L Major. He's forcing it away. Vendetta through the Han's gonna find 2 targets. A good power rise. Arashi leaps over the wall safety. Beyond will flash after him, but they will still stun him out with the Braum passive. As Vendetta will pick up the kill. Well, Scarlet Petal helps him out, but Vendetta loses his life. Jinkai will chase Coffee away. Smurf does get the flash off. It will be a 1-for-1 trade.
What a way to actually get priority on that Herald, where you just basically brute force your way. Vendetta's presence itself. Scary is still living life out with Upcar Esports, where you saw Zizune. He understands. No ult available, no summoners as well. He was forced to burn the Ghost, and after that, what I like about how Arashi maneuvered is that he immediately hops over the wall, understanding that Beyond has his own flash, he could hold his own, trying to take the fight where they could easily win it out on that choke point. And yet, it was still a trade that has still favored the rest of Watermelon. So, Upcar Esports, despite having a little bit of deficit in that early game, they're on that road to recovery, which is not too bad of a deal.
When we see that itemization from Zizune, Wit's End first item, Magic Resist, you want to deal with Jinkai, but Jinkai he's going for the Divine Sunder, and he also has Oblivion Orb, just to get rid of some of those healings that this tournament bring to his team. This is probably one of those games where the objectives, they don't get instantly started, right? The past 3 games, the objective spawn, the teams instantly go for it, but right now they are getting zoned out left, right, and center. And I think Upcar Esports perfectly understands if they try to force something, Watermelon can just jump on them and completely obliterate them.
Yeah, and I like this new build on the Kali as well. It gives you so much more survivability and still have massive damage output. Oh my goodness!
Wow, a solo kill from Scarlet Petal with a bit of assistance from Smurf, but that is good enough. Upcar Esports and Watermelon will trade objectives as Upcar. They will work on the Rift Herald, but yeah, Jinkai is hovering around. Arashi smites it in time. Beyond walks forward with the trample. And now hit by Polarize to follow up. They don't have the burst though. Arashi needs to be careful. Glacial Fissure in the face. Izune shows up with a spinning slash, but Jinkai is in the shroud, exhausted. Shuriken flip is still on him. Izune tries to run him down with the ghost. Undying Ray spinning slash. Jinkai flashes to safety. The outplay coming through. Beyond pops the ultimate. They really want Jinkai dead, but Jinkai is still alive. Jinkai does not go down. And Smurf even picks the consolation prize off of that 2 for Watermelon.
Huge outplay by Jinkai and Smurf. Now they're definitely in a pickle with Scarlet Petal also moving over the top side. How much can they answer back with? Graven's also in trouble.
Takes an out from Major. And of course, Vendetta with his savagery will get the kill. We are seeing a pattern right here, Contra. I think Upcar Esports are going down that dark road again. A 4K lead for Watermelon. 7 minutes in.
Okay, I think that I kind of know what kind of car they've been driving. If they're using a Malaysian car, it's kind of like MyV, where you have a lot of speed going on to those highways, but you burn out the petroleum really quickly. And I think that they're only at the final bar remaining, and they just got to reserve it until they really have to hit it.
Yeah, and this was a fight, right? I mean, we can just feast our eyes on Jinkai. He played this so well.
Yeah, and just watch as Sune kind of turns it right there. He felt so confident that he could get it, but he didn't remember about the flash that was still left available for Jinkai to make this outplay happen, forcing Upcar Esports to really overcommit, which they honestly shouldn't.
Yeah, you just let Jinkai go, right? Right? You got the Rift Herald. Everything else is, after that is a bonus. It's a cherry on top. But Upcar Esports wanted more.
Yeah, and that grade really cost them though.
It really did. Well, I guess the good part of that is that Watermelon only got the bot tier 1. And now they send Zizune to match up against L Major. But Zizune will need a lot of time, right? He has to withstand. That's not gonna do any good against the Garen. Even against Jinkai, he can't really solo kill Jinkai with that item.
Yeah,
so Watermelon kind of have Upcar in the chokehold.
Can I also highlight that they have 3 Divine Sunrays on Watermelon's side, so it doesn't matter how tanky this Alistar is gonna be. They could easily just hop on top of Ravens or beyond and get the work done in an instant. We saw how much Scarlet Petal can do to Coffee. That was just with 2 rotational spells. So with all that considered, 5v5s are going to be a breeze for Watermelon, which they're not even looking for. They're just going for picks after picks, slowly trying to choke out all the resources that Upcar Esports can get out of this. And then when they're fully starved out, that's where they really want to strike. So I wonder if Upcar Esports can get any pick of their own.
Oh boy. They spotted the members of Upcar. Beyond and Arashi called out Mega Inferno Bomb. Does bring Spur Flow. But our Major shows up, tries to go for Beyond, and Beyond will have to give his life away. No way out for him. Watermelon gets the support of Upcar.
Yeah, that's the better exchange that they could possibly walk out with than to lose more of their members. Izune finally find himself a little bit of third plating, while El Major has been able to respond pretty well. So at least having the Irelia to switch things up, they should be able to hold on for a little bit longer, but they have to consider Vendetta's always going to be ready coming in with a gang. So you see this 1-3-1 formation that Upcar Esports hold just to defend is not going to be able to do too much, but just to sustain. The Herald though will have to expire as he has to take a long journey towards the top side, and that might force Upcar Esports to come in with a commitment of their own.
And the next repair is gonna spawn, right? We see Vendetta going for the reset. The rest of Watermelon, they are showing up top, except for our Major. He has to deal with Zizune. That means Upcar Esports will take this opportunity to quickly draw the repair out of the pit, bring it down low. This should be secured for them. And Smurf is a bit too late to the party. As long as Coffee is alive, you can shove up those waves, you can break structures easily, and with this Rip Arrow, that's gonna enable that. But Coffee gets gone, and Scarlet Petal goes straight for it, and they just blow him up with one spell rotation. Coffee could not find no means of survival.
Yeah, he's already utilized every single spell that he has, and he doesn't even make the cut. Now it's only 2 members. Watermelon could easily get this.
Yeah, they want to buy time, they want to protect the structure, but Beyond could not stand. The device Sundra just doing so much work, and Watermelon will just destroy the structure. Meanwhile, Zizune solo killed by Al Major, doesn't even get to pop the ult. 11-3 is the score line, and Team Watermelon are in such a lead, almost I think a full 8,000 gold lead at this point.
And I think that it's already over for Upcar Esports if they're going at the pace where they have found solutions. Oh, they want to ensure that Arashi doesn't get a good game going. That has been checked out from minute 3 onwards, or some could even say minute 1 because of that invade. And after that, there's just no control of the map for Upcar Esports. Everything's really falling short, and I think that their draft really don't allow them to go in for 5v5 commitments. Like, if they do that, we've already seen multiple instances of that. Coffee, especially coming out with, you know, the Ghost as well as the Flash, couldn't even survive. That tells you a lot.
And it also comes down to the whole factor of, like, which lane do you want to target, right? Like, if you target a player, if you target a lane, you want to at least win that lane. But Upcar Esports felt like they lost all the lanes. Zizune, you know, down bot, he's trying to pressure Al Major. He has that Undying Rage. They now bring in 3 men. Al Major has to go. Undying Rage well used. They even used the Mega Inferno Bomb just in case. So at least Upcar Esports gets something down bot, but that means Raven will have to deal with the pressure up top from Smurf and Jinkai.
Yeah, and for sure it's definitely on for them. Upcar Esports still trying to force a little bit of split push while they get the catch.
Zizune has no ult. And of course Arashi also gets found out. It's overextension, but at least they kill off a Smurf. And now they need to try and find Jinkai. Beyond gets a stun off, but that's pretty much it. Jinkai very much in safe hands. And Coffee needs to be careful though. Take the Shuriken flip in the face. Tries to charge away. Jinkai forcing them back. True Shot Barrage from Scarlet Petal comes right through. They still get a pulverized. Jinkai now dropping down low. There is a minefield. Flashes forward. Shuriken flip. Dodged by Coffee. Jinkai down low. Shields up with the fleet footwork. The keystone saving Jinkai. Can Beyond get a stun off? Headbutt pulverized. Finally a punch to the face to get rid of the Akali. But Baron Nashor is getting started up.
They really have to race for this one though, and Watermelon understands the risk of it. They only have 3 members by the pit while this Brown's pretty far away. Good call from them, because Upcar Esports, they still have their jungler intact. They still have to respect, though Arashi hasn't been able to do all too much with one easy picking with low targets. Watermelon will have to respect this Kha'Zix on how much he could just dish out in the windfall. So at least Upcar Esports buy a little bit more time, especially with that skirmish that happens inside of the jungle. But as the game progresses into a later stage, I'm not too certain if Tsune is going to be able to continuously going for that split push, because all of that has been able to be answered by not only Jinkai, but Vendetta is on it as well.
Yeah. And I think he really is coming into a split push, right? You see he has a Twin Shadow, so goes for a split push, uses Twin Shadow, finds out where the enemies are. Not that it matters too much though. Exhausted, gank, pops in Dying Rage, Vendetta just slices him to pieces with those claws, and Beyond wanted to help him, but Beyond ends up going down. So all of that effort, not even getting the top tier 1, that is a heartbreaker for Upcar Esports. And what about turns their attention to Baron?
Yeah, but it's going to be 3 versus 5 to Watermelon. Honestly, not even phased about taking up fights while they're also getting this Baron power play into their hands. So much that Upcar Esports could possibly come up with, but they only can respond by taking out 1 turret. Now the chase is going to be on. Upcar Esports, they have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but that is on the hunt.
Oh, Coffee. I don't think he can get out of this. He just dies. Not even able to use the Zhonya's. And Ravens will have to go for a huge outplay. Vanguard is good onto 4, but you cannot move. There's a stun. The concussive blows from Smurf is just way too much. Scarlet Petal was the target, but he just flashes, you know, away. Has the arcane shift. Vendetta shows up. That's it. I don't think Upcar Esports can do anything. In fact, the next dragon is spawning.
Yeah, it's easily like 10k gold lead for them, especially with the Baron power play. So none of the members of Upcar Esports could do anything about this Drake, and that's going to be seized by Team One Melon. Sure, if you have Arashi jumping in, you can easily take him down, and even to deal with the problem, they're already struggling by yourself. Scarpel's coming in.
Yeah, Scarlet Petal just mystic shots after mystic shots beyond, forced to run away, and Arashi has to use his body to block the shots, but ends up giving his life. Is it worth it, Arashi? I don't think so. 45 seconds on the clock. And Coffee, he might be a Ziggs, but clearing out Baron Power minions is a different task of it on its own. They'll have to try the Raven, find Smurf, but that's the beefy target. Gets exhausted again. Scarlet Petal goes for a kill. A good pull rest from beyond. Scarlet Petal goes golden. Where's the damage? Coffee will find it, but our Major shows up, takes out the inhibitor turret. Mid lane completely open. Jinkai goes on a roll as 3 members of Upcar Esports are down. And Contra, let me tell you, we are going to a game 5 for sure. Upcar Esports once more will have to face their inner demons, their biggest obstacle, finishing the whole series. Watermelon pushes us all the way.
One more game is all it takes for Watermelon to complete the reversal against Upcar Esports. And history may just repeat itself for a team that started off strong, but have not been able to come off with a footing of their own. And honestly, Team Watermelon, they didn't do things that are out of the ordinary. This is a draft that we've seen too much of throughout the group stages, and they're feeling absolutely confident by just slowly choking them out. Once they did have the Baron buff, it's already over. There's no way that Upcar Esports could even do anything to stop that. So some may even say, right, like it was already over from minute 8. From that point onwards, it just didn't feel like Upcar Esports was willing to fight for anything.
Yeah, I felt like they didn't have an answer, right? Like they got off to such a good start, and once Watermelon started, winning those fights, it feels like Upcar Esports, they shrunk back a bit. But, we will take a breather for a while. We will go for a break, and let's come back after that to kind of discuss more about Game 4.
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey! I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
One more game separates these two teams, Upcar Esports and Team Watermelon, from glory and heartbreaking defeat. Watermelon have came back 2 games in a row and they're at the cusp of a reverse sweep, and Upcar Esports stare down their deepest and most evil demons once more. A potential reverse sweep from their opponents. I'm Husky alongside Contra. We gotta go through game 4 first, the game that led us to this point.
Yeah, and it really feels like Upcar Esports, they're not ready to run that marathon. We saw them basically sprinting to the finish line, but halfway through, they start to lose their breath, and now they're starting to fumble. And honestly, the drafts itself are questionable in Game 4. Like, the way that they've planned things out, like, I don't know what the Tryndamere is supposed to do throughout the course of the battle. Like, there's no way that he could possibly pilfer even in team fights. And I don't even have words to describe what could they possibly bring in Game 5 to still secure this best of 5 in order to proceed forward in that lower bracket run. While Melon, they have done everything right so far. They fall back to the same thing that has worked out to the group stages, and it's honestly not crazy spectacular plays or oddball picks that's been able to enable them that chance. It's just Upcar not really stepping up, and I guess that we just really have to go back to some of the stats, which, you know, it's all gonna be in favor of Watermelon.
Yeah, and we look at, you know, Upcar Esports, right? They just didn't, you know, keep their foot. They just took their foot off the gas pedal. I think that's the correct way to describe what has happened so far. I mean, this game was just a train wreck. Watermelon went for the early invade. They completely shut down Arashi. They did not enable him to make any plays on this Kha'Zix. No lead for him. You know, level deficit, resource deficit, and on top of that, they won every single lane. Upcar Esports did not get any footing, even from the get-go.
Yeah, and we start off with synergies, right? Like, what synergies does a 6 as well as an Alistar have against an Ezreal as well as Braum? Absolutely nothing. They're just going to be moving forward, dish out all these sort of pokes, and Beyond's going to be soaking all of that. Coffee can only try to trade back, while Vendetta gets free reign throughout the course of this span of the match, where he could easily just move in, no threats whatsoever. Arashi's already been shut down early on. Raven can only do so much in a team fight, and therefore nothing has worked in favor of Upcar Esports, where that are desperate, pushing onto the side lanes, trying to get one turret at the very least, and every time they do that, they still get punished.
Yeah. Another question is that Rengar the magic for Watermelon, right?
Feels like it.
Right, it kind of feels like it, right? Like both Game 3 and Game 4, Vendetta takes the Rengar away, and you know it's not just Vendetta. Everyone has stepped up, but it felt like that. It felt like Vendetta felt really comfortable, you know, with that Rengar in his pocket, right? Making those early gangs, knowing that his team backs him up. You don't have the Galio Shen, no problem. The Braum does the same. We have Jinkai on the Akali. Now the question for Upcar Esports is, who do they prioritize in Game 5?
Yeah, I guess it's a culmination of all things considered, right? Like, it's not just about that Rengar here that's going to be problematic for Upcar Esports to deal with. It's more of their own picks that couldn't really handle initiations coming in from the rest of Team Watermelon. And I think that's one thing that they have to sort out first, which means that you need better drafts to really stand out when it comes down to going on those 5v5s. And on top of that, sure, if you ban out the Rengar, there's always going to be another option out there for Watermelon. We've already seen them on Aurelia. We've seen them on even potentially a Kha'Zix. All the picks that Arashi can come up with, you could just basically take it for themselves. It's more about singling out the rest of the players before you even think about stopping Vendetta.
Yeah, and I just want to quote like something that Almost said previously. He said, if you want to target someone, you want to do it, right? You don't want to, you can't leave it halfway. If you want to target Smurf, do it all the way. If you want to target Vendetta, do it all the way. You can't, distribute your bans, and that is just going to end up giving your opponents a lot more window to breathe. It's like when you land a knockout punch, you want to make sure that the guy is out cold. Watermelon starts off with a Senna ban, the Upcar Esports, they ban the Karma. Now the question is that Vayne going to go through? It felt like the team, they don't really prioritize that Vayne anymore.
Yeah, I guess that it's a non-factor for Upcar Esports because Watermelon could easily have the same sort of setup and they could still find a reach onto Coffee if he ever actually plays that Vayne. And if it's being out in the open, Jinkai could also snatch it up for himself. So it's a win either ways for Team Watermelon. So I'm hoping to see a pick to go in favor of Upcar Esports, and that's the set for Beyond because he has shown a whole lot of strength back in game 1 as well as game 2. Even if you put it on Zisune or Ravens, they're still going to be able to come up with something which you could easily divert this team fight into your favor if you do get the showstopper to pull away some of the members to displace Team Watermelon, and that's one way that they should get about in some of all these matchups. So with the rest of the bans, we have Master Yi, Garen as well as Senna, Kali being removed as well, and I did mention about the set. That's what Team Watermelon wants for themselves.
Yeah, I think you see I've kind of like put in a corner, right? Like, who do we want to ban? Like, if we don't ban the set, there's a chance Watermelon takes it, but if we ban the set, then Akali go to first phase and Watermelon can easily pick it up as a priority. So Upcar Esports, they kind of have to, pick what they think is more of a threat, and I think that Jinkai Akali makes perfect sense. So set goes over to Watermelon, Upcar Esports picks up the Galio, and they have the Camille, they have the Rengar for Arashi if they want to, right? That's what we saw from Watermelon, and Arashi takes the Rengar for himself.
Yeah, I guess this is the only good thing that has happened throughout the draft so far. I haven't really seen too huge of a contribution when Upcar Esports go on the Galio, but if he does land those significant 3-man taunt, that could basically alter the course of the battle, but it's gonna be pretty hard because you're dealing against a set. And did we forget? There's also the Jax that's also available. Not only do you have to deal with one hyper carry, make that 2 in the late game.
And right now, Upcar Esports, Coffee Tristana, we have seen this before, but it also puts them in a situation where, do you want to ban the Shen? Smurf can pick the Shen up. You want to ban the Rakan? I think it's targeted towards Smurf at this point. But if you ban all of that, Jinkai can grab something like an Aurelia, like a Riven, right? And then you put Smurf on that set. So I think their hands are tied. But Upcar Esports starts with a Morgana ban. That's something that has been a threat to them. You don't want to deal with a Vendetta, Scarlet Petal, Black Shield. That's a bit too much. As we talk about this Vayne, it could be Jinkai Vayne as well. We did see that in Game 3. So Watermelon have enabled themselves so many alternatives. Whereas for Upcar Esports, they're getting pulled around in this draft.
Yeah, and this is a heavy decision to make. Instead of banning that Shen, they're going in for Ziggs, which means that Upcar Esports, with this advantage of the second draft in their favor, they will have to either take this Shen or give it away to Watermelon to get them even more of that safety net, and we're seeing an Ahri instead. So I am gonna say that our predictions may, after all, be correct.
And we see, the Ahri getting picked up so that, because our major does play the Ahri, right? But you think about it, there is also the Gragas, so like Upcar Esports, they are prioritizing this a lot. I think in this current state, Watermelon has gotten into that hit, right? Like, our major plays Ari, plays Gragas. Who do you want to prioritize? Okay, let's pick the Ari. We leave the support for last. There are some options, you know. There's Thresh, there's a Rakan, there's a Nami for the disengage if you want. Oh wait, that's the Galio. What am I talking about? So they take the Fiora for Zizune.
Yeah.
But I guess the Galio is okay. Right? At the end of the day, I think Upcar Esports, they have this draft where it's kind of the same as Watermelon. They have the Tristana that's gonna outrage everyone in the late game. They have Fiora to do the same. The Rengar can facilitate that mid game. Now it comes back to how do they take those team fights, because I think Watermelon are very robust in terms of getting those done.
Yeah, at least there's a little bit of good improv coming in from Upcar Esports, where Zizune has been able to show up with his Fiora plays as well. And I'm just hoping that when it comes down to late game, he will come to a point where he's well fed enough that he could even challenge some of all these frontline defense coming from Team Watermelon, because easily that Jax could come in with that counter strike, could just basically render some of these hits all useless, unless if you could get some good riposte in that battle, then it could still be a good 50-50. While I still think that there's still some fight left on the side of Upcar Esports, it's not as easy as they want to if they want to come up with this execution, because this is like a pickoff composition that they will have to manage that early game well enough to get it snowballing, whereas we just play for time if you're going to be on Watermelon's side. And by the time that you hit 18 minutes of play, everything's just going to come into full effect, and Watermelon could just go steamrolling with those 5v5s.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit worried for Upcar Esports, but at least they have some layers of safety. You can kind of fall back onto a trampoline and you bounce back on your feet. That's what the Galio provides. You can deal with these engages with the charm if you land it on Ravens. We see some mid-game emphasis, right? You want Ravens and Arashi to be running around the map, getting those individual pickoffs. And something that we're not able to see from Upcar in game 3 and 4 were those early dives, those well-executed dives. And I think that's also comes back to the draft, which does not allow them to do so. Hopefully this one gives them a bit more avenue to work with, because if we go back down game 3 and 4, I feel like that reverse sweep is going to come true, and we will have to wave goodbye to Upcar at the end of this game.
Yeah, and with a draft being concocted so perfectly from Team Watermelon, it's quite fail-proof if you ask me. Every single champion that they have secured for themselves have some form of crowd control that they could possibly hold their own. So laning phase, you expect them to be able to just hold on for pretty long. And what you're gonna do, you want to dive onto this vein, you still have to consider that it's gonna be easy rotation for that Gragas to still change things around with a counter initiative of their own.
And this is where I have to pop the question to you once more, right? In game 4, you did ask, what is the synergy of those champions when they come together? What are we looking at right here for both teams?
Well, to start things off with Upcar Esports, at least there's a hint of mobility for most of their champions that they have brought into play. The only thing that I'm really concerned of is how much time does it take for Coffee to get activated on this Tristana. So if you want to see him pop off, he has to make those really risky rocket jumps in order to get him those leads very early, and possibly that's all that you could possibly hope for. Then you just save that buster shot for that disengage and just hope for the best.
Yep. This is it, the final game, the last 30 minutes for one of this team, Upcar Esports and Team Watermelon. Game 5 in this knockout series. It could not have gone any better. We wanted to go the distance, and we are taken to the full distance, but the destination is pretty nearby. At least for one of these teams, they move on into the lower bracket semi-finals, and for one of them, they have to finish 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Watermelon definitely feeling good about this, where they have a whole lot more juice to offer throughout the playoffs if they do close this one off. I really gotta comment on how well they've been able to keep themselves composed throughout this best of 5, because any team would have easily have their hopes crushed by the time that you are 2 games down in deficit. But they kept coming up with brilliant ideas time after time, and it's just them having a good synergy between their teammates, full trust on each other to get to where they are. So now, Upcar Esports, they may have looked a little disjointed. They just have to find that rhythm once again in order to pull through.
And you can always rely on Coffee. You give him these kind of late game hyper carries, Tristana, Vayne, Lucian. He will always find a way, and this is why he's one of those Dragon Laners who is at the top, right? But of course, like everything that we kind of built up about this star player on the side of Upcar kind of comes down to this one game. Can he be that hero that they need?
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, let's see if Arashi could also be the one that will be Robin to the Batman. I'm saying that Coffee needs to put on a mask though.
Yeah, they see him. You know, they see Arashi. Very good awareness from Smurf. That you know, presence of mind. But that means Coffee gets a full explosive charge on that turret. Not gonna break any playing though. Vendetta isolated up
Risky.
top. There's gonna be a counter strike. Zizune riposte doesn't block the counter strike. Vendetta delays it for a first blood. Sidesteps the orb and gets the double kill. Vendetta is a beast.
What on earth are we seeing? Impeccable! Vendetta! Probably the best jungler that we've had in this lower bracket playoffs, and a solo kill comes through. Make that 3 for Watermelon.
Unbelievable double kill, and he was the one getting called out. Dodges all the spells. The patience on that riposte to make it happen. But bottom lane, we do see some scuffle, right? Coffee and beyond. At least we're able to push Scarlet Petal and Smurf out of the lane. But you see the side lanes, well, the solo lanes, completely in shambles. That was the opportunity for Upcar to take the lead, and Vendetta completely denied it right in their face. And Almeida, throughout the solo kill, didn't even use his ultimate. I think that was the most impressive part of that mid-fight as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how much of the damage have been soaked through by the Crux alone. Like, that play itself, we got to watch it once more. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be going into the highlights by the end of the day. But he has the smite available as well, so he could easily recover the health bars, and he didn't even need it. That's how strong Vendetta is. He's so confident, it's like, yeah, come at me, bro. I'm just gonna get those free double kills any day.
And Upcar Esports, like, what is the answer right now? Vendetta, you give him a lead, and that's how he runs with it. We see him do it on almost all the champions that he gets his hands on. And this is not an Olaf. This is not a champion that, you know, past 15 minutes, you can blow him up. This is a Jax. He will blow you up instead. 4 minutes coming, 4 minutes now, the objectives will spawn. And we're going to be looking at perhaps the first important fight, right? If Upcar Esports gets a bad fight, I think this game is going to be a tragedy for them.
Yeah, Zizune being forced to pop his grand challenge just to get a little bit more movement speed to move off. But look who's here. Smurfs have already rotated. They want that priority onto that Rift Herald to get things going. So no help will be given to Zizune while they get that break for themselves. But there's going to be a little bit of a hustle, especially with all major is already there. So it's not an easy task for Upcar Esports to even secure themselves that objective, but they're going to commit to the process.
Exhaust use Almeida forced away and forced to cast on him, take the honey fruit. Buster shot will be his undoing. At least Upcar Esports gets something. They did lose the top tier 1 to Shelly, but they will be able to trade one back down bot.
Yeah, but mid lane's being pressurized as well. Having Beyond there will only buy a little bit of time. He shouldn't be going down, so I guess that this respawn is still very decent as Upcar Esports. They may be on that recovery stage, but those sort of kickoffs that we're hoping to see from Upcar won't be coming to fruition for, at the very least, another good 4 minutes.
And we haven't even seen, you know, both teams fighting head-on in that 5v5, right? Like, Watermelon haven't demonstrated to us what this whole team comp is capable of. What we do know is that Jinkai has played a phenomenal Baron lane thus far. Zizune stood no chance. Even in the games that Upcar Esports won, I don't think Jinkai suffered too much. He was still solo killing players Zizune. I say that Zizune wants to prove me wrong. There's a couple more lunges will do and he gets it. That's what I lifesteal off the minion and will survive But Smurf shows up though, they should know this, and in fact, they also see Scarlet Petal. Vendetta is there, and that means that this engage will be thwarted.
Yeah, that's pretty important for the Furia to get all those items so that he will be in the perfect shape whenever another challenge comes in, especially against Vendetta. Jinkai, sure, he may have dropped one. He may have built himself a Blizzard Ring King, and in fact, there's 3 Blizzard Ring Kings on Team Watermelon side. It seems like a purple team going on. Cameras will just wiggling off for a bit, because not only the players are feeling a little bit nervous about this, because all the fans out there who's hoping for either sides to win will eventually have either side being upset.
Oh no, it's a bait. They knew that this would happen. Arashi gets assistance but instantly abandoned. Watermelon knew that they would win this. And Upcar Esports, they just bit on the fishing rod. I don't know if Upcar Esports can stop this. They will bring Ravens in to clear the way, but that is pretty much it.
Yeah, good clearance at the very least, but there's still going to be a Herald that will be dropped in. So the turret will be secured nonetheless by Team Watermelon. Tsune's got to leave though. If he stays any longer, he could easily be picked off. While you have a few members of Upcar Esports all over the place, they're not even having a secure way to defend his turret, but they're going for a catch.
Yeah, good one. Good catch from the bowler. And now Thrill of the Hunt. It's going to be used. Upcar Esports, they want more. Taunt from beyond. They know Scarlet Petal is away, but Coffee cannot access him, and suddenly Upcar Esports gets turned on their heads. Vendetta goes in. Jinkai follows up for a showstopper into a punch into Coffee's face. As Vendetta picks up a double kill, Upcar Esports loses 3 down mid.
I'm not too sure if he's intending to land that Bola strike on top of Scarlet Petal, because that could basically take down Scarlet Petal, especially when he was moving in all alone. Tsune, he may have popped the Grand Challenge, but he's nowhere close to racing against 3 members of Watermelon that could easily turn it all around. We're going to catch that replay once again. You saw that Bola strike landed on Braum instead. If he landed on Scarlet Petal, that could be an easy connection for him to basically break him off where he was hiding inside the bush, trying to do damage, while the rest of Watermelon easily come in with a turret dive of their own, wiping off the rest of Upcar Esports.
He also got exhausted, right? I think that's the unlucky part. They would try to at least kill off Smurf. They control him, they finish him off. Upcar Esports, despite losing certain skirmishes, still has potential to go for individual pickoffs, something that Watermelon has to respect. And with that being said, the Rift Herald just spawned, and without the presence of Smurf, Upcar Esports feels a bit more confident to go for it.
Yeah, now they're just going to be trading objectives, where if you give a little bit more mobility to the rest of Watermelon, they can easily just run off. It doesn't matter if you want to go in for damage. Tsune's got to work harder for those kills. Here comes the Hero's entrance.
They get the Grand Challenge on Scarlet Petal, but he has assistance for his team, and now they actually steal it beyond, finishes the dragon off, and the rest of Upcar Esports, they are scattering in the wind as Scarlet Petal survives through all of that. And Upcar Esports, they identify the Vayne is the problem, but they cannot kill him all, and Shelly will not be able to take down that mid turret.
Well, at least they keep that turret intact, as they will not need any minutes to break the mid turret of Upcar Esports. So that steal definitely is something that Watermelon didn't expect. There was still Smite on, so I'm not too sure if they didn't expect that coming in, but Deta for challenge in the jump.
Smurf blocks the charm, gets taunt back to Rashi, leaps in. Coffee actually rocket jump onto Smurf just to add an extra stack for his explosive charge, and of course it works out. Smurf once more being the hero to protect his teammate. Zizune tries to go for a split push, but that's pretty much it. He has to back off right now.
Still could go in favor of Upcar Esports. Now Zizune should be able to complete his Livering King later on. Jinkai's just going to be able to halt him for ever so slightly. With a rotation over to the top side, that will be matched with Smurf joining in the fray. They could easily clear off one wave, and that's just about it. I don't think that Upcar could still get this turret for their own. So, considering this, if they do hit into the late game with Coffee's performance, do you think that it's good enough for Upcar to at least stop that reverse sweep and not be cursed forever?
I would like to think so, right? Because they do have some tools to get there, or at least to play out the late game if we reach that point. We're almost 11 minutes in. in Watermelon so far, especially Vendetta. 5-0. He has 3 Divine Sunderer, Play of the Rune King, and he has a Death Dance. And I don't think Upcar Esports have enough to take him down in an instant.
Yeah, and for now, you can see that Watermelon is trying to get more itemization so they can start winning those team fights. Where some of the dives that they moved into jungle here didn't really look all too clean, because that's where Upcar Esports shines best when they come in for the choke point, 1
Just get exhausted, so Showstopper dealt no damage. But we saw how much damage Jinkai dealt though. And it almost, chunked Zizune down to like what, 30% health? Yeah, thanks to the exhaust from Beyond, they were able to prevent that. So a good pick out from Upcar Esports again. They're identifying the threat, they kill off Jinkai, and that means our major needs to deal with Zizune right now. But the rest of Watermelon are showing up. Zizune, I don't think he can get out of this. He might have to fight his way out.
Yeah,
exhaust
he's
just to
trying
buy a
to
bit
do
of
that.
time.
And he's gonna fast forward. Tries to let the kill, but he's just gonna get body slammed, so not too much that they could possibly get out of, but they almost take down Almajordo. Arashi will eventually get the torch back, so it's alright. Like, an eye for an eye, they'll take it any day, especially now that they are catching up in terms of gold, 4,000. It's only one team fight away. So, if we look at their performance thus far, this is a split pushing Fiora. So, if he does join into the team fight, I think that there's a chance here for them to still find a way to melt down those tanks as well as the Juggernauts all the way up front. So it's really down to Jinkai to keep Rashi at bay. Same goes to Beyond from hunting everyone else.
And Smurf once more will have to be the target. Actually flashes, even pops the heal, but ends up going down. But while that was happening, I mean, Watermelon did set up the side waves. As the Mountain Drake will now spawn Upcar Esports. They're getting ready to secure their 3rd Drake. Wonder what the response from Watermelon will be. Smurf is still 20 seconds out, no TP, so he won't be able to join the fight, which means Upcar Esports gets this objective, no problem.
Yeah, they're not going to risk for it, and Zizune wants to challenge!
Zizune! They actually go for it. Heroes enter because beyond. Zizune, what are you doing? Gives this life up. He has Coffee. Watch out for the Tristana. Gets the reset. Over the wall. Vendetta jumps over onto Coffee. Counter strike on top. They want to save him, but he still goes down. Vendetta fights for his life with Arashi. Does the job. Charm with the Scarlet Petal. Is this the turnaround for Upcar Esports? A taunt dodged by the Flash. Vayne gets out. Upcar finds 3 kills.
That's what they have to go on, rinse and repeat, get those catches, and hope that they could find everyone else before they deal with Vendetta. And Vendetta positioned himself in that pit. He went in for like a 1 versus 3, walks out with 2, and that's the best case scenario that Watermelon can actually come up with. In fact, they weren't looking to get that Drake. It was Zizune that tries to find that pickoff, tries to enable an entry point for Beyond to catch Tree on that hero's entrance, and that was pretty beautiful if you ask me.
Yeah, and what seems to be a crazy move from Zizune turned out to be not too bad. You know, they still had to give 2 up. You know, they lost Coffee, they lost the Fiora, but at the end of the day, they got the objective. They found what they were coming for, and now Coffee pretty huge on this Tristana. 3 items available, has the Executioner's Calling. It's gonna, continue to power farm up, but there is still a threat in the form of Vendetta, right? We saw what Vendetta could do. He pops the counter strike, jumps on top of you. If you don't have rocket jump or buster shot, you are gone. And Upcar Esports needs to always have this in the back of their mind.
That's right. Now, Watermelon, they're wandering around the barrier and trying to force an engagement as well. I don't think that they will fully commit to this, but considering that Zizune is pretty far and they have the attack speed to melt it down, they have to react quick.
3-man taunt, they go in, a good damage from Raven. Showstopper is out, Jinkai gets a Haymaker shield, killing spree Baron, who's gonna get it? Upcar Esports finds Baron Nashor! And Watermelon, they start running, Scarlet Petal has a Grand Challenge issue, and Contra, the curse might have been broken right now. Upcar Esports, 4 kills in the back, exhaust onto Beyond, but Watermelon have nothing left. They have exhausted their options. And what seems to be a run it back will be denied. Upcar Esports, they take down the 3rd seed of our local split. And Watermelon waves bye-bye. Upcar Esports continues their journey. It's a 3-2 win over Team Watermelon.
they will be denied no longer. Upcar Esports will prevail. Watermelon was hoping for that upset victory, but that flip on that Baron, was it called for? Did they really have to do it? And that taunt coming from beyond won them that game, disrupted them, coming with the smite, and everything else falls perfectly into place in the picture. And it cannot get any better than this. I'm pretty hyped up on what's going to be happening on next week, because we'll still see Upcar Esports fighting for that grand final spot.
Yeah, and a major upset. They not only toppled the predictions, they toppled the third seed of the group stage, and they finally overcame that 3-2, that reverse sweep curse. But like you said, right, was the Baron really essential? Do they really need to force it? I don't think so. We got it. It felt like Watermelon just got a bit too overzealous at that point. They wanted
were
to,
so
you know.
ambitious.
Yeah, it was really ambitious, right? And it's just those coin flip games. But if you're Upcar Esports, it's a big sigh of relief. You know, they get to celebrate a victory. We will get to talk to one of them later on, and I have a lot of questions. But as for now, we have to, you know, accept the fact that Watermelon will be the first team to get eliminated from playoffs. They will finish 5th and 6th. It has been a great journey, but unfortunately, today's not the day.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough pill to swallow, especially for fans who have been rooting for Team Watermelon. They definitely have shown that they have what it takes to complete this hurdle. They came with a deficit of 0-2, and they brought it all the way to Game 5. Definitely deserves a standing ovation. Of course, I have guarded my respect, and of course, we were also rooting for him, for all of them, because based on all the stats that they have been showing us that not only they are mechanically gifted, that they know how to play that macro game out very well. We've seen incredible drafts, fail-proof ones as well. But in this final game, I think the nerves have gotten into them. The decisions weren't really as firm as what we saw back in those previous games. And that one last call have definitely cost them too much. But we hope to see them in the upcoming season, because they definitely are the title contenders out there. And Upcar Esports, in this sort of David Goliath matchup, I think there's more titans to be slain throughout their journey.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the post-game stats, because I think this one is truly a game that felt like it could be very close. But once more, it's that one Baron that gave Upcar Esports the win. And I think this kind of started with how Upcar Esports playing the silence, going for those ganks, and Zizune kind of set off a chain reaction, right? We saw that insane engage at the Dragon Pit that allowed them to walk away with 3 kills. They got the reset, and then the Baron happened. Beyond goes in. You see the 3-man taunt, and Raven shows up, gets a full orb, the full kill onto 3 members, procs everyone, and the rest was history. I mean, if we count the amount of smite was that Arashi has won, I think he would easily be considered, you know, the record holder for most smite kills. But with that being said, I mean, Watermelon, everything went well, but it's just one wrench in their plans, and it came falling apart.
Yeah, and considering for the fact that Vendetta got that huge head start, that solo skirmish over the top side where he has gotten himself that double kill, like, you think that this Jax is gonna be unstoppable. This Galio is the answer to all of the worries that Upcar Esports had. And once they have gotten more and more of those pickoffs, it's starting to be clearer to Upcar Esports members that, hey, this game is pretty much winnable. And from then onwards, they just have so many of all these weapons already on their hands running at them. So that Baron call really was something that should not have happened coming in from Watermelon, because the risk was too high, but they thought that they could take all of them on, and that one flash over the wall changes everything. Arashi comes in with the smite, and you have Coffee. He's going to be dishing so much damage. Yeah, sure, MVP votes might actually skew to his favor because of his popularity, but who's the big winner here? I think it's between both Arashi as well as Beyond, because that one play is definitely that play that saved them the entirety of the series.
Yeah, and it also allowed them to have some more room to breathe. They break the curse, and right before, it's like those moments before disaster, right? Right before the taunt came in, we saw Vendetta and Scarlet Petal. Sure, they have the damage. You can bomb rush the Baron, but not when you are flipping the coin, right? You cannot just roll the dice like that against a team like Upcar. That's what they did against Sem9. That's how they beat Sem9 2-0 in the group stage. Watermelon clearly forgot about that incident, but this was the outplay that started off this whole narrative of, oh my goodness, Watermelon might win this. But Upcar Esports denied that.
Yeah, we saw such a smooth early game going on for Watermelon, especially with this sort of dive that have guarded them. That 7-3 head start, they were like, what, 4K, 6K up ahead, but this risky play from Zisune was sublime. They managed to not only catch one, not two, but 3 members of Watermelon, and after that, they could basically make a call of their own, start to open up the map. So it's going to be pretty rough for Watermelon to stabilize, and even when they do, we thought that they'll be forcing this fight. And this coin flip, well, we just gotta watch it as it unfolds.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I honestly, so what if Watermelon gets the Baron? I don't think it changes anything at this point, right? Like, you will still lose 4 members. Upcar will just still run down the mid lane. It feels like it was a loser situation from the very beginning. I obviously we won't be able to ask them about the rationale from Watermelon's side for now. But I really want to, hear from Upcar, like what did they think happened, with Watermelon. We're gonna talk to the guy who I consider one of the most insane players mentally sometimes in the league. We're gonna talk to Zizune from Upcar Esports after that win. So let's bring him on.
Hello.
Zisune, I love all these big plays that you've been making on that Fiora. And yeah, you're looking pretty cute with your headset on. Tell us how you're feeling. That was a crazy best of 5 that you just went through. How does it feel after breaking that curse of a reverse sweep?
It was actually quite short, and actually after giving the 2 free kills at the early game, I was be like, oh no, fuck, not like this. Somehow we managed to come back from this worst scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And
we
do
were
not
also
hope
thinking
to
the same
repeat
because
we do not
that was a
hope-
Jax that you guys gave the 2 kills.
Yeah, that's
So
unlucky.
yeah, so walk me through the scenario, right? So obviously the series winning moment was that Baron fight, but before that, right, we saw that sometimes you generally just throw your life for it for your team. You go for those 1v1s, you go for those engages. What was the communication? I want to understand what happened at the Dragon Pit. You guys got the dragon. It seems like everyone was falling back, and you just decided to launch over the wall and and fight 3 guys. Like, what was the idea behind that?
Actually, we were trying to stop them from doing it, but somehow we started the fight. So I sacrificed myself, and we do not know how do we manage to get the Baron from there, because our jungler was not there. Yeah.
Right, and what really brought you to that call? Because you were the one who started that fight by the dragon as well. Because most people, okay, after the dragon, you just pull back. Is this what the mentality of Upcar Esports means? Like, Xiongche, let's go, and you guys actually won that fight.
We are like, just do it. Leave no regret.
Live life with no regrets. That's something that I think you guys can definitely hold on to. Now, I want to ask you, what changed today compared to Friday, right? Friday, you guys fought Phantom6, got reverse swept 3-2. Today, it felt like you guys were staring down that same storyline, but what changed within you guys? What did you guys correct during that Saturday break?
Because on last Friday, the game fight we played without the coffee, but today we play with coffee, so so we have the confidence that we can manage to win the best of 1 the last game. Yeah.
Yeah. And
It-
you guys have definitely grown throughout this journey in the WCS MYSG, and now you guys are proceeding forward even further in the lower brackets run and hopefully into the grand finals. But you guys will have a chance to either meet up against either Phantom6 again or even Pathseeker. So are you looking forward for that, that grudge matchup against Phantom6 again? Or maybe you want to see someone new, Pathseeker, perhaps?
Actually, both of these teams are actually no different for us. We can manage to take down them with 3-0.
3-0, okay.
3-0,
we look forward to
okay.
that.
We're gonna take a look at the MVP first, and I want to get your thoughts on that in a bit. So let's roll the MVP. I'm excited to find out who that player is as well. So it's gonna be Arashi. Arashi, the incredible jungler that you guys have, and I want to hear it straight from you, Zizune. How has Arashi been on this roster thus far?
Yeah, he has been doing great job all the time. I mean, every time we lost, we adapt the mistake. So, yeah, adapt the situation efficient. That's why we win.
Yeah, and of course, everyone definitely played a really huge role throughout this best of 5 that you guys have been playing out to perfection. Honestly, we were kind of concerned because we watched game 3 as well as game 4. Like, you guys definitely had a little bit of clear struggle out there. So getting to game 5, of course, it takes a lot out of your team to put it all together. And of course, you guys have earned all this massive respect. So is there something that you look forward to? Like fans cheering you guys on with more memes and stuff?
Why not? We are looking for it. By the meantime, we will just
All right.
try our best. Yeah.
Right. So early on, you said before we let you go, early on you said that regardless of you meet Phantom6 or Pathseeker, it's gonna be a 3-0 in your guys' favor, right? Now I want to give you the next question. These two teams are facing off later on. Who do you think is going to win?
I will stand for my friend's team. So Pathseeker, I I hope you guys can win. Yeah.
All right. Pathseeker is going to be the answer, and thank you very much for joining us. It's great to finally talk to you. Congratulations on your win over Team Watermelon. You guys can celebrate, and we'll see you guys next Friday for the lower bracket semifinals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Zisude. Well, oh well. What a
Pathseeker
start
is
to
going
the
to
day.
win. Yeah, what a start, right? We started off thinking that Upcar is going to win like 3-0. That would be a great storyline, but it still ended great, albeit dragging on a bit too long. We had some fillers in between. Watermelon came back. We had this whole protagonist arc starting, but through the power of plot armor, Upcar won.
Well, plot armor or not, like don't lie to ourselves, right? We kind of voted
Yes.
on the other team to win, and Watermelon honestly put up that fight, and Obo was hoping for that reverse sweep, and we were thinking that, hey, it's very likely. Like, even they have admitted themselves, Upcar Esports was worrying for their lives after that double kill up top, and I guess everything have turned out perfectly according to plan, down to that one flip of a switch, and they still have their tournament lives intact, while Team Watermelon, they may have bowed out, but we'll definitely see them come back out stronger. Now, what's next here is that Zisune made the prediction for his friends Emotion and Co from Pathseeker to win this one out. Phantom6, they've been on a pretty good run as well. I think that they have a really solid chance. Before we pass it over to Grandin as well as Omo, what's your take though?
I think like we're looking at a Phantom6 who have shown us that they can play the marathon, right? Like, sure, they got 2-0 by Pathseeker in a best of 3, but this is a best of 5. Can Pathseeker stick it until the end? I honestly feel like they have the tendency to sometimes drop the ball. Whereas for Phantom6, you give them enough time to recover, they will come back swinging. So as much as I think Pathseeker has a good chance of winning, I would give it to Phantom6 because they have the endurance to stick it through. But that only will, we will only find out in the next series. But for now, we will go for a break, and when we come back, it will be Grandin and Omo to narrate to you guys what happens in the second elimination series between Phantom6 and Pathseekers. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Here we go now.
Welcome back in, guys. The pressure is on. Teams are dropping out the competition. Team Watermelon, they're gone over. Where are they? We're taking over from Husky and Contra. I'm Brandon. With me here is Ovo. He looks so done with these guys.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, man. I thought Upcar were gonna get reverse swept yet again, but Team Watermelon this close to the finish line, they let me down yet again.
Just went on Barrett. There was that ward right there in the pit with them. Said,
You make it sound so simple. Why don't you go and play?
I'm the hidden six man. What do you mean I make it sound so simple? That's what we have to do. We make it simple because if you're not learning something by the end of this cast...
Oh, you will learn something by the end of this cast. That's my promise to you. And you will learn like 30 new ways to insult your teammate. I got you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. We have all different types. You know, we have passive aggressive. We have we have direct insults. We have stuff that doesn't even seem like insults. It's just very abstract, arbitrary. Like you
gotta be
change.
Pegro. You gotta keep it a little bit low key. You can't be too direct about it.
Change the bio on your social media to like something really abstract that you have no idea. Like post a picture of like a black screen on your Insta story and say people be testing me recently. That's all. That's all you gotta do.
I've done something similar, but we shan't get too into that, shall we?
No, we shall not. But if you guys are back home and want to join in the conversation, you guys can follow us on our social media, Wild Rift Esports, and see how things are going because we have a lot of stuff happening. We have the different regions going on. I know the Philippine region had an amazing series recently. We have the Thailand region going on.
We've
Yeah,
been
Wild
having
Rift
a
Esports,
lot of
MYSG.
amazing series, Brandon. We are the
Pretty
only
crazy.
ones who have not been having amazing series.
Look, we had like
That I do not count that as an amazing series, Brandon.
that was amazing for different reasons.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And so we have fun ones. Yeah, so you guys want to join in the conversation, let us know what you guys think. Yeah, feel free to hit us up on social media and we'll see what you guys have in store for us. Well, I feel like we have talked a decent amount about Upcar Esports and Team Watermelon at this point. You know, Husky and Contra have gone on for it for quite a while now. Phantom6 and Pathseeker, our next series of the day, our last series of this weekend before we go into the remainder of playoffs. Let's take a look at the first team on the roster. It's Team Phantom6. And you take a look at how they managed to turn things around on Upcar Esports and then took their game off of 7-9. Look at the roster that they have: Yoshi, Eggy, Haki, Momo, and Nyx. These guys have been improving every single week of the competition so far. Now let's see if they can bring this one back in their series against Pathseeker. What do you think, Omo?
And we talked about reverse sweeps. We talked about the potential for Watermelon to have reverse swept Upcar Esports earlier today. Phantom6, they were the team that actually pulled that off yesterday. These guys, like you said, they've been improving. They took a game from 7-9, and I think they stand a very good chance here today as well. Let's take a look at Phantom6 and their highlights, the journey that they've taken to get here. I mean, overall, I feel like this is just a very solid team. Every member has a chance of carrying. Overall, they just function very well as a unit.
I will say that, you know, a lot of the a big reason why they were able to turn some of the tempo around was when they got that Master E, but against teams like 7-9, they weren't too concerned about Master E. It felt like no matter what you try to throw at them, they knew how to respond to it. So Phantom6 definitely still have a little bit of work to go about things, but they have the rest of the week to try and figure out a game plan, I think. For now, the next step is to take down Pathseeker, and with Phantom6 coming into this slightly later, they do have that advantage.
Yeah, and like I said yesterday, right, they took a game from 7-9. That's the biggest thing. Have I watched the game? No, I have not. I will have to get back to you on what actually happened in that game, what transpired there. But still, taking a game from 7-9, that's big enough.
Why don't you just ask me?
But then I have to take your word for it, which I would rather not.
Oh man, come on, man! I have such great game analysis.
Kelly Costa gaming is enough. I forgot about that.
I was telling SSK we met each other in the morning, and I was telling him like, man, I could be such a great analyst. I would make like a PowerPoint slide, and I would just like copy frame for frame everything that the opponent does, right? So I'm gonna be like at 0.04 seconds. This is what this player does. This is what Yoshi does at 0.04 seconds, and then they just get to win the game.
But
right?
it's information overload. Isn't it easier if you just say, come in, play well, win the game? That's all we need to do.
Well, maybe that's why I haven't been coaching. And by the way, which teams have...
Play well, win. It's that simple.
It's that simple. Let's take a look at the opponents for today, though. Pathseeker coming up. You know, we always get the introduction video and we always see Chris, but we haven't seen Chris play a single time, right? It's always been Emotion, Alex White, Kevin Swift, and Evolution for this team.
Look, it's the same thing for LFO, now called Resurgence. Oh, sorry, RSG. I keep forgetting. I messed up too. Chalk that up. Add a penny to the swear jar for me. It's RSG. I keep forgetting. Everyone keeps forgetting. It's the ghost that haunts them. I always look at CYH or Eternal, and I always want him to play, but he never does. It's the same thing. There's too many players on these rosters. We're just gonna have to wait for them to show up.
And there is a good reason why you wouldn't end up playing the sub, especially because of how much Pathseeker has worked to try and get their team on the same page. Initially, they came across a couple of issues, but once they started expanding, some of the champion pools were willing to take that risk and opportunity to push for something stronger in the jungle, stronger in the Baron lane, trusting in Iggy and Yoshi. We started to see a lot more success. Oh, not Yoshi, but Emotion and LXY rather, because prior to this, a lot of focus was on Swift. Swift was the one that came in there trying to be that hyper carry. Now with Emotion and LXY also being that secondary support or secondary kind of threat, we suddenly see Pathseeker find so much more success.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they are experimenting with rosters, they are experimenting with different types of team compositions. But like you said, my favorite iteration of this team is when Swift is playing utility. Let LXY pop off, let Emotion play the carries. This is when I think they look best, and when Evolution is roaming and Kevin's enabling. I feel like this is a team which should be playing around their Baron laner and playing around their jungler. And speaking of their jungler, this is the matchup that I want to see as well. Iggy was the player that I voted as the MVP for Phantom6 in their matchup against Upcar, and LXY, I feel like he still has a lot of growth to go through as a player, but mechanically and on the champions that he's comfortable on, I think he's second to none.
Yeah, really been able to perform well when he does get the resources necessary for his team, but like as so many of the teams have sit at this point and why it's kind of been falling off, the final strategy not as well appreciated because of how much you have to dedicate to a single player, and what happens if that player is unable to find the advantage that you're looking for.
Well, when they're Master E, they're always gonna find it. It's a broken champion.
That's true. But even with the Master E game, sometimes you look at a 7-9, they know how to shut down the Master E because the enemy team didn't go for a full funnel. They didn't commit 100% to the strategy. They didn't truly believe in magic. You know, Master E is magic apparently.
Hey, Grennan, I actually have a question for you. So I haven't casted every single game, right? Like, I've had an off day, but you've been here like every day. Has Master E lost the game?
Yes.
It's lost the game.
Master E lost the game.
But that was against Sam9.
Against Sam9, that is
so
correct.
Then that doesn't really count, because it shows that you have to be like 10 times better than your opposing team in order to beat a Master E team comp. It's just a little unfair.
Alright, so let me think for a second. The previous series, Master E wasn't even played. Watermelon did play Master E, and they won with Master E. Sam9 was Sam9 was the only team that beat a Master E comp.
So it doesn't really count, right? Evenly matched teams when they play against Master E, it doesn't seem fair. That champion just skews the balance of the game so much, in my opinion.
Alright, fair enough. Let's also take a look at where we think this series is gonna go. Oh, there we have it. The two people that left the desk have the wrong prediction. What a surprise.
Can I just point out, I was actually gonna vote for Phantom6, but at that time you had not voted yet, and I didn't want it to be a full death saying Phantom6. I wanted to add some spice to it. I wanted to give some controversial opinions. You know, I like to play the devil's advocate, so I put in PSK, and then you came in and you put in PSK. Then I was like, damn it, I can't be on the same side as Grandin. But I remembered when we casted together on Friday, you were right and I was wrong, and I can't have that again. So I decided we're gonna be on the same page here.
Either we're both right or we're both wrong. We gotta have it.
I can't let you be right while I'm wrong. My ego cannot take
iterations. Only these two iterations. And I'm gonna explain why I think Pathseeker has a really good chance of winning this series against Phantom6. I don't think it's gonna be an easy series by any means. I would love if they were able to take the games off them quickly. But when I think about what Phantom6 has been going for up until this point, they're still looking a little bit shaky. They haven't been able to quite find their footing. They're still trying out new things, even as we go into playoffs. Whereas Pathseeker, I felt like by the time we went into the second round robin, they had already committed to a certain idea. Anything could change, but the idea stays the same. They always try and come at the same thing. They've been refining that same strategy. In a best of 3, I think that is enough that there are enough games, or rather few enough games, that they can make that one strategy work without it being found out.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like both of these teams, they do succeed when they play similar sort of team compositions, when your solo and your junglers are your big carries, when your bottom lane just plays more facilitative, when your support is roaming half the time. I feel like there's a lot of similarities in these aspects between these two teams. And if you ask me, how can either one of these teams take a win over their opponent? I would say it really simply comes down to the skill matchup, the skill check between the Baron lane and the junglers. And as we go into Champion Select right now, this is going to be a big aspect of that as well. Who can get favorable matchups for the solo lanes, for the junglers, and I think that's going to be half the battle won already.
Yeah, the other part of skill, people forget, Champion Select has just as much skill as it is in game. Like, you find yourself in such a deficit if you have a bad Champion Select. I mean, I see you smiling, but you're literally saying if you
I've
don't get Master
a lot of
E,
drafts in my lifetime.
if you don't get Master E, I mean, it's kind of not even playable, right? Which is why, you know, I should basically, I mean, I could draft for these guys. I could tell you what they're going to do.
Just first pick the Master E, right? I feel like P6, their series against Upcar yesterday, Master E had 100% win rate, 100% presence in draft. PSK, I feel like if you want to play it safer, you would just ban it away. I know some teams have been liking a Jax counter pick to Master E, maybe find some okay, there's a misban there. Not sure if that's a penalty that they incurred for being late or something. We'll have to check in the production and get back to you guys, but that's a misban for P6. And there's no Master E being banned away. Will it be first picked? Will it set the tone of yet another series?
If they want to go for the Master E, then I think with PSK, I want to say that you know, the Jax counter pick is something that LXY has been looking to try and play for. But at the same time, I mean, P6 wants to try it first, right? In their first series against Upcar Esports, they were like, yeah, we're gonna go for the Jax, and they're gonna try and make for that play. Now Phantom6 go for the Fiora first here though.
Yeah, so the Master E is still going to be up. This can just get picked up by PSK. I'm not exactly sure why the prio in that champion is dropping a little bit today. I noticed that P6 as well, they're swapping up their priorities. Besides the Master E, the Gragas was a highly contested pickup in a lot of series recently. They're letting that one through to go grab this Fiora. I think this Fiora serves two purposes, right? One, it's a great pick for you. It's a great pick for Yoshi, Eggy. And also denies it away from Emotion and LXY, who are both fond of playing these carries as well. But because you put so much priority on the carry, I heard the O's coming in from you, Grandin. Gragas and Ziggs, double poke, you got long range, you got engage, you got versatility.
I think these are the two most busted champions in the game right now, barring Master E, of course.
Yeah.
It's quite literally, Gragas is so flexible, goes in so many different roles. You also open up the possibility of trying to play for center, so you can also scale for that late game. And Ziggs has just been unbeatable in so many situations, especially when you want to try and play for a hyper carry, something like the Vayne, something like Lucian. The ultimate from Ziggs alone puts it at half health. How do you play from that point?
I don't have a good answer for that. I think that champion is frankly just broken. I've been very vocal. Ziggs and Varus are still some of the most broken Dragon laners ever since the Horizon Cup meta. And I don't think that's going to change. Irelia gets picked up. I've also been very vocal about it. I think on this patch, Irelia is one of the top tier duelist bruisers that you can pick up. One, because of the slight buffs that she got recently. Two, because of the Sundara build path being so effective on her. And just how she synergizes with the champion in the meta. Can you just imagine one Irelia ultimate flawless duet corralling your team in, and a Ziggs bomb comes in, a Gragas barrel comes in. You just get so much AoE team fighting potential. But on P6's side, I love the champions as well. Rakan mix, I think that's a big one. Sorry,
here's the thing with me, Omo, right? That Irelia has such a difficult time against the Rakan. The Rakan's able to block off the entry. We've seen what happens before. Irelia jumps in, gets crowd control, Rakan, Morgana, and it's just dead out of the fight.
Yeah. So the Morgana is the bigger concern here for me, because Morgana is just so annoying for Irelia. So the way you have to adapt then is you can't just all in. You have to be a little bit more slippery. And Irelia can do that. You just have to be a bit more calculative with how you take your fights. You can't just, okay, full send, I press R, I'm dashing in. You have to be a bit more slippery with your angle of approach. It does make Irelia's life harder, but I wouldn't go as far as to call it a counter pick.
Yeah, we're going to see if the Irelia does manage to find its footing, because despite not really facing off against a counter pick here, Phantom6 still have a couple options to decide how they want to play this one out. If they want to bring the Fiora in the jungle, or they want to bring in something more aggressive, something that can really hurt the chances of the Irelia. I do feel like something like the Lee Sin could work out decently for them now, but I feel like they need some front line and some additional DPS, so it's not just Fiora trying to run around.
Yeah, it definitely needs... P6's comp right now, it's... Okay, well, you talk about damage, right? There we go. I'm thinking about what they need right now. And they're doubling down on their ability to just buff up these bruisers, right? You have the Fiora, you have the Jax, they both can hyper carry, and it just seems to me like both of these drafts are just shaping up to be who's gonna carry harder, your Irelia or my Jax, my Fiora?
I'm thinking, yeah, what is this last pick? Not Champion Enchanter. Might just be a tank. Galen was banned away. Garen was banned away. Go for the Lucian instead.
I'm just thinking of how this is gonna shape up right now, right? I guess you have the potential to flex the Morgana and the Lucian. Momo's Lucian was pretty sick 2 days ago though, so I think it's very likely he just runs that one back. You do have the flex potential, but I feel like a Lucian Rakan into a Ziggs lane, you do have potential to aggress, but I feel like they're just happy just sitting back and farming. This game really just comes down to the bruises. This game really just comes down to the solo laners. Alex, why? I think Irelia jungle is a great pickup for his champion pool. I think it's going to be huge for his repertoire. PSK, if they manage to make this pick work, that's something that's going to be in the minds of P6 as the series progresses as well.
It is slightly surprising. I mean, Zed has been really strong in the current meta, but it's been falling off in priority. Not many teams have been looking to try and grab the Zed. But that being said, Zed coming in for Pathseeker is surprising to me. It's not a champion that they traditionally play. It's not something that they actively try and pursue. The fact that they've gone for that. And last pick as well, using that as the counter. Likely, I believe it is going to be up against Haki. I think Haki is going to play the Morgana. Like you mentioned, I feel like Momo just brings so much on Lucian. I also feel like Haki brings so much on the Morgana. So not seeing this here is a little bit... Yeah, not seeing that would surprise me. I think we should end up seeing the Morgana mid. And then I think the Zed going into that. Fine matchup for the Zed, honestly. The Morgana's going to have to go and make a detour with her item builds to be able to survive against the Zed, because now you have to build the defensive items. And it's not that expensive, because you can get the Reflector and you can get your Hourglass, but that's still a 3,000 gold investment. That means you need to be that far ahead to be able to neutralize the threat that the Zed has.
You are probably just happy with a Hourglass because of the way Morgana plays. You're able to just play very far back, one screen away, you're very safe, which is why I hate the champion. It's not interactive gameplay. You just wave clear with Tormented. What is it called now, Granted? Tormented?
It's Tormented Shadow.
There we go, Tormented Shadow. You just wave clear with it from a screen away. And I want to touch on the point, Zed has been kind of falling out of favor. I think that's a great point that you raised there. Why is that, right? I think when we ask ourselves what really happened to Zed, he didn't really get nerfed. His items didn't really get nerfed. So what happened? Well, the meta just shifted away from him. We're seeing a lot more prevalence of bruises. And now if you think about it from the perspective of Kevin in this game, I'm playing Zed. Alright, who am I going to try to kill? Am I going to kill the Fiora? Am I going to kill the Jax? Am I going to kill the Morgana who's 3 screens away from me? What is my job in this team composition? And then you really start to realize why Zed is having a hard time in the meta.
Yeah, you also get to take down the Rakan. Yeah, that's another great option.
Yeah, Rakan is Aftershock. He just dashes away.
Has Aftershock, gets the dash away. And a Lucian. Yeah, that's basically
Lucian,
the only target.
yeah, pretty much, right? And Lucian has a dash as well, and he can duo you too.
Yeah, so we need to see how the Zed actually comes into play here. I think that the Divine Sender has been a really interesting update. We see a lot of champions now become viable because of that. Even to some extent, the Irelia jungle also becomes more viable due to the presence of the Divine Sender. I'm curious how this is going to apply to the Zed players of the world.
I doubt you would buy Sundra because I think his build path is just too good right now, right? Like
guys like Z already had their moment in the sun. You know, he got to play Zed. He got to play Zed in the previous meta. He got to play Zed in the previous meta and dominate the world competition. Now Zed's falling behind. You know, everyone needs a little bit of time in the sun. We need to see the meta move. We need to see it shift around.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the more mechanically skilled players perform on champions like Irelia and champions like Jax, Fiora as well. But at the same time, it doesn't quite hit the same for me, because watching champions like Irelia, it just feels kind of gross, you know? Like, Irelia feels broken, Jax feels broken. It's not satisfying to watch for me.
There's a certain satisfaction you get. Like, whenever you boot up a new kind of game and you start playing it out and then you get like super deep into it and you're like, man, I love this game. And then you start getting a little bit bored of the grinding. You start like spotting items, you know? It starts really small. It just like, I just need that one extra item and then you just go full out. That's how it feels now. It's like you just skip past all the hard stuff, go straight into it. And we're going straight to game. Game number 1 of our second set for today. Phantom6 and Pathseeker. One of these teams is out of the competition. Teams are really starting to fall out now, Leonard, and I am
dropping like flies.
I'm starting to truly feel it. You know, we're really getting to the end here. Phantom6 and Pathseeker were already into this. Couple of things does catch my attention. So like you had initially expected, it is going to be Hockey with the Morgana and Momo with the Lucian. A big part of, I feel like, P6's composition has been how well Hockey has been able to control his mid lane and be able to rotate around.
You love to see it running into full fury Renekton. Yeah, I want to touch on something before we get into the nitty-gritty of this game, of this matchup itself, right? I like the point that you brought up. Teams are starting to drop out of the competition, and I want to call to a tweet today from Ban Chisen X Chi. My boss, you know, that's all I'm gonna say. He raised a great point. 12 teams will be eliminated from the WCS tonight. That's across all regions. Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, Masters will be down to 24 teams by tomorrow. Now, granted, out of the 24 teams that are left, how many make it to finals?
I don't know.
I ask because I don't know either. How many make it to finals, Brandon? We'll need to follow up on that tweet there, man.
Something. A number of teams go to finals. They play.
Yes.
Woo!
Let's just throw out a number. Let's throw out a number. If we're wrong, we'll apologize for it.
It's an
12 teams
online
make it to
hybrid.
finals.
It's an online hybrid situation, right?
Sure, right, but the point is how many teams get there. Okay, wait, hold that thought though. They're gonna dive in.
Okay, that's
You're not gonna
repulse.
hold it for long.
surely. What's the Ignite? I mean, there's no Ignite left for Kevin. That's still trying to go for this
Backup
dive.
is
The
coming,
rotation-
Brendan.
Yeah, rotation coming over from Phantom6. Now starting to collapse in on Yoshi. The minion wave coming in, but the kill should coming quickly. Flashing forward to get the stun. That's the flash in. Looking for the
Wow.
counter strike to jump onto him. But the flawless duet is prepared. Eggy losing health quickly. The Blazers dash in from LXY. 2 kills on the ball for PSK.
So much aggressive trading here, but because you get to roam first as the Z, because your jungler sect camps to make it up here first, that tempo advantage gives you the edge. Of course, great mechanics there from PSK as well, and this is what we talked about, right? You saw the trading from Yoshi and Emotion. You saw the aggressive movements from both mid jungles. That's gonna dictate the tone of the series, in my opinion.
Oh my goodness, Omo. What a snap from this. Emotion doing such a great job against Yoshi. We talked about how the importance of this top side, whether that's going to be in the jungle and the Baron laners, and they've been doing such an amazing job. Emotion outright winning the lane, receiving a little assistance to execute the dive, but apart from that, I mean, just a really good look from PSK.
Really good look for PSK, and it comes back down to Emotion. I want to call back to level 1. What happened to Yoshi there? Did he actually go mid to share the wave?
He just died.
He just
Now
died.
Alex Wise looking for the dive. Vanguard's edge falls through the base search so far away.
Yes, Brandon, yes! I'm just glad to say that at least we're right
The heal
together.
flash out. Evolution also survives. What is happening with PSK? I'm losing my mind, Leonard.
Really? You're losing your mind from 3 minutes of this? Do you remember the split that we've been through, Brandon? This is nothing. This is nothing. This is nothing so far.
My goodness.
Keep in mind, this Fiora pick as well, getting heavily punished by Emotion. I'm gonna go to the vaults right now, and I'm gonna go back and see if he shared EXP mid at level 1. If that's actually what happened here. Because I think that actually hurt his laning phase a lot. Fiora's level 1 is not bad. Renekton has a very poor level 1. People think about Renekton as lane bully. And he is. But his level 1 is his weakest stage. He has no Fury. If you deny him wave access with Vital procs, he's extremely weak because he needs to stack Fury. And once he gets level 2, he's strong. So the problem is Yoshi, I believe he started dual laning at mid. Wait, hold on. Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, he shoved out the mid wave together with Hockey. That's what
I had
went
to
wrong there.
go back to go and
I had to
check
confirm
the
it because I'm
information
pretty sure that's what threw his
because
lane away.
walks into a full Fury Renekton, or high enough Fury to at least have the empowered first couple empowered
And you're
spells.
level 2, so you empower W. That's it. That's the trade done.
Alright, that's the trade done. We just see what happens, and hey, guess what, Omo? Rift Break.
No, it's not a thing.
Dragon
Rift Break
and
is not a
Rift
thing.
Herald spawn. Now they're looking to try and contest for this a little bit. It's just going to be Swift trying to rotate over.
Wait, what
Motion
gave
tries
it
to jump
away,
in with the
actually?
counter strike, trying to hold on to that stun. Walks back in. He actually has enough damage.
What?
2v1. What's happening? Yoshi just steps away from his jungler.
Wait, I actually wonder what gave it away. How did Iggy know that he was trying to get jumped there? Maybe he just disappeared into fog, but Evolution, it's just a bloodbath, Brandon.
Okay, Phantom6 get a kill back. Finally take down Evolution, who did not use his ultimate, by the way, but he bought enough time for them to get first turret. This is despite not having Rift Herald, by the way.
I mean, this is what we typically see, right? This is something which has been a huge topic of debate in League of Legends PC for a while, right? The question is always, when is it worth it and when is it not worth it to swap lanes for Rift Herald? Well, if you can trade turrets, if you can trade objectives, you funnel the plates into favorable champions, then you don't really care about Rift Herald, right? And that's exactly what PSK did here. Of course, that's because of the giant monster of a crocodile here in motion. Anytime anyone ventures to his lane, they're going to be in trouble. And look at the stare down. They didn't know about this, but this is so intense.
Alright, they get a jump onto Emotion first. He doesn't have his dominance. Evolution is waiting nearby. The double dash and the damage coming through from Swift, assisting the team. Evolution, this Gragas provides enough damage and tankiness to make this all work out. Yoshi tries to dash back in. Haki looking for that bind. Phantom6 narrowly survived there.
Narrowly survived. Evolution, such a good job at reading the play. Good use of cost
Round
to
2.
disrupt the play as well. And now they want more, Grandin.
You hear the bell stinging?
No, I don't.
Because round 2's on the way. Phantom6 dropping 2 members. PSK at the time. Man, you ruined. you ruined my setup.
I don't know what you were going for, but I feel like it was gonna be cheesy, so I had to shut you down.
Linkage out for Nyx. I mean, surely you have the battle dance, but not if Momo doesn't walk back towards you. Alright, at least managed to keep the Rakan safe there. Could have been a little bit dangerous.
Alright, but they're trying to funnel some go into Iggy, but because Kevin gets here, he has to run away. I said the Jax isn't afraid of the Zed. Well, you are afraid when you're this behind, right? That's what matters, to go with the levels. PSK, I don't know what they ate for breakfast today, but this team, in motion, he's woken up. Alex Y, he's woken up. The rest of the team, they're playing so well around them as well. And P6, maybe they're just warming up, you know. Keep in mind the last time they played against UCE, they started off the series 0-2 as well. Maybe they need some time to shake things off. I don't know what to tell you here.
For sure. I mean, Phantom6 have been playing, I think, almost every day up until this point, right? All 3 days of the weekend. So you start to feel a little bit of that fatigue setting in, you know, that pressure really coming in. I think PSK also to some extent, right? Both these teams have been playing. Let me just double check this information. No, Pathseeker did not play every day, but Phantom6 has been. Phantom6 played Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 days in a row. 3 best of 5 series in a row almost.
Yeah, I mean they've been playing the full lower bracket run here. They've been getting the practice hours in, but it's clearly not enough against PSK here. I don't know what happened to them here today. I mean, if you look at Yoshi, if you look at this Fiora pickup, 0-3 and 0, getting completely destroyed, 3,000 gold behind this Renekton. Keep in mind, they first picked it. They gave up Ziggs, they gave up Gragas to first pick this Fiora. And for the impact to be like this, it really makes you question.
That's a good point. We initially kind of had some expectations on what needed to be done first pick throughout the rotations. We're talking about just grabbing the Master Yi. They opted to go for the Fiora and Jax combo instead. Haven't seen that work out yet. Both these two champions are still so far behind.
That's the thing, right? When you run Fiora Jax, it's very greedy. You have 2 bruises, you have 2 hyper carries, but they both need farm, they both need scale. And now what happens then when you fall behind? What happens when you jump Kevin?
Engage comes through, Kevin goes down quickly. Phantom6 find this first pick up, but PSK quickly rotating over to try and contest for this. Maybe looking for something.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a kill, right? You just kill him, he drops, alright, whatever. Like, you don't lose any objectives, your turret's a bit low. But I think the Dragon, look at this, PSK, they don't even care. They're not even waiting for Kevin. They're like, you can't contest us. You used everything there. You used the Khan Grand Entrance at least. We're gonna get this for free.
And that was the most important thing. They needed that initiation. Emotion is a little overextended in the mid lane. Has to start to flash away. But again, no ultimate on Nyx makes it a little bit too difficult for Phantom6 to continue.
And this should give them the Herald here as well. PSK in the driver's seat, 5,000 gold lead. It's not game breaking, it's not game winning yet. Keep in mind, I think P6, they have the better scaling Jax Fiora. That should be more than enough once you get to the later stages. The question is, can they withstand the bleeding? Because PSK, they are starting to run away with it. And we'll see what P6 can do from here on out. I like the ideas that they've been playing with. Try to catch one side of the map. Devote our numbers, sack one lane, and we'll make a play on the other side of the map. That's good shot calling here. But is it enough? Because so far it has not been.
And I have to say, looking at PSK right now, they got these two objectives, but usually or generally, what we see from PSK is they've had some difficulty trying to divert some of the attention away. When they start popping the Rift Herald, you know, they're not able to find that much value. It feels like they have to try and use it in the mid lane so they can pair it together with the Ziggs and try and take down that turret and open up the map. But they've been having some difficulty with that. There's been a lot of resistance. I think Phantom6 macro has been looking far better as they get towards the middle and late stages of the game throughout all the matches we've seen from them.
Yeah, and I wanna touch on the Rift Herald point a little bit as well, and I love the fact that they're prioritizing the Rift Herald mid. And that's something I've recently discovered the value of as well. Like, when you play against control mages, the ability to just destroy this mid turret really accelerates the pace of the game for your team. It doesn't allow them to calm or stall the game. PSK, they might want one more charge, but okay, it's fine. Just clear that one out. Like, it sounds dumb, right? It sounds obvious, right? But mid turret is so good to take down with Rift Herald if you're playing against a control mage comp because it accelerates the game so much.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying this entire time, Obo.
Yeah, but I would never have known because I don't listen.
Typical conversation, giving you all the right information. This is so.
Hey,
Is
what
this
you
what
have
you
for
mean
lunch
by
today?
I had aglio olio at a dog cafe.
How much did you pay for the aglio olio? Because you know you can make that yourself, but probably better for like $2, right?
None. I didn't pay anything. I got it for free.
Alright, look at Mr. Sugar Daddy over here. Who's the Sugar Daddy? I'm a bit jealous.
It was a event lunch.
Oh, I actually know, right? But I'm just gonna put you on the spot anyway.
Talk about information overload. I tell you the important things for you to know, and you don't care. You ask, but you remember what I had for lunch.
Well, I won't remember this 10 minutes from now. Look at emotion, he's gonna get caught here.
Okay, just standing in the brush, just been knocked up, caught out of position.
Yeah. See, this is what P6 are doing so well. They're allocating resources to force a play on a side lane. And if you don't respect it, like Emotion just didn't, you will get popped up.
Okay, but that only leaves two members to defend over in the top side of the map. They're looking to try and take down this turret quickly, doing damage to it. They also have the satchel charge. Pops that takes down the turret, but they're trading sides. Phantom6, once again, this is the macro that we were talking about. They have both bruisers off in the side lane, trying to finish off the inhibitor. 7 seconds left on Emotion.
They got it!
Why, looking for the re-entry, and they surely find an inhibitor. 13 minutes in, before 13 minutes.
Oh no, that was a big mistake here for P6. And say what you will about them, say what you will about the early game mistakes as well, but what kept them in the series against Upcar was also their macro. That's something which I think this team does probably the best of all the midfield teams here. They catch Emotion, he's gonna be kicking himself with that one. He over-aggressed for sure. He was way too deep. He just needed... You see that bush in your screen right now, the one under the tier 2 turret? He just needed to be waiting in that bush. That's where you wait for the wave to come in. You don't wait in the... what's it called? Is that the tri-brush? Yeah, you don't wait in that bush where he was at, basically. You wait in the lane bush. Because there you can see everything and you can't get flanked. You can't get someone coming around from fog of wall. You see everything. And that was his mistake there. Also, I want to point out his build path. He's super huge right now. He has a ton of gold, but he's buying Divine Sundra. And that means he's going to do even more damage, but he's going to die real quick. He has no Bramble Vest, no defensive items against the Jax Fiora, who are starting to get there in terms of items.
Man, Omo, you are on a roll today. Aggressively just throwing out points. You sure you're not that this is an information overload?
You know, the last time we were casting, I was pretty hungover, so the points were kind of struggling to come out. This is I'm back in action, dude.
This is like peak Omo, like general, not even peak Omo, this is general Omo. Let's take a look at what happens here though, because I do think this is kind of impactful. Kevin's gonna go golden by a little bit of time. Emotion flashes in, like you said, he's not very tanky, but he can do damage, and he takes down the first member of Phantom6. Now chasing after Hockey. Yoshi dropped down low, but no one even near enough to make that a possibility. Hockey flashes in. With his binding, takes out Kevin, finally nicks over the back end. 4 on the side of Phantom6 will drop right as the Baron's right here.
What a game. I'm genuinely enjoying this game here, Brendan. And I say that not sarcastically. I actually am enjoying what both of these teams are doing. It's a great attempt at starting the playoff. They acknowledge the 4v5. The call from P6. We sack Inferno Drake here. We have to make a play work. Well, They try their best, but it's not quite enough. Look at this Crocodile. One shot onto Momo, no counterplay there whatsoever. Empowered W, that's just what happens. I like the attempt from Iggy here. He's so low on health, but he tries to go for a hero play. Pay attention to the Jax here, right? He goes for the double stun, nearly works out, but he's not quite tanky enough. If he had maybe like 200 more health, that could have worked. You know, it's just bad luck. But 4 on 5, they lose the Inferno Drake, they lose the fight. PSK, they are back in control.
That was a teleport from Momo to the Baron pit.
Did he just TP?
He just TP. Look
But
at it.
you saw Irelia bot. What are you afraid of? Oh boy.
That's what I want to know too. Yoshi's actually going to be nearby. LXY flashed away from the Grand Challenge. Momo looking for the Blinding Light, or the Piercing Light, trying to get a little bit more. I think the Blinding Light is a song by The Weeknd. It's not losing spell.
It's a banger as well, by the way, just like this
It is a
match.
very good song. I think it's like one of the most streamed artists right now.
Yeah, The Weeknd is mainstream right now. He's a pop artist at this point, right?
He's massive.
He's massive. For good reason. Did you hear his new album? Did you listen to Dawn FM?
No, I saw it, but I haven't got a chance to go around. I was listening to, you know, like my music. You did like, as you call it, cheesy music.
What is cheesy music? What is your
I was
music?
I was
What do you
listening to J.
listen to,
Cole.
Brandon?
I was listening to J. Cole.
Ah, yeah, J. Cole! That Jada and that Will Love, right?
yeah, that Jada and that Willow.
Yeah, okay.
This
see-
is a really good point. Like Kevin's at a point where he can solo out Yoshi.
Yes.
Yoshi has to invest in heavily to play defensively.
Right, but that's the thing as well, right? When you're playing a Fiora Z matchup, at this point in the game, if Fiora has a third item, she can probably fight you. She can Grand Challenge, throw that down, try to fight you, and she can repulse you out as well. But because of the gold disadvantage, he's just forced to run away. Sure, he doesn't burn much, right? But it's pretty hard for Kevin on the Z to kill it.
I have to say, when you open up a side lane this early on, like 13 minutes into the game, like, is it actually good for you? Like, I know that in some situations, opening up a turret, opening up an inhibitor early just means that they constantly get to farm up, they get to get a little bit more gold EXP there. Only downside is that they will have to do the super minions, but is this actually an issue? Is PSK just okay with this?
I mean, they're not okay with it. Like, if you're losing an early in hit and you're playing a turbo scalar champ, like if you have the Jax, if you have the Fiora, then you would be happy with it because you get farm for free. Okay, there.
Flash in from Kevin once again. He's just been a vulnerable target for them. Living Shadow over the wall. Evolution meets him nearby. And PSK will get their mid lane into safety. But at what cost?
Slight critique on his form there. I think it would have been a little bit better if he outed first to get the second of inval, but still he gets out safe and that's what matters, right? It's just he dropped a little bit too low for comfort there.
Yeah, definitely looked a little bit spicy.
This
Pathseeker
game should not be this close, Jenny, honestly.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I mean, they are reasonably ahead right now, 7,000 gold ahead. You know, with a good power spike, good lead over the champions that matter, and yet we see PSK unable to find more value. Look at where the lanes are shoved into, Leonard. Into the side of PSK, slow pushing towards them, and they don't even have control of the dragon. The test started up by Phantom6. Yoshi's recalled, they're walking back in now, 6,500 HP on dragon.
I love the positioning from Emotion, from Kevin, from Swift.
Before this engage, Nick jumps into the back line, but he realizes he has to go back in towards his own team. Momo survives by going golden. Instead, they take out Emotion, who has not managed to find a tank item. Only a couple of components. LXY over by the back, looking for the reset. Trying to get the blade search. He heals up. He heals up. He's still alive. He's fighting out against Yoshi. Doesn't get the blade search. Doesn't get the false duet. Doesn't get the stun. Kevin over by the back. Yoshi finally finds the kills. They needed to trade back 3 for 3 on both sides.
And this is the problem with that Renekton build. I get it, Emotion, you're huge, you have a lot of gold, but you are so squishy. He just jumps in, gets exhausted, does nothing and dies here. I mean, sure, the Infernal Bomb could have been a little bit better placed as well, right? He was playing that without vision. My main critique is if you had one more tanky item, Death Dance, GA, Sterex, take your pick here, you would have lasted long enough to give LXY the space to pop off, clean up this fight. And LXY, you know, if he got the reset off as well, I think he might have been able to just triple kill here. He kind of messed up the resets on the plate switch, I think, which was kind of why Yoshi could clean up this fight as well. But still, a 3 for 3. It's not too bad. You still take that, whichever team you're on. I think it's just a stalemate for now. But if you look at the team comp, I can't help but feel like P6, they are a little bit more happy with it. Look at the GA, the Death Duns coming in from Jax. He has way more tanky items than Emotion at this point, right?
Teleport for Iggy. I think this
This is
plan,
good. This is
they
really
want
good.
they want to start split pushing.
Yeah, this is really good. He can start side laning right now. He's at the point in the game where he feels confident saying, you guys don't have a clear-cut answer to me. And you know what? He's right.
And PSK, they wanted to start up the dragon again, but they're gonna let it reset. Need to start backing off. They don't have vision towards the back of the pit, but in it, Ward from Phantom6 sees the dragon started every time, and
Alex Y is a sweeper. Just wait for him to get here and sweep this, right? We just saw this in the Watermelon Stage.
the class coming in, they have to explore as well. They see it drop down to 9,000. They're using a couple of spells,
Sweep it!
giving them the stacks that they need. That's a lot of damage on the Haki. The fight engages. It starts off with an engage from Nyx, but to get the stun back on the Rakan, he tries to dash back with the battle with a battle dance. But over on the other side, they managed to take out Yoshi. 5,000 left on the Dragon, but it starts to reset. Alex Y wants to try and get back in. They pop the Falls Duet again. Stun used on Dragon, trying to build up passive stack. Alex Y looking for his opportunity. He has the Guardian Angel. That's to jump in with the counter strike over on the Irelia. Teleport coming in as well. 2,000 HP left on the Dragon. But now your jungle's in stasis.
Oh!
It's still gonna go over PSK. Swift still manages to get it despite the smite on Eggy. What happens here?
4 dragons going over the side of PSK. Eggy had the smite, but I'm not sure, was he alive at the end there? I think what I was really looking out for, look how cheeky everyone was. Momo stopped hitting, Swift stopped hitting, and everyone was just staring at the dragon. And at the end of the day, the Ziggs, one spell is enough to take it down.
And now they just get to go back to the mid lane. They got the teleport. They get to start running back over. They wanted to go over to the Baron. Instead, 2 seconds left on the Yoshi. They're still confident on making this one work. Teleport up for emotion as well, so in the event that they want to try and fight for this, they can, but he's going to walk over first preemptively, 3 versus 2 potentially, if Phantom6 get there in time. Actually, no, teleport's coming up, so if they, well, no, not really enough teleports. And you definitely won't be able to get over in time if they want to, even if they want to.
This is gone. And this is huge, right? I feel like the Baron is exactly what they need, because Baron does 2 things. One, obviously allows you to push as well, right? But Baron is also great at shutting down people who want to split push against you. It's almost impossible to split push into a team with Baron if they know what they're doing. They just need to shove out the waves, they need to Baron buff the waves, and as a Fiora, you just feel so useless because it takes you 10 years to kill 1 creep wave. Your split pushing power just dips immensely, but they're going for a catch yet again. They are going for emotion.
Oh my goodness, emotion spots this one out, has to start dashing away, pops the dominance. This time he does have the death dance, so he's a little bit tankier, survives a little longer, almost one-shots Momo through the Fury, but guess what? Your base is in shambles. Mid lane inhibitor falls quickly. Kevin starts to walk in there, 4 members going away at the Nexus, 1,000, less than 1,000. PSK end the game, a trade of players for the Nexus, and PSK come out on top.
I can't think of a better way for that game to end than what we just saw. P6 doing what they do best, try to trade sides of the maps, try to side lane, try to catch you somewhere. But you know what? PSK, they just say, we're gonna run it down mid, we're gonna get the game, just like that.
What else you need to do? That's the only thing you have to do.
The
right?
Nexus
Just
is
end
really
the
all
game.
you need, yeah.
Yeah, Nexus wins you games. You know, kills in the side lane don't win you games. Nexus win you games.
But still, right, the kills in the side lanes were what enabled P6 to stay in that game for so long. Keep in mind how disastrous that game looked from the get-go. Emotion was destroying his lane. Alex Y was snowballing. Kevin was snowballing. They got first turret, they got dragons, they got heralds, they got elders, they got barons. And yet, P6, they still held on for so long, just through macro.
Alright, let's see what else we have in store for us in the rest of this series. We can go for a quick little break. When we come back, game number 2 continues.
Here we go now.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. We follow our hearts, let them lead the way. Heart is stronger than the mind, it won't lead us astray. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic. Yeah. I just wanna show you the magic. Show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. Oh, yeah, it's magic.
Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up.
Here we go now.
Welcome back. I told you it was going to be a quick little break, and it was. So we get to jump back into game without having lost much time. I'm Granted, here with me is Omo. We just saw Pathseeker take a really strong game number 1, and that's exactly what we wanted to saw. But Phantom6, I feel like, I don't want to count them out. They might bring us to game 5 again. Then we get 10 whole games today.
It's very likely, honestly, Brandon. Phantom6, they've enjoyed playing these long series. They've taken a while to get warmed up. Against Upcar as well, they reverse swept them. And keep in mind, this game, it looks so dominant, it looks so one-sided for Pathseeker. But still, Phantom6 held on for so long through good macro, good side laning decisions. And I feel like if this is the face of them we get throughout this series, it will not be a 3-0.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, at any point, Phantom6 could have really managed to break the base open. Of course, we did see what happens when they ended up committing too much to trying to get kills in the side lane and then looking for that opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe even trying to bring the minion wave into the base. I mean, initially we had anticipated Howlbreaker making a bigger splash in the meta. Hasn't quite seen that happen. But before we continue into discussion, let's take a look at our live trivia question for this series. And it is going to be, which region in Wild Rift has a brother and sister as champions?
What's Demacia, isn't it? Isn't it Garen and Lux?
Which region in Wild Rift has a brother and sister
Well, it's not
as champions?
Shurima. 100% it's not Shurima. It can't be Mount Targon, because those places have like 2 people as their population. It's like Azir and Pantheon, right? Like, who's your population? And Azir's not even in Wild Rift, so who's in Shurima?
Yeah, Azir's not.
Sivir.
Sivir isn't in Wild Rift either.
Sivir's in Wild Rift?
Is she?
Maybe?
No.
Ramus.
Ramus is in Shurima, yes. Azir is like the grandparent of like Sivir or something.
Are they actually related?
Like the ancestor. Yeah, yes, they are
that's
related,
crazy.
and it's like the ancestor and like Sivir's blood triggered some mechanism. Like when Sivir is like the bounty hunter,
that was dumb.
and she triggered some mechanism to like awaken Azir. And like they're like ascension creatures, right? So like Xerath betrayed Azir to become to ascend first, but eventually Azir ascended
Brandon,
as well.
it's scaring me a little bit how into League of Legends lore you are.
I am very into the lore. All right, very.
Do you
into
hacking
the lore.
love Arcane as well, Brandon?
I hacking love Arcane.
Nice.
Let's take a look at how that last game kind of panned out. I mean, scoreline wise, it honestly doesn't seem that bad on paper, but you think about what happened towards the top side. Yoshi had a really tough game, 1-4-4, and this is because, and this is especially on the Fiora, they need this champion to perform better.
They dropped everything to first pick this Fiora, and for it to pan out like this, it's gonna be a bit of a heartbreaker for them. I feel like this is honestly a game which you can look at, like you said, right? It doesn't look that bad from the scoreline, and if you think about it, a lot of it was really P6 fighting from behind. The fact that they could fight from behind and bring it this close, I think, is a testament to their overall ability to keep in the game, their overall ability to find plays, to find avenues, and to fight as a team. And I feel like because of that, if you were P6, if you wanted a salty run back this team comp, I honestly think you could. Just don't make the same level 1 mistake. Just don't let Yoshi's lane blow up the same way it did this game. And I think it might be a much closer game that P6 could very well win.
And it was like you said, right? Because they went for the first pick on the Fiora, this opened up the Gragas Ziggs as the next 2 picks on the red side.
Yeah.
PSG get an incredibly powerful combo. Look at what happens here. Once again, Ziggs just does the most damage in the game. Also helps to accelerate so much. Look at what happens when you get to when they get into the mid lane. Just taking down turrets so quickly. They went onto the Nexus. Each auto attack from the Ziggs was like what, 700, 800 damage? You 5 hit the Nexus. 5 auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, this champion, keep in mind, he has the passive as well. Like, he honestly does an insane amount of damage. Sure, he has auto attacks, but he can just play from a screen away. Look at how Swift just outed before every dragon fight for poke damage. Sure, he didn't land great outs this game.
Haki was like half health by like the time the dragon fight starts. Like, he was half health through Black Shield. Like, they pop Black Shield on the target to get them so they can fight in the fight against the like Pathseeker. But the second the bomb lands, the Luden's Echo proc will break the Black Shield, and they just don't even have that anymore, and just run around with half HP.
And you look at how PSG played around the Ziggs as well. They just used it so well. They just zone control with the Ziggs every single team fight. And this is one of the teams which really understands how to play around these mages, how to play around these meta dragon laners that are so good at zone control. Because Swift plays so much of these, right? He's been playing on Singaporean teams for a while now, and his role in the dragon lane has been to specialize in these utility champions, and he knows how to do it. His team knows how to play around it. They do that role well. So I feel like P6, maybe you need to start considering maybe banning away one of these champions. I'm not sure if they have spare bans. Let's take a look at the pick and bans for this game before we dive a little bit too much into
Sure, we'll try and figure out like what their game plan is going to look like, and then we'll kind of give some insight into what that could possibly be. That being said, though, I will say it has been interesting. You know, like you mentioned, the best look has been when Swift is no longer on the hyper carry. Before that, you know, he was coming in as the most experienced player, the guy that was
needed to really guide the team on what needed to be done. But then he talks so much about how he was able to get LXY emotion up on pace and was able to, and they were learning so quickly as well. And we just see them grow so much, and now just giving us a really solid performance. I really a first man of P6. Wow.
Look, I've been saying this champion is broken. Get rid of it. It's not even Vendetta, so I really want
to if we had to get rid of every champion you said was broken, we had to get rid of like Master E, Irelia, Ziggs, all in one side, and then you're gonna say like something else is broken.
I mean, then it's not so bad, right? These are the S tier broken champions. You see P6? They know what's up.
all right. Not too bad, not too shabby. Irelia and Ziggs, 2 of the champions they had to ban so far. Set has been a 2% pick ban rate on this one. The guy is just like being removed.
Really?
Yeah, like almost every single game. But the funny thing is his win rate isn't actually that high. Like his win rate it's pretty good. Actually, now that I think about it, his win rate is like almost 70% on red side. What is happening?
Are you looking at stats right now, or what's going on?
Yeah, it's like win rate is like 60% on blue side, 68% on red side. Gragas win rate is below 50%. Galio's win rate is below 50% on blue side. But red side, every champion is red side.
The win rate tends to drop. That's part of the nature of the champions, right? If everyone is picking it, your win rate will drop, unless your name is Master E. P6 adapting a little bit here. Draft Hard is saying the Fiora. This actually cues me in a little bit more about what was going on in game 1, right? The reason they first picked Fiora, it was more a denial than anything else. They don't want to let Emotion and LXY get their hands on that one. So this time around, they're instead just gonna ban it away and pick a Camille for themselves. I think this is much better. I like Yoshi and Iggy playing that Camille, and I like Emotion and LXY playing that Camille. So snatching that is a great pickup as well. Gragas, Senna here, something Swift and Evolution have played a lot. Nothing new.
Yeah, exactly. It's a PSK kind of bot side, you know, and it works well. The Galio gets a lot of additional damage, so you get to supplement what you're missing. But this doesn't really define what your composition wants to play for. Now you really still have so many things that need to be answered. However, you want to try and finish your composition with, whether that's going to be with more bruises, whether that's going to be more assassins. I mean, that really is up for contention. And on P6's side, they will continue in with the Olaf Rakan. Rakan actually does really well with Olaf, I think. You know, he has that initiation as well as some additional support. Like, you could build some enchanter items and just jump on the Olaf. It's not that bad.
Yeah, you basically just follow him and you do 2 things, right? 2 things that Olaf loves. You lock people down for him so he can X them, cleaver them, and you also just buff him up. So Olaf is very happy with playing this jungle support duo. What I don't like about them showing the Olaf this early, I mean, I get it, right? Because if you look at Senna Gragas, you just think Olaf doubles these 2 champions, and that's true, right? But the problem is then you show your Camille going to Baron lane, and this allows Emotion to counterpick it, and we know he's pretty damn good on this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty good staple pick from them. We've seen some interesting builds come about, depending on if they need to be tankier. Now we go into the second ban phase to get rid of the Morgana and the Twisted Fate, 2 things that have been really strongly prioritized by Phantom6. I do feel like Shin has been rising in popularity as well. For the ability to have a global ultimate, it's been able to join into the conversation in a lot of these situations, as well as the flash taunt just being such a great initiation tool. Really gives you some reliable initiation. Also could be a pretty decent counter against the Olaf. If you manage to get your passive, your W off, your second skill off, you know, you could potentially take away a lot of damage the Olaf would do to you.
Are we talking about Shen here?
Yeah.
Yes, but also I think there's no spot, right? Because you know the Akali is already going to the Baron. That's the problem, right? I do agree like Shen would be pretty good here, but you already have your Baron laner, so that's probably going to come out next game. Maybe, you know what I want to see? I want to see some Shen supports.
We did see some Shen supports, but I guess from these
not in my games.
From these players specifically, maybe not so much. I don't think that really kind of fits that. I think if anyone's going to play, I think it's more likely going to be Nyx. I think Nyx would definitely go.
Oh yeah, Rich played Shen support. I just remembered that.
We saw this Shen support with Sem9 before. I'm trying to think if there's any other one that we saw that happen.
It's okay. It's fine. We won't be seeing that here today. What we will instead be seeing is Kai'Sa, Rakan, Ahri. This is one of the comps which P6 runs a lot as well. It has one clear identity. We are going to dive into. We're going to go all in. Now, PSK, LXY, he's a Jax Maestro himself, so he's going to be very happy with that pickup here. Jax into Olaf, it's not a good matchup. It's going to be tough. And consider the fact that he has to play into so much crowd control as well. The charms, the Rakan knockups. No Black Shield for him this time around. He's going to be very careful. He's got to be very careful here, LXY. But his team has a decent amount of dive too. I think it's going to be harder for PSK to play out this team comp. I like the draft from P6 a lot more. Let's see how it plays out though.
Yeah, we've seen Phantom6 go for this composition multiple times at this point. Like, it is very much a defining trait of them. The Ari specifically is something that teams have even tried banning out as they go deeper into the series. They're like, we don't really want to have to deal against Haki's Ari pickup. But then again, they've already committed 2 bans against Haki. You know, there's only so much more they can do unless they really want to commit like 3 bans off the get-go, try to take out as much of the champion pool from Haki as possible. Might be reasonable to do on the blue side perhaps, but definitely not on the red side. And so what we end up seeing is Haki gets his Ari again. It just does so well with his ability to hit the charms. I just have so much confidence in him specifically to be able to perform this assassin in the mid side. Looking forward to see how that one goes out.
I hope he doesn't lay you down here, and I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Diana as well, right? You just smash that charm button every time she tries to dash into you, and it's a very easy way to shut down Diana's engage into team fights as well. Also, you gotta keep in mind, not only does Olaf have a great time with the Senna Gragas, Olaf also has a great time with the Diana. Olaf also has a great time with the Jax. I feel like the last 2 picks here from PSK didn't do a great job at answering these questions. And the only pick that I really like from the side of Pathseeker is that Akali. So once again, a lot of the burden, a lot of the pressure, I think is going to come back down to emotion and what he can do in his lane, outside of his lane, to snowball the leads here that he can get on this Akali, because I feel like Akali is going to be instrumental to any potential 2s to victory here. It was a very rambly point, but basically Akali carry or you lose.
Akali carry, and even the Diana I feel like doesn't really have that much impact. You know, you would love if the Akali was able to jump in, hit those big ultimates and win you the fights, but realistically I'm looking at the composition that Phantom6 have drafted for themselves. Who do you really manage to jump in on, right? Like, there's just doesn't seem like so many good targets for you to go for. It seems like even if you hit big ultimates, there's still a lot of turnaround potential. Yeah, so I have to see what Pathseeker want to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that I think Diana is an overrated champion. I feel like she's so easy to shut down. But if you look at the team come on the side of P6, right, what is your goal as a Diana? You're going to jump into an Ari Chomp. You're going to try to one-shot a Gragas Camille. And Ari's going to dash away, Kaiser's going to dash away, Rakan's going to dash away. Your goals here are very limited, but what I do think plays out very well on the side of PSK's comp is you add in the factor that now you have a Senna backup as well. Maybe if you get rolling with one of these champions, maybe if someone finds the lead, then your ability to counteract their dive comp with your own heavy bruiser dive comp, maybe that starts to play out a little bit better. But honestly, I don't favor it. I really just think P6 comp is better.
All right, we'll have to let Phantom6 prove that for themselves
the
to
Olaf
demonstrate
show.
how well to execute that one going. It's a shame that we still don't have Yuumi enabled. Would definitely make it for a very interesting meta if we had both Yuumi and Lulu. Lulu bans alone have been relatively easy to execute on. Get rid of the Lulu and suddenly without the Yuumi in play, you still have these other bans, takes away from some of the identity from the compositions. Now, however, without the Yuumi, Lulu's out, and we just don't get to see that happen. So let's see if Phantom6 can get this Olaf show on the road. Game number 2 between Phantom6 and Pathseeker starting now. One of the first clear-cut things that I would like to see is how well they're able to keep their lanes from imploding, as Phantom6 are clearly looking to try and build an early advantage. Just the Jax as well as the Senna on the PSK side, they want to be able to keep things safe. Emotion had a really good lane last time as the Renekton. Can he control it this time against Yoshi as well?
Can he indeed, right? I feel like in this matchup, you're not going to have a great early game as the Akali, as with most Akali matchups, but you're going to be happy once you get up there a little bit in terms of items, once you get up there in terms of levels. You need more levels on your 5-point strike as well. The energy cost hurts at level 1, so you can't really trade very well, but it looks like he's still having a good time pushing in the lane, just judging off the mini-map here. Other than that, things pretty much going as you would expect. The lanes are going well here for P6.
And P6 looking to try and build some pressure here. There's the exhaust onto Swift.
Nice.
Swift can carry if he gets to that point, but there's also a little bit of an over-reliance on him to carry in that situation. We do see the junglers pairing together with the mid laners to try and maintain control of the waves. Neither side wants to be shoved in under turret.
You know, we always say Senna can carry, Senna can carry. Given enough time, Senna can carry. But I've never actually seen it in action. And I feel like in Wild Rift, it just takes too long for Senna to become a primary carry threat. But look at this dive attempt. This is great from P6.
Okay, but they are untouchable right now, so there we go. The flash tries to go back in. They manage to stun them on the turret, but the charm goes across. Swift still falls, despite the flash and Eggy who just walks out of turret.
Not the cleanest execution there from P6, but they juggle turret aggro well enough. Nyx misses on his knockup, but still, they kill Swift. He misses out on the XP there. Luckily, Evolution is the one farming, so it's not all too bad. LXY is going to get some counter jungling in. It's not all too bad here for P6, for PSK. But still, they're going to be happy with that one. Olaf gets the kill. You get some gold into the pocket of Iggy. And like I said, right, he's the one that needs to turbo the game here. He's looking in a good spot to do it.
There's not that much of an advantage for P6 right now, though, with that. They did manage to get about 600 gold. You look at where it goes over to. It goes over to Iggy. But during that time, they do end up... Well, you don't see much of an advantage gained over by Haki, Momo, and Nyx. They were still stuck in lane for the most part. Well, not stuck in lane. But Haki had to rotate over, so you actually just sees him stay dead even with Kevin. Really important to maintain some pressure here. I'm surprised they haven't taken that blue buff. I think PSK were expecting...
They don't care. They can kill PSK. Why do they need a blue buff, right?
Yeah, I think they were expecting them to... I think they were expecting them to trade buffs, and so PSK went for the blue buff over on the side of Phantom6. Realized that after they took that, they were actually trying to go for the dive instead. Now they just get to farm out a little bit more, try and catch up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good call, right? You use the mid prio that Akali gets over the Diana because you can just shove way for free as a range. And they're gonna put the
my goodness. You're okay, straight back in under the turret. Is that even playable? Oh, finds enough damage to kill off one. Momo's actually getting ripped pretty low here. Counter strike goes under turret, auto attack, double kill. But the double kill trade back, and now chasing after Eggy. He has information. This is looking scary for the Olaf. LXY with a couple of empowering auto attacks does not find the kill though.
You see, that's the thing, right? A 3-on-2 dive is always iffy. It's a 4-on-2 dive that's safe. So the problem there is P6, they went for a 3-on-2 dive. Even if LXY didn't show up, I think they would have traded like 2 for 2 or 2 for 1, something like that along those lines. But the fact that LXY shows up, picks up himself a kill there, he's going to be very happy with that one. And granted, what time is it?
Hey, it's time for the Rift Break.
You see, the thing I don't like about Rift Break is it ignores the dragon. What about the dragon, Brendan?
The thing is, it's not about the Rift Herald. It's about like the Wild Rift. You know, it's a Rift Break.
But it's not a break because they're gonna fight.
Yeah, no, okay, but you know, like in all all those like Korean manhwa stories right now, and you have like all those like hunters, and then like there's the dungeon opens up and all the monsters come out, and they always call like
hell?
Oh my goodness,
talking about?
You're such a nerd, let it.
Brandon, touch grass.
And I know you love your chess analogies, right? You love it when people do chess analogies for you, right?
I mean, you can tell me the analogy. I just won't listen to it.
Okay, well that's great. So you're talking about like how the 4-man dive versus the 3-man dive. The 4-man dive is a safe option, 3-man dive isn't. That's pretty much exactly the same thing with chess, by the way. Like if you have 2 additional pieces attacking the king side, you end up you're able to win the exchange. Right, so if you have 2 knights attacking the king, the opponent, if you have 4 knights attacking the king, the opponent has 2 knights, you're more likely to
and a
win.
Bishop will have lane priority over a pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a given, you know. Like
okay, and then the queen will have lane prior over the bishop. I see how that goes.
Yeah, but you can't have 4 knights, by the way, unless you promote 4 knights. In which case, that's an interesting move.
All I know is 4 knights. So how's the game going? Let's check back in.
There's a game going?
Who got the Rift Herald? Nice, they got the Rift Herald. That's great. They took top turret without the Rift Herald. Wait, what's been going on here?
But Inferno Drake, the PSK though.
Yeah,
Emotion.
Sure, right. But you still have the Herald.
Intercepting this. Trying to intercept this. Spotted it out. Okay.
Wait, it's Deja Vu.
They're under turret now. Wait a minute. This isn't looking so good. Emotion is actually really low. Has not dashing away. Still gets caught out. Nyx follows through beautifully. Swift gets baited in and dies.
Wasn't looking too good for a second, and then it looked great. This is Deja Vu. Emotion keeps making the same mistake. Why are you still in that bush? Did you not learn your lesson?
If you want to be in that bush, at least ward the brush. Outside
Just don't be in that bush. The problem that bush is there's too many angles of approach. You don't know where they're coming from.
There we go. They're even gonna get the charge with the Rift Herald on this second tier turret.
I mean, you don't need to charge mid this game, but you should still charge mid because what's the point of one plate on a tier 2 when you can just get a mid charge?
I'll charge you, doesn't it?
I don't know what that means.
You said charge me?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll charge you.
Okay, let's just move on from this. Not safe for work.
It's only not safe for work because wherever you're going is a safe work.
Yeah, my mind just went there.
Okay, fair enough. Bit of a gold lead for Phantom6 now. I will say that, you know, it does help a lot that it's going over to Iggy. Iggy is going for the Black Steeple first, but it kind of falls in the same situation that we saw before, where you might end up having the advantage, but then just as we saw for Emotion, you don't build a tanky item, and you're still very susceptible to being taken out, even though you have the additional damage.
Yes, very much so. Twin Shadows getting picked up here for Ari. Yeah, I want to touch on the fact that I like that against the Senna, against the Akali. That's going to be nice to have. You want to be playing catch here, and P6 their comp can do two things, right? It's diverse. You can both catch people like this.
Alright, well, Power of Camille over the Akali, I suppose. Gets the kill easily. They also get the chop over to LXY, who has now tipped the hourglass. LXY tries to jump in to get a knockback. Back in on the LXY, but he flashes out and quickly gets away. Kevin tries to go and pull them back in. Flash in from Evolution, looking for the follow-up. Doesn't quite find it, but he managed to trade back. Kevin
has no health bar. He has no health bar.
It's all gray.
It's all gray. Okay, well, I mean, that doesn't count. Okay?
He regened after.
Yeah, he regened through gen, but it was all gray. I mean, it's still a little bit messy there for PSK, right? They go in one by one. It could have got a lot worse than it actually did. But that's what I was talking about. When you play Jax into Ari, when you play Diana into Ari, one charm makes your life so hard. It's a great Ari angle for Hockey here, and he's working very well in tandem with his team, Nyx and Iggy especially, to make these picks.
Rift Herald and Dragon Spawn, the second Rift Breaker for the game.
Yeah, I don't know if that works here. Second Rift Break, like, you know, I don't know.
All right, what do you got?
If I had something else, I would have told you already. But look at this. Yoshi just stops doing the Herald to come and fight this trick.
How about we just call it the first spawn then?
That's terrible.
I'll concede.
That's terrible.
What?
That means nothing.
You're terrible. Well, PSK are looking to try and contest this. NXY once again gets the engage entry in. Emotion's been locked up in the Hextech ultimatum and try and build some space. Kite all the way far back, but he finally got Kevin with a huge moonfall. But what's the follow-up? Emotion's so far away. He dashes back in. That's the perfect execution. We're finally looking at Swift tries to run forward, but he ends up picking up a couple of his souls. The miss at the side, trying to pop his ultimate. But now, not looking so good for PSK. A double kill arises for Eggy and a full team ace with Phantom6.
It looked good for a moment there. Emotion with the perfect execution onto 2, but it's not enough. Yoshi comes back into the fight, cleans it up, and yet again, you saw how hard it was for LXY to play out that team fight, right? One charm. I mean, I want to see a replay of that. I want to point that out. Look at LXY. Look at the angle of approach of PSK there, right? How do you go in? First of all, amazing engage for I keep forgetting the name. Nyx, there we go. And then you see the charm onto LXY, and he just can't play the game. 1 HP, he's forced out of the fight. Yoshi comes back in, great angle of approach. 1 HP target, he just cleans it up. Not really much to talk about from this point out. And Iggy, Yoshi, Momo, I mean the whole team of P6, they're just doing so well here.
Yeah, P6 also managed to find the Rift Herald. That is 2 Rift Heralds for the P6 and the Cloud Drake. Not the worst dragon to have to give up, but it is what it is. Yoshi flashes away. LXY wants to go for the dive, but the adaptive shield makes it problematic at best. Rift Herald up in the top side. Nyx once again with a good engage finds the first kill. Kevin wasn't even able to channel his ultimate. Evolution needs to dodge away from the charm.
So far this series, Jax has proven to be a bit of a bait pick. It has not worked out for either one of these teams. It's taken too long to get online, and I feel like they haven't picked that in great spots. Now with that in mind though, PSK, they drafted themselves into this hole. Now look at the position. They're trying to chase down onto Nyx, who's just trying to be a bit of a bait right now. No one's going to be face checking this death push, but they could wrap around.
7,000 gold lead for Phantom6. Pathseeker start walking away. Yeah, gave out the chance of the death rush. They have a lot of vision on that side. I do like the fact that PSK did not go there, but I don't know how much of that is just raw luck.
Like, they
The
have
real
no vision
winner of
anywhere.
that was Nyx. The real winner was Nyx because he got all the mid wave. And honestly, if P6 they waited just a little bit more, Kevin would have face checked them. So it's just bad luck.
Fair enough. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, probably would have, right?
Yeah.
We do see Kevin trying
It
to
was just a matter
do
of time,
something
really.
here. What's he doing? Wanted to go on Yoshi, I think.
Perhaps. But look at the setup right now. 1-3-1 setup coming in. Last outer turret standing to get a king done by P6, but it's just gonna die, isn't it?
This is just too
no
strong.
counterplay.
Nobody can deal
Poor
with
Swift.
Nyx's engage. I mean, Rakan, just too strong.
Poor Swift, man. This has been going on since what, level 2? Level 3 in game? They've been diving him. The Olaf has been running him down. Rakan charging at him. No flash, no counterplay. Nothing you can do, really. And that's gonna be the last outer drop
Wait.
very soon as well.
Emotion.
What's the Oh.
Still trying to make a play here, but do you not realize how squishy you actually are?
Yeah.
My goodness. That's also going to be the top side under pressure from Yoshi. Wants to split push there, but the rest of Phantom6 down towards the bottom end, so they need to commit quickly to prevent this one from falling. Kevin starts looking for an entry angle, but it's going to be difficult. Over onto Evolution. Now they start to chase after, but it's a little bit overextended.
no.
Nyx gets the knockoff, dashes back away. They get the pull back. Finally managed to do some damage onto Nyx, but they still haven't been able to get that kill. Take down Iggy in this instance. Yoshi comes in for the backline, finishes off Evolution. LXY tries to look for the auto attacks, does not have the counter strike to deal with mobile. Swift still left alive. Hockey flashes forward, sidesteps away from the charm.
Emotion back
Swift
though.
starts to see Emotion come back into the fight. That's his first kill. Flawless execution, pursuing after his second. 3 for 3 once again.
Not the cleanest Akali mechanics there, but good enough for PSK to pick up these kills. And now it's inverse of last game, where I think PSK, they would be happier with getting any kills they can get right now, because I think they scale. I think the Jax does scale. I talked about how he struggles into the champions that he has. This engage, it was just so forced, right? But PSK, it was do or die. They had to make something work. And still, it was Kevin's ultimate that kind of made it viable to keep this engage going. Yoshi comes in around the back, he cleans up the fight, Emotion respawns. This fight goes on for so long. LXY, he's just not strong enough to kill Momo right there, especially with Nyx assisting him. This was a missed flash charm for Hockey. He gets a bit aggressive, he gets a bit greedy, gets punished. I want to point out the gold lead though. The fights might look close, but that's only because P6 was so scattered. 10,000 gold lead. They can start Baron soon. I feel like PSK, they should just go back to the drawing board for the next game.
Yeah, auto sensor for Nyx as well, so he has a lot of additional support towards Eggy, which is why we've been seeing the Olaf pop off so well. I will say PSK have been having a difficult time in some of these fights, haven't really been able to quite convert them into something bigger. Yeah, I mean, just doesn't look like something too good for PSK right now. Nyx has just been doing such a good job in jumping into the back. Emotion goes into the Twilight Shroud. They know where he is. They finished off LXY, and that's the problem with the Jax pickup. Baited in, they thought it could work, but it doesn't. A triple kill for Iggy. Kevin's off in the mid lane. Swift is back in base. Let's see what Phantom6 want to find here.
This is the bait indeed, right? Jax has only one mode. He can only go in. I mean, I say that, but he has a short cooldown on jumping out as well. Wait, why didn't you just... You can solo kill him there 100%. I don't know. I mean, they can just do whatever they want at this point, right? P6, this game is firmly in the back for them. Yeah. Okay, so it is a solo kill, it's just delayed.
Delayed.
You don't need to do that, you kill him! You don't need to be scared. This is not even close. This 1-1 is not even close.
I don't know.
It's not even close, Brandon.
I don't know. It's just
look at that!
Oh my god, it's looking kind of close, Kevin.
It's not even close. You know why it looks close? Because they fought for like 10 seconds and Yoshi only Q2'd him once. Once, granddad. He only true damage kicked him once. He messed that up.
It looked kind of close. I mean, it feels like a close matchup, you know?
Let me just take a couple of deep breaths here.
Phantom6 now have this Baron buff and looking to close out the game. Pathseekers are making a final stand. We saw how they were able to successfully defend the bottom side of their base the last time around, but now Baron is a contributing factor. Changes the scenario, makes the play different. Pathseeker stuck in base, corralled in. They're looking for an engage, but the knock up and the knockback from Evolution isn't going to be all too effective.
taking down their first target in the form of Evolution, but haven't been able to quite do so. Tries to jump back in, hacks it ultimate and comes back out. Hockey has fallen. It's a double kill for Emotion. Suddenly, Momo tries to jump back in, flashes forward the 5-point strike. A surprisingly high amount of damage. Nyx comes in as well. They get the taunt back. Nice root on the opponents. Now teleport coming in. Yoshi wants to engage again. Jumps onto Evolution, who starts to dash away. Knockout back in from Nyx. LXY still alive. Emotion has gone back to top up in base. But all 3 inhibitors gone, Omo.
The fight looks close, but you're right. That what matters here is the base is in shambles yet again. Inhibitors all taken down. Now the soul is gonna be spawning in a little bit. P6 still in full control, and Momo, he's online for sure. His damage right now is ridiculous.
The dust settles and all you see are ruins. That's Pathseeker's life in a nutshell. Truly unfortunate. Difficult spot to play from. Nyx Dragon coming up. The Elder Drake is going to be quite pivotal. Final nil in the coffin for Phantom6. If Pathseeker get it, there is the potential that they can use that tempo to start setting up for the Baron as well. And I have to say, Leonard, looking at Pathseeker, the qualitative difference between these two teams, even in a losing position, Pathseeker would have opened up the enemy's base so much more. Have the Nexus available. Take down 1 inhibitor in a lane. Instead, all we see from Pathseeker is that single turret. Their macro game still lacking compared to Phantom6.
Yeah, the macro game of Phantom6 honestly looks leagues above PSK right now. PSK, they won game 1 through lane domination, but now from behind, they're not making the same proactive moves. They're trying right now, though.
They spotted them out. They know where they are. Trying to jump over onto Momo. Momo tries to reposition, but they've already taken out LXY, who didn't get to use his ultimate. Doesn't get to use his spells. Kevin's over by the back. And just seen Emotion. He's stuck in the pit. Where's he supposed to go? He's dead already. Swift falls. Everyone falls. Pathseeker C. Their team get ace. And Phantom6 equalizes scoreline 1-1 as they march into PSK's base.
Not even close, baby. And I know we both voted for PSK, but I think that this was a much more convincing game from the side of P6 than what we saw from PSK in game 1. They just looked a lot better. When they got a lead, they never let up. They made little mistakes in team fights, sure, but I mean, most teams in the WCS will make these mistakes as well, right? We're not the cleanest region. But still, when they play from behind, they look good. They know how they want to get back into the game. PSK didn't have the same options, and I feel like draft in this game honestly hurt them a lot as well.
Yeah, trying to go for a specific idea. We ended up seeing Phantom6 going for their most standard option and Pathseeker going for this. It just seems like Phantom6 knew what needed to be done a little bit better. I know I mentioned earlier that Pathseeker have been committed to this composition for quite a while. But this was their week 1 kind of composition, you know. When we saw them switch things up and by the time we got to week 2, that looked a lot better. So hoping to see that come back into play. Just small tiny details make all the difference. That being said, we're gonna go in for another quick break as we get ready for game number 3 of the series. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In our attempt to stay right with our predictions, or in almost case, to not have his ego bruised, we have gone with Pathseeker winning this series. Man, looks like Phantom6 have something to say about that. They are going to keep things going, bringing it to a 1-1 scoreline. I'm Brandon, with me here is Omo. We're taking a look at, again, the WCS MYSG playoffs as we go into our lower bracket quarterfinals. Multiple teams have already bowed out. Team Watermelon will be out of the competition. One of these teams will also be bowing out at the end of the series.
You know, Brandon, that's the thing, right? If we lose this prediction, I would be the only caster, I think, with 100% wrong rate on matches I've casted. So every match I've casted, I've predicted wrongly. If I get this wrong. I mean, it's only a sample size of 2, right? But it's not a great start to playoffs.
Yeah, no. that is 100% wrong rate, and I will take that. But I'll be like 50%, which is like,
okay,
you know, that's like average. That's like average.
Yeah.
Like score, right? Effectively, you know,
It ain't bad.
It's basically that. Let's take a look at our live trivia answer to the question that we asked you guys.
I'll be right
before.
about this. It's Demacia. I think it's Demacia. Please, yes. This one was easy.
I'm trying to think. There have to be like siblings elsewhere, you know, like
There might be something about like Katarina and like the Ducato family, whatever they call it, in Noxus. But like that's
Sure.
a theory, right? I don't think that's like confirmed. That's kind of like low key.
Let me think. Right, between these regions,
Nothing. Shurima has a population
Shurima
of 2.
is really small.
Yeah.
Shurima is really small. I think Diana and Leona are like.
But they're sisters.
Yeah, like they're siblings.
Wait, are they actually sisters?
Right. Oh well. Let me
I
think
don't
for
know.
a second.
I don't know if they're like blood sisters, you know?
There is the. Well, I don't think that they are sisters.
Right.
But they
So they're
have
not
like
sisters,
some kind of
they're,
like.
hey sister, you know, like that kind of sisters.
Yeah,
right?
that kind of
Okay,
sisters,
okay.
right? But and then you know there's like this one like voice line from, I believe it is Aurelian Soul or something.
Don't know what champion that is. Sure, okay.
And Aurelian Soul says to like Diana, like, you don't even realize you're both worshiping the same god.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like I'm just like, whoa. That's
Man here just got his mind blown away by League of Legends lore. Let that sink in for a second while I talk to you about the fact that Iggy did 30,000 damage that game on Olaf. Absolutely popping off.
League of Legends lore.
League of Legends lore. Okay, man.
Like they fight
Yeah,
wars
nice.
over this. Like the Targons
Okay.
fight wars over this. Like Pantheon is Targon, right? And they fight wars over this to praise like the sun deity. And it's actually the same one. Just wow.
That's so deep. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Brandon, you are literally the bad chess emote right now.
I don't know what
That's
that
you.
emote is.
You
I
don't
don't know
know-
what that emote.
Okay, let's move on. My uncultured co-caster here.
I don't know. I'm happy living in this kind of ignorance. I don't know. This is fine by me. Let's talk a little bit about what's been going on with our series so far. So 1-1, first game, Pathseeker managed to take it. They showed us the Irelia jungle, and now with Phantom6, they've managed to correctly identify it. Irelia was an issue, Ziggs was an issue, Fiora was an issue as well. So they banned away all those options, and now suddenly things become a lot easier for them. They were able to grab game number 2 in quite a good fashion. Let's see if they're able to continue this and win this one out quickly. Let's take a look at Champion Select starting now.
I think P6, it's likely going to be the same band here for them. I feel like they found the formula for success, so no need to mess with it. It's PSK rather that have to go back to the drawing board. What do we need to do here? Olaf ban is something you could consider, but at the same time, you don't have to ban Olaf if you don't pick a team comp which suffers terribly into the Olaf even after seeing it, right? Draft problems have plagued this team at times, and I feel like that game was definitely a shining example of that. Let's see what they do up to go for though, because I feel like that was a very comfortable team composition for them, and having lost on that, that's gotta hurt their confidence a little bit.
Yeah, we've started to see a couple of cracks shine through with PSK. The fact that they were so reliant on trying to get their backline going again. They wanted the Swift to really be able to initiate for the rest of this, to really do damage to the rest of the team. The idea that the center is supposed to carry, that the Jax is supposed to carry. But then we saw this Rakan so effectively shut down any of those attempts. I really would like to see the Rakan ban out if they're not willing to play it, because it just took out so many options for them.
very easily allowed them to dive as well. It was so mobile, and then like you mentioned, the other picks didn't seem that impactful. Stuff like Diana just was okay, but they didn't have enough power to take out the star-studded composition that P6 had.
Yeah, honestly, overall, I feel like P6, they come in here today, they look like they have a better grasp of how they want to play out the game. They look like they have a better idea of how they want to play out the meta. And that's kind of scary for PSK, because in the only game that PSK have won so far, sure, the sample size is tiny, right? But the only game that they've won so far was off the back of pop-off performances in lane. Now, barring that, how are you going to find a win? That's a question which PSK will need to answer here in Game 3. If not P6, they move on to match point. And Brandon, isn't this an elimination game as well?
This is an elimination game.
Yeah.
Teams are already starting to leave. We had 2 teams leave us at this point already. 3 teams, in fact. 2 teams with between Tolak and RTP going to playoffs. And now, with our previous series, Watermelon are already out now. This is yet again another elimination match. Phantom6 or Pathseeker, one of them have to go. And Phantom6 have played 3 best of 5s in 3 days. First day, 5 games. Second day, 4 games. Now, at least 4 games. Again, Phantom6, they are a team that's grinding their way through the lower bracket.
You see, Brandon, Pathseeker was smart. They lost 0-3 in the first round, so they have really not had to play so many games. They've really not had to show their hands. And look at what's on our screen right now. Speaking of showing your hands, completely different lineups gonna be shown here from both of these teams. Yoshi, what did he first pick last game? What did Phantom6 first pick? Camille, that's right, it's gonna get banned away. Now the Olaf comes right back in for Iggy. And who can blame him? He had a stellar performance on that one. Top damage on an Olaf in like a 20-minute game. That's something to be impressed about. Akshan here, this is a big one as well. Is it going to Kevin?
Oh, it is the Rakan. I was going to say, man, I didn't want to see the Rakan come in again for PSK, right? No, I didn't want to see because PSK just get destroyed by the Rakan. Yeah, I want to see from I want to see from P6. I think P6 do a great choice going for the Rakan. But the thing that I'm worried about is how PSK respond to this, because last game they just seemed to forget that it existed and he just destroyed them and punished them so hard. Then you see Nyx building for the Ardent Sensor early on, and you see him building for the Guardian early on, and he was just able to empower Eggy. A big reason why Eggy was able to do as well as he did.
See, that's a pick that I actually really like into the Olaf comps, right? Karma is great against Olaf because, think about it, Brandon. How does Olaf play? How does Olaf play team fights?
Oh my goodness, we're doing
What
this
does Olaf
again?
do? No, just think about it. It's really simple. What does Olaf do?
He auto attacks. He auto attacks.
No, he runs at you, Brandon. He runs at you. And what does Karma do?
He gives you movement speed.
So you run away, right?
Oh no, yeah. Sure.
So one team runs at you, the other team runs away even quicker, which is why, you know, Olaf with Karma, it's a great pairing, but Karma against Olaf can be really annoying to play for the Olaf as well. I mean, if Olaf is fat like he was last game, he has Righteous Glory, he's running at you at Mach 10 with Ragnarok on, he doesn't care anyway, right? But assuming a more even game state, then that's where it starts to be an issue.
Yeah, they've actually banned away a lot of the hyper carry options, so I think it's like, what, stuff like Ezreal? Yeah, Ezreal is still left open, but a lot of the hyper carry options have been banned away. It looks like neither P6 nor PSK want to allow the opponents to have that. And we think about what happened last game, they needed a lot more sustained open DPS, which they did not have. They did not have by the time they went to the mid game. Swift was still trying to scale up, Alexei was still trying to scale up. Ashe coming through her P6 gives them more utility. Just so much pick-up potential here.
Interesting stuff coming in. I like the fact that Swift is saying, after you guys ran me down 6 times in the last game, I'm gonna have Essence Shift this time around. So when my flash is down, at least I'll still have something here. I like that you mentioned the fact about the Ashe, the pick-up potential there, but what I don't like is this Garen into Akshan matchup. It can be really... Oh, wait. Let me use some
hold on.
Okay, it is Shen support. It has to be Shen support. It has...
River Shen?
No, wait, it could be Shen top, Akshan mid, Karma support. I think that's actually it. It's gonna be a Shen top, Akshan mid, Karma support. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Which makes a lot of sense.
We'll find out soon enough.
No, I cannot find out. I have to predict it because I have to act smart. So I'm gonna say it's Shen top, Akshan mid, Karma support. That's my prediction.
Okay. Sure. We'll take a look at how that one goes. I mean, you talked about how you wanted to see some Shen support. Maybe we get to see some here and see how that one plays out for them. Does take away, like I mentioned before, takes away some of the power from the Olaf because you can take away his auto attack damage.
You know, Olaf has this spell called Reckless Swing, which does true damage and ignores everything.
Sure, he has a reckless swing. He also has damage. Well, what's your point? Like, he has 2 spells, right? But then most of the damage still comes from auto attacks.
Okay, you're right about that, right? And I think the auto attack damage reduction is also going to help against the Ashe. Like, people always say, oh, you know, Ashe is a utility marksman. She's going to shoot out. She's going to shoot volley. But Ashe is also heavily reliant on a Q, right? Like, she does a lot of DPS. If you're a good Ashe player, you can space well. So that's going to be nice to see. I think overall, the team comp for PSK looks a lot better than last game. It's a lot more playable. They have a lot more options. And I got to point out as well, Enchanter comps, Kiteback comps, I hate them. They're so annoying to play against. And that's exactly what PSK have this time.
Need to be very specific with it though. Like they cannot afford to play it kind of like wishy-washy. You know, if they want to make this composition effective, like they really have to fully commit to the idea and not just allow themselves to run around. Okay, there we go. It's going to be Gragas jungle, Shin top, Kama support. No Shin support.
Yeah, that's what I said. I changed up my answer. I said Akshan mid Karma support, right? Because you look at the comp, and even though I would have loved Akshan into Garen, I think that's a very brutal matchup. You get Perma Prior with Akshan. Garen never leaves his turret. You basically do a similar thing to Galio, right? You just push your mid wave constantly. The only thing is you have to be more concerned about this matchup because Galio has a lot more gank setup. So if Galio ever gets on top of you and Olaf is within range to come gank you as well, that's something you gotta be very careful of as Kevin. And I do love this Karma Ezreal bot lane as well because it's so oppressive, right? It's less oppressive in Wild Rift than what you would think of in League PC because the lane phase is just shorter as a whole. But the poke potential from this duo is just so annoying. And then you have to disengage from the Gragas jungle, the barrels. PSK's comp, it's just great. P6 comp, it's cohesive as well. They have a clear identity. We want to find picks like you said. We want to run at you. Both of these drafts actually looks good. And we should have a much closer game than the last time around.
And interestingly enough, this time around, Obo, the picks that the composition they say have been good, have actually been winning the games. So I'll give it to you. Maybe you just need to see the games to know what's going on. Let's jump into game number 3 between Phantom6 and PSK to start this one out. Phantom6 are going to look to try and set up for a little bit of vision. Saw what happened before. Actually starting on the bomb side.
Okay, that's huge. Kevin just blew his flash. That's great, right? Because that's so important. Not having that flash means that the next gang gets to come stream. If he doesn't predict that, if he doesn't E away instantly, he's gonna lose his life for sure, not having the flash. Great cheesy play there from Nyx. And Nyx, I think he's played Rakan like basically every game so far, right? In this series as well as in the last 2 series.
I mean,
and he's been very effective on it.
He's so good at the Rakan. Like, he's been able to constantly initiate, and you think about the fact that Lulu has been banned out in every single game so far. Yeah. Like, there's just no good enchanter support, but you are still able to build for the Iron Sensor and the Guardian on the Rakan anyway. Yeah. It's basically still a partial enchanter.
Yeah, that is exactly true as well, right? And one of the reasons why I don't like the fact that they swapped the Akshan over to mid lane. I mean, there's still another point to be made about champion pools. Like, maybe Emotion just doesn't play Akshan. Maybe it's just a Kevin champion. But that's also a problem here because I think Garen has this pretty solid lane to Shen. Garen's not afraid of Shen at all, right? Like, you can trade pretty effectively into him and you don't scale badly either. Nice to be too there.
Trying to pick this one off. The first kill goes over to PSK, and then not able to get the second. The Ignite comes in first. Eggy finds the double kill at the end of that exchange.
Yeah, very nice stuff there. I don't exactly know what happened to Alex Y. I noticed he has Aftershock as well, right? And I think that the Aftershock approach here, it's actually... let me phrase my thoughts here. It's actually the wrong approach, because what's your goal as Gragas in this game? You're not trying to engage. You have one goal, it's to try to disengage. I think you should go for 4 AP. I think you should go for an AP rune setup. I think you go for Electrocute, maybe go for Aerie, maybe even go for Font of Life, because your goal is simple. You do not want to be going in. And this is what we said last game as well. Gragas has a very hard game into Olaf. The moment you dash in, if you ever body slam in, he's gonna pop Ragnarok and he's gonna run you down. And even though Ragnarok wasn't available yet, that's what Iggy did, right? He just ran them both down. Kevin had no flash, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, really trying to be tanky in this game, which might not be what they want. Quite a bit of damage up for Emotion. The barrier gonna be
underwhelming. Oh yeah, he did barrier. Wow, you're right, Granted. Nice.
Nyx is looking for a dive up towards the top side. Emotion in the spot of trouble. Couldn't sidestep away from that. Doesn't flash either.
Report him! He should have given that kill to Iggy.
Alright, Omo.
Supports don't matter.
Whatever you say. I never want to be in a team with you. Momo flashes away. Look at that. That's how you use flash.
Yeah.
That's how you use Flash.
That is
Survives
indeed, right?
the gank because of that. Now LXY trying to figure out what he wants to get done here. Haki is trying to position towards the bottom side in the event of another potential dive. Emotion has given up on the top lane. They've switched things around. You talked about this, Akshan.
Yep.
You said, well, I think the Galley is going to be a little easier to play for.
It is. This is exactly the lane matchup. Well, Shen into Galio is not the lane matchup that you want, but Akshan into Garen is the lane matchup that you want. The question now is though, are you a little bit too behind, right?
Okay, here we have it. They actually managed to find the route onto Momo, and guess what? Transcendent Embrace pulls it back in, but NXY, look at the damage that he has! Even with his 8 but instead, United will save Swift just in time as well.
You know what that was, Brendan? That was a global gap right there. Haki was in base, so he couldn't make the trip down, but Shan, he doesn't care. He can out from anywhere on the map. That's huge for PSK. Ezreal is going to be a big part of their win condition as this game progresses. Giving him those kills, giving him that lead in lane, it's going to be oh so important. And I want to also point out the fact that I think if you call back a little bit, you said, Momo, that's how you use Flash. I actually feel like he didn't need to use Flash. He either waits a second longer, Nyx would have been in position, or he waits a second longer. Haki, who you already saw on the minimap, walking down, getting ready to out was in position.
Okay, initiation happens here. Emotion, he's going to end up soaking up a decent amount of damage. Crowd control comes across. That's about it for now. Sure, Omo, disagree with me where you want, but I'm gonna say that from my play-by-play eyes, Momo would have died the second he got hit by that spell. No way Explosive Cat wasn't gonna kill him there.
I mean, maybe if you were AP Gragas, right? But I think with the Galio Magic Shield, it should have been enough to save him. If he had waited a second longer, that's the thing, right? That's the keyword. If he had waited a second longer.
Whatever you say, Omo. P6 find the crowd Drake in this
Look at this guy. He's been a color caster for what, 2 weeks, and you're pulling this on me now?
Those are play-by-play caster eyes.
Okay.
My
Well,
play-by-play.
then all the more it doesn't matter, right? Play-by-play don't matter, just like support.
No, it's like that's my play-by-play brain. It's about my play-by-play eyes. Now
What
I have the ultimate combo. I have the eyes of a play-by-play caster, and I have the brain of a color caster. So now I get to do both.
And you have the thumbs of a 40-year-old man.
That one is irrelevant.
But you have the muscles of Terry Crews though, so I give you that.
Pathseeker will end up losing a turret in the bottom side, traded for the one in the top side. Neither team Pathseeker haven't used the Rift Herald yet. Might want to look to use it in the mid side.
Yeah. You see, Lil Granted, the moment Kevin swaps into the Baron lane, he immediately has a much better time, just shoves in the waves, takes the turret for free. Akshan has much better time in side lanes, and I feel like mid lane Akshan just, it's too conditional. There's too many factors that you rely on to go right for it to work, whereas side lane Akshan is just so much more annoying to deal with.
There we go, dive started up, next gets the initiation off, plus the ultimate, Transcendent Embrace, post him back in, buys a little bit of time, Stand United won't find much value. Nyx coming in once again. Alex
Everyone's here.
Wow, he's here to make a play. NXY survives her now, but Explosive Cast comes in. Evolution still alive at this point. Oh, ultimate with the Ezreal! He snipes the Ash. Momo goes down, but he cannot continue. Swift just isn't nearby enough. Oh, can they? They're still looking. They're still trying to turn it around, but he overextends. Yoshi comes back around with the taunt, with the spin. Emotion chases after Garen a little bit longer. Kevin's far away. Swift never got into the fight. When he has his ultimate, that's about it.
Hey, that was his contribution done, right? We talked about 2 globals, Galio and Shen. There's a third one, Ezreal, True Shot, Barrage. You know, that's the funny thing, right? Ezreal out can't be moved as you cast it, right? Like, I know Ash out can move, but Ezreal out can't, right? But we've seen some insane snipes. Like, do you remember when Scarlet Petal was playing? Well, I probably shouldn't talk about them. I feel bad for Watermelon now, but Scarlet Petal did a great job sniping people on Ezreal as well. RIP to him and his team.
100%, yes, agree.
Yeah. These guys are playing like they have aimbot on. Look at that! Okay, well this one's actually aimbot though.
Now curving the arrow around, Swift is the victim of being of the Cheddar Crystal arrow. Of the
aimbot
wavy arrow, I mean.
That's a Vac right there, I mean. Sorry, not Vac, wrong game. It's a Vanguard right there.
That's
a Vanguard right there. Alright, great job from both of these marksmen to just snipe up these kills. But look at the gold right now for Swift. He's going to be a huge carry. Despite dropping right there, 6,000 gold. Mana Mune, Divine Sundra. He's going to be hurting if he doesn't die. If Nyx doesn't find a huge engage onto him. If they don't chain that into Haki CC, Iggy's damage. Then maybe Swift has a chance to carry the game here.
Did he have Essence Shifter? Just curious.
I don't know, maybe. There's honestly a chance that but the thing is, it curved past his teammate.
Yeah,
and
it
hit him,
curved
right?
around his
Which is kind of annoying, I think. Like, I
you
know
know,
that
like-
Swift used to be a PC player, so maybe he just wasn't mentally prepared.
Yeah, might have been the case. You know, like arrows will like wiggle left and right when they're flying in midair, right? Like real life arrows.
Yeah, I watch Hunger Games, I know that.
Yeah, you know, like there's
No,
some
actually
there's some like there's some trick shots
Okay.
where you'll shoot at a thin object in front and you'll hit the object behind because of the natural oscillation of the arrow as it's flowing through the air.
So you're telling me that what I saw in Hawkeye is actually accurate?
It is technically feasible to some extent.
Can you tell me, Brendan, are trick arrows possible to implement in real life?
What do you mean trick arrows?
Did you not? Oh yeah, I'm so stupid. I was gonna say, did you not watch Hawkeye? Then I probably realized you didn't even watch the Avengers, right? Like, why am I even talking about Hawkeye, man? Didn't even watch Avengers. But we should watch this dragon fight, though.
Yeah, we'll hold the discussion for later. Watching the dragon fight now. Swift is over by the side, but it's not with the rest of the team, making it difficult to get back in. Evolution has ultimate. That's a trigger pull. They manage to buy a little bit of time. Evolution goes down first. The first casualty fight happens. Kevin does manage to come back in, revives Evolution, but he doesn't have the teleport. Can't join in. Swift, no one's touched him at this point. He's still alive. It's a double kill, a triple kill for Emotion. What is happening? Evolution has come back from base and he's found revenge on the Hockey PSK with a 4K.
4K and the Inferno Dragon got their eyes on the mid tier 2 turret maybe, as well as the Rift Herald, and I said so clean, and it was. The engage from P6, it was so clean, but look at this, the targets were all wrong. That's the problem here. Who do you get? The full tank Gragas? I'm sorry for flaming you. You were right. Full tank Gragas was the play. The engage was on the Gragas, it was on the Chantry. You killed the Karma, you killed Kevin. Kevin revives the Karma and comes right back as well, right? But the problem is exactly like he called it. Swift was untouched. He started off that fight, amazing true shot barrage, chunks out the members of P6, and that's the problem. If you don't kill Swift, if you don't kill Kevin, however clean your engage is, it doesn't matter because these are the only champions that matter on the side of P6.
Oh, I get it. Emotion got that triple kill because he was Shen in the river, so therefore he was River Shen, so therefore he got a buff.
I'm just gonna let that one slide. You didn't watch Avengers. L plus
what trick arrows are you talking about?
Did you not watch like a single Avenger movie?
No, I watched some of the Avengers movies, yeah. Well, they actually jumped off the LXY, but I mean, that's a Gargoyle Stoneplay. He's still so tanky, buys a lot of time. I mean, Kevin is quite nearby as well, though. He's going into the Hourglass Evolution, trying to keep him alive.
Nice.
That's 2 kills going over. A little bit more damage onto Eggy. Let's see if they're able to defend this turret.
I love to see this. Both teams just punching back constantly, and P6 doing what they do best. Finding picks on the side lanes, finding picks in isolated parts of the jungle, and this is something which PSK as the series progresses, they really need to be mentally aware of. P6 have been doing this since game 1. You can no longer let yourself get caught out like that. You gotta be aware of it.
We didn't actually see Emotion still have his ultimate, and so is
I don't know if
LXY.
it was. It might not have been.
It might have been down at that point.
Ooh, but
Maybe.
I like this some emotion. I was saying, right, that I feel like Sundra might actually be the best stopping item on Shen. He actually testing out that turret for me.
I mean, it's 3-1-2. Looks like that's the case. I mean, he had a lot of damage in the last fight as well. I'm not sure.
I mean, he KS 3 kills in that fight. Right?
I'm not sure how much I subscribe to the Dead Man's Plate second item though.
Yeah. I feel like you still go Sunfire Cape. You might be a little bit squishy with that though, but I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to let people experiment with it a bit more.
Yeah, let them figure it out for us. So if it's gonna be nearby, they kind of expect something. They see the wall, so they know that someone's definitely over on the other side of that brush.
Okay.
Decide
Yeah.
to keep it slow for now.
This is good, right? Because this is PSK showing awareness. P6, what are you going to do? You're going to try to catch us on the side lane again? This time we have backup. PSK, they're learning. That's good. And like we said as well, right? This game looks much closer from draft. Game 1, heavily PSK. Well, I wouldn't say heavily, but I think slightly PSK favorite, right? In Game 2, P6 favorite. Both teams stomped those games. And this one, so even, neck and neck, 9 kills to 9 kills, 1 dragon apiece, 1 turret to 2, 2,000 gold lead. It's really still anyone's game, and it comes down to execution. But I gotta say, with Swift being at the point in the game that he is, I feel like it's the Ezreal show here.
Let's see if Swift is able to deliver there, because the last time we saw him in the mid lane, Momo was able to get the arrow, took him out very quickly. Nyx does a similar effect as well. He hasn't gone for a boot enchantment just yet, so he's still very susceptible to a lot happening here. Evolution off of the top side, under turret, trying to survive against their opponents as they pop the ultimates. The first kill comes across, second happens as well as Evolution falls. Kevin joins back in, but a little bit too late to get the revive proc. Now they try and chase after Yoshi, who's popped the Guardian Angel. Oh, not a Guardian Angel, but a Gargoyle Snowflake. And look what happens in the turnaround. 3-man taunt. Swift will go down, and you cannot have an Ezreal show when the Ezreal is out of play. Yoshi chases after
Look at Garrett.
Kevin, but this is not a good spot to be in. Iggy is live as well. Kevin running for dear life. He said it chalked up to execution. Well, Pathseeker, judge, jury, and executor.
I know you say that I call a lot of champions broken, but can you look at Garen and tell me to my face that he's not broken as well? Like,
It's fine. I will add another champion to the list of the...
yeah, add it to the list. We're gonna have a long list by the end of this season.
All the champions I have to ban, right? So far I have Lulu.
No, but okay. The
Master
thing is,
E,
Garen has
Irelia, and I have to ban Garen. But so I'm just trying to.
I'm just trying to pick Garen, but look at this.
Once again, looking for an engaged Pathseeker, just doesn't have the vision. Vision game looking weak. Getting punished every time around.
Looking weak indeed, and that's gonna be a third Dragon Ocean this time around, going over to P6. Vision game looking weak for Pathseeker, that's true, but P6, they also do so well at playing around Vision quadrants, getting there first, sacrificing a little bit of tempo on the map so that they can get to the fight, get to the catch, and then get tempo off of that. P6, honestly, I mean, they're just playing extremely well this series. They look so much better than they did in the Upcar series, where they were like getting wins with Master E, blah 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 blah, like doesn't really count. This series, they really look good. And I think, yeah, this is P6 we expected, right?
Yeah, this is just them playing 3 best-of-5 series all the way. And they've just finally figured out how they want to play the game, you know, after multiple weeks of group stages, after 5 weeks of group stages, almost 1 full week of playoffs. They're just like, oh yeah, we know what we want to do now. Thank you.
Really getting the scrim hours in.
Yeah, exactly. They're really getting the scrim hours in. Like, they've been able to experiment with every single idea, you know? Like, they were the first team to have to play with the introduction of Karma and Shen. They're like, okay, we're gonna spend our first 2 games playing... Well, their first game was with both Karma and Shen.
Was it really?
Yes.
P6?
Yes.
Against Upcar?
Yeah.
Wait, we casted that game, right? Why do I not remember this?
You have to... Yeah, Lena, you can't even remember what you had for breakfast.
Well, I didn't have breakfast, so checkmate. Got you there.
Okay.
Well, let's take a look at the game state right now. Still extremely even. Love that. Thank you, observers. I'm actually surprised that the gold lead hasn't grown for P6 because they've just been winning team fights, right? Why is it? Wait, was it PSK that had the gold lead? Was that why?
PSK had the gold lead. Yes.
Really?
PSK. Oh my God, Leonard, you can't.
Okay, yeah, I can't remember a goddamn thing, man.
You might have even had breakfast and just not remembered.
That would be scary, actually.
At this point, you might actually want to get checked.
Hey, don't curse me like that. Alright, back to the game at hand here. I want to point out something. I feel like if you are buying Divine Sunderer here on Shen, I think you double down and I think you buy Hellbreaker. I genuinely think you buy Hellbreaker here. Because, like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you're never gonna group. You're only gonna enter team fights with your outs, right? There are scenarios where sometimes as a tank, even as a Shen, you're forced to group because your team just needs a frontliner. But this time around, that's not the case. You have the Karma to kite, you have the Gragas to tank to disengage. The Shen can legit just perma-split push. And because of that, I think you do go Hellbreaker. Well, I mean, it's hard, right? Because P6 are so good at doing this.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late to go and talk about that. Beautiful arrow to combine that together.
Dude,
Emotion,
so good.
despite the barriers, still falls.
I'm honestly enjoying watching this series because I think P6 are playing it so well. Like, that was so clear. You know he has to shoot the arrow before that fight got engaged?
Yes, Omo. Thank you for letting me know that.
Just gotta check in sometimes.
Alright. You can't impress me with that. You can't impress me with the lore though. If you know like some like good facts about the lore, that impresses me.
Let me think. Okay, what's the most obscure League of Legends lore fact that I know? Did you know that... Man, I don't know. I don't read lore at all. Did you know the old Fiddlesticks lore? I thought that one was really cool. Like, Fiddlesticks is in Wild Rift, right? But the old Fiddle lore was really cool when they had summoners, back when they had summoners. Do you remember that?
Not really, actually.
back when summoners were a thing, and then there was the, what do they call it? Like when the summoners would go to the building, like the stadium, like the Pokemon stadium, and they would fight each other. Like apparently there was a haunted room, and if you walked in, Fiddlesticks would kill you. I think that was the law, and like he was just like a renegade, and like you couldn't control him, and like the summoners couldn't control him, and he would kill everyone that went into this room, and then they retconned it because there's no longer summoners in the game, right?
Yeah, but I think his
Don't
new
quote
law
me
is
on that.
like
I might
way-
be wrong.
I think his new law is way more interesting anyway.
What is this new law? He's a scarecrow now. Like who cares, dude?
No. He's only assumed the form of a scarecrow because that was the first thing that he met.
Oh, he's an eldritch being, right?
Yeah, but he just takes the form of other things that he sees, and is just like a monster that feeds on like the fear and terror of everything.
Love that. Totally not cliche.
And like so like whenever he meets like other characters in League, like he'll say like the thing that terrified him. He even made an
Oh,
arcane
I know
reference.
that one. That one is cool. Yeah, I give you that.
Alright, I'm gonna have to pause that there though, because I think this is actually shaping up to be quite impactful fight. Dragon started up by Phantom6, PSK coming by to prevent this one from happening too easily. LXY starts stepping forward, but
Look
what
at
we don't
Haki's
realize
position,
is Haki
though.
over at the back. He's looking for this flank angle, emotion starting to recall now. He's gone back to base, he's trying to pick up an item, trying to get the Spectre's count so the fight can stop, but they found Swift so quickly. So good at these plays. The macro from these teams are just looking too clean. Phantom6 is taking apart PSK by the seams.
I genuinely want to applaud Phantom6 gameplay, but it's not over yet. Let's keep the fight going.
Yeah, let's see. Knockups come in. NYX looks for the engage. They managed to find their first target here with LXY with a little bit more damage. He's either way going to be out of this fight. Mobile flash of the wall, looking at the volley. It's just barely out of range, but PSK go back on the dragon instead. No time to waste here. Get back on the objective.
No time to waste. Get back on it. They are going to get it. LXY TP bot. They're going to try.
Whoa, I don't know if you can say this going to get it outright like that. That's NYX leading the charge alongside Eggy. The arrow is back up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the bane of PSK's existence at this point.
Man, Momo. Momo, Nyx, and Eggy. This trio, they've been so on point here.
One more exit kill, because why not? Because they can.
Yeah, just because they can. Why not? P6, I don't know what to say. They're just playing so well. Like, they're so on the ball with every one of these engage attempts. But what went wrong there? Swift just messed up, right? Because they knew Galio was there. He threw a Winds of War. You guys saw that. You must have seen that. And I don't know, like, they either didn't see it or it stuck their mind, but they didn't register that Galio was there, and then Swift took a dangerous popping. His team needed to come back, escort him around, and they needed to push Galio out of that position. That was the problem there. They let Galio stay there for too long, and he just had too much zone of control.
Alright, well, Swift is just...
Well, it's all over. Oh my god!
No! He finally bought the Quicksilver Sash, so he will not die to that one, but... little more to be said there.
Look, I'm gonna add Momo after this game, but I'm not gonna ask him to play Wild Rift with me. I'm gonna ask him to play Valorant with me.
Oh my goodness, this aim is just so unreal, and PSK have been struggling to split push. They've opened up the top side of the map, as you can see, towards the inhibitor, but it's been untouched. Beyond the tier 2s, they have not been able to get any further. And that's PSK's weakness right now. Being unable to create and generate reasonable threats in the side lanes means they're so one-dimensional. It's either fight them straight on or no.
No way. No way. Okay, well, this one was a little bit desynced, and you know why? Because Nyx wasn't there. That guy. Honestly, my unsung hero. Well, I mean, I've been singing his praises, but he's been playing so well.
Like I said, when I saw him come in picks and bans, Omo, remember how terrified I was for PSK?
So you're telling me that Fiddlesticks would appear to P6 as Nyx?
Sure.
Or to
Why
PSK
not?
as Nyx?
Why not?
Okay, a bit of a stretch, but that's it. That's the game.
That's the game. There's nothing left to be done. That's the final Karma ultimate, just to keep them at bay for now. But this damage onto the Nexus just comes through too quickly. Phantom6 pull ahead the lead 2-1 in this series.
Grandin, I am not feeling good about our predictions right now. Don't feel so good about that one, Mr. Stark. I think I should have just gone with P6. I kind of knew they were going to pull it out. The macro looks so good. in the last couple of games against Upcar, and their macro looks so good today as well. They're so decisive at pulling the trigger, and they're one of the best teams here at playing aggressive team compositions. Most of the teams, I would just say, play scaling, play team fighting, make it simple. But this is one of the few teams at the WCS MYSG that I think genuinely plays engage comps so damn well.
Well, at the very least, they've managed to make Omo very happy. He was coming into this series very cranky-like, but now he's a happy little man. And we're gonna go into a quick little break. When we come back, Phantom6 and PSK will resume.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back again as we take a look at the series between Pathseeker and Phantom6. I'm Grandin. With me here is Omo. We're almost there. We're almost towards the end of this
Hey.
one. Game number 4 coming
No,
up.
there might be a game 5, Grandin. Don't say that.
Game number 4 coming up really shortly. Hope
What
you're
are
feeling
you
good
eating
about
right
this
now?
series.
Tell us about the. You were telling me in the break. I think the viewers here deserve to suffer like I am. What is in your mouth right now, Grandin? What are you eating?
I was having waffles, Leonard.
What waffles? That's the thing. You gotta elaborate on it. That's the best part.
So, okay. I was having pandan waffles, right, with Kaya. I feel bad, it's not time for breakfast yet. People have to listen.
I
I was having pandan waffles with Kaya and I got a second one with butter. And I slapped the two of them together, so I just get like one giant waffle. It's like normally it's like one waffle and they fold it together, right? So I unfolded it, put 2 waffles together.
If you ever want to be as jacked as Grandin, you know what you need to do.
Yeah, gotta enjoy yourself a little bit. Let's take a look at how that last game went about. P6 pulled ahead of the lead and with a couple of options. 2 Olaf games back to back, by the way. Master E no longer.
You know what the problem for me right now is? I'm no longer really like stressed about losing my predictions. Now the problem is, do I vote Iggy for MVP or do I vote Nyx for MVP? And then you ask me like, do I vote Momo for MVP? Like, honestly, P6, the whole team is just playing so well. Everyone is doing their jobs. Everyone is playing their role so well. And as a team, their engages are so decisive. They're on the same page constantly. PSK, I like their draft a lot more this game. They kept it a lot closer this game, but still, close but no cigar.
Yeah, it's no easy decision. PSK were actually able to get a lead throughout the early game. I think at some point they were like 2,000, and then you asked like, oh, how is PSK gold lead so small here? And then you remember that PSK was actually the one in the gold lead, and then we had the discussion. Yeah, and PSK actually did a great job of being able to hold the gold lead for quite a while.
Yeah.
But then it started to fall apart there. We just saw, I think Swift had delayed the purchase from his QSS for quite a while, and so by the time we got to like this constant ebb and flow of mobile hitting his ultimates, and Swift just dying to the engage on Phantom6, like it did not look good for PSK.
And I just point out his build path as well, right? Like he does some damage with the block, he does some damage with the mana immune, sure. But that Black Cleaver, like you're not gonna proc it much in team fights, right? But keep in mind, it gives you like 20% CDR. Wait. Important question. Does Wild Rift have CDR or ability haste?
What do you think, Omo?
I think it's CDR, but I don't know, dude.
How about
Okay, it's ability haste. It's ability haste. My bad. It's ability. No such thing as CDR. Forget what I just said.
No, okay, that's great. Good job, Omo.
I'm catching on.
What was the point you were trying to make with this anyway?
Yeah, it gives you a lot of ability haste, so he keeps shooting off the arrows. Remember that Elder Dragon standoff? He shot off 2 arrows in one team fight. Comes back down to this Black Cleaver. Comes back down to understanding the nature of his team composition. I'm not gonna be the carry. My boy Iggy and my boy Nyx over here, they are running the show. They are the kingpins of this game. All I gotta do is shoot an arrow for them. And he did a really great job at that. The Hawkeye cosplay for Momo was on point this game.
Yeah, just having so much impact to be able to really take down the primary carries, especially because we're looking at Swift, who was in a pretty substantial gold lead. Like, he had his items. He was looking at the Murumana coming up pretty soon. He already had the Divine Sunderer, and he was getting towards the Blade of the Rune King. If he was given the opportunity to actually play the game, could have been a very different result. Now, are you gonna tell me what this trick arrow is thing, or what? Are you just gonna...
Okay. Wait, okay, I don't know how you don't know this, but basically in the Avengers, in Hawkeye, like, how do you think a guy that shoots arrows is relevant in a world of like superheroes?
You mean all the different types of arrowheads?
Yes, the different types of arrowheads. They're called trick arrows.
Oh, well, I mean, just say like Hawkeye arrows. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you want?
We were talking about Hawkeye. I mean, I thought it was assumed.
Okay,
I thought we were on the
sure.
same page
I
here.
thought it was a specific type of arrow that you were referring to. You know, like this is a specific type of arrow that you.
If you watch the Hawkeye show on Disney Plus, he has a lot of really cool arrows. Like that show was actually pretty good.
Sure, but I didn't watch
I mean,
it,
you won't,
so,
I know, but like,
yeah.
to the viewers at home.
The viewers at home, you guys want to go see it, I guess. I don't know. But if you're asking, like, are some of them possible? Like, probably. You know what? Like, we could probably film like a YouTube video about how to make one.
Really? I think we'll get arrested.
Well, it depends on like the type of arrow that we make, right? Because it obviously can't be like an explosive tipped arrow.
It wouldn't be a we thing. It would be a you thing. This is not
What do you mean?
I would not be interested in like using 20 hours of work to make a trick arrow.
What? It's so interesting, man. All right, fine.
Alright, man.
I
Do
guess,
it for me and let me see.
Yeah, I guess I'll just have to do it. I'll make an enchanted crystal arrow IRL.
Yeah, for sure. That sounds good, right? But I want to touch on the implications of this game before we go off the deep end of the Avengers references here.
Sure.
I just noticed something looking at the playoff bracket, right? Phantom6, they're looking in a good spot to take the series 2-1 right now. They are on match points. I think if they take the next one, and it's very likely they do, they go up against Upcar Esports again for a rematch. These are our top 4 teams, right? The winner of this match, Upcar Esports, Sam9, and RSG. Who would have thought that Team Watermelon wouldn't make it? They have been inconsistent at times, but I thought they would pull through in the end. Still though, I mean, Phantom6 against Upcar Esports again. I feel like if these two teams have a rematch, I would love to see what the series would look like with no Master E interference this time around. That's it. That's my point.
All right. I mean, alright, cool. I love to see it too. I love to see whatever else they might have in store for us to give us a good showing without the Master E. Maybe it's time for the Olaf to come to play, but I still felt like in the games that Phantom6 ultimately won against Upcar Esports, they demonstrated really good control. I think the 4th game was a little bit closer, but like throughout the other, like between games 3 and 5, like they clearly just were the better team and had better macro. Even the games that they lost, seemed like they had better macro. I'm not all too concerned for Phantom6 right now. Yeah, hope if they are able to take away this game 4 and go straight into game 5, or take away this game 4 and then into the match against Upcar Esports. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at how this picks and bans will shape out. Olaf banned away by PSK, Aurelia banned for Phantom6.
This is good, right? I think at some point you have to realize on the side of PSK that the Olaf and the Rakan are causing you too many troubles. This is the exact same adaptation that P6 made in Game 2. You swap things up, ban away the picks that were specifically giving you trouble, and being on blue side is going to give you the luxury here as well, right? P6, they're keeping the same 3 bans, no need to change it. But PSK, what's your last ban going to be? I feel like you want to first pick Camille, so you're not banning it this time around. Lulu's going to be completely fine here. And now P6, you have to ask yourself the question, right? Which poison do we pick? What are we gonna let up?
Yeah, it's if they do end up they were banning away the Fiora the past couple of games. Yeah, we'll go for the Fiora again. Just
so
don't want to have to do that.
Camille one here.
Camille,
should be a Camille one angle. Yeah.
But then with Phantom6 side, you know, there is now the option for the Master E again. I have to say, like, that seems fine, especially because of with Eggy's performance in the past couple of games. The Olaf is inherently different, but it's not that different, and you can still make it work really well. Might want to go for that again. Otherwise, some utility elsewhere. Just going for like the Gragas, for example, could be a potentially strong pickup for Phantom6.
Yeah. It should be a... Oh, yeah, that's something we forgot about, right? You touched on the high pick and ban rate, the high presence of set. Now we're going to see him for the first time. He's been banned a couple of times this draft as well, this series as well. First set game, going to be fun. I think he has a good matchup against Camille. Might be a solo lane set, might be a support set as well. We'll see.
Might end up being the support set, especially with the Galio already showing itself early.
Could be a support Galio too, right? A lot of flex for P6.
I do like that, you know, taking away the option for the Camille Galio combo. I think that's one of like the really important things that people keep in mind during the picks and ban phase. We always kind of take it for granted because of how often we see this kind of play out. PSK will go for the Thresh. I like Thresh as a pickup, and the Jace, silent return of the Jace here.
It's interesting to see the Thresh pick up this early. I think Evolution wants a bit more control of the lane, and I think if you look at P6's comp 2 so far, you see the set, you see the Galio, and you think, if either of these get flexed to support, I'm happy playing Thresh into both of these, so that adds to the value of the Thresh. But I feel like your team comp right now, it's not very synergistic. You have Jace who wants to poke, you have Thresh who wants to pick, you have Camille who wants to fight. It's a little bit all over the place right now. How are you going to align these goals onto the same page? Whereas P6, very simple. We're gonna go yet again. We're just gonna go all in.
Just go all in, make sure that you get to the strong points that you want to be at, and yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin is going to be another tool for that. They remove a lot of the carrying champions. I believe what happened here the last time around, we saw Akshan Vayne ban, it was Lucian picked up. So I think the Ashe ban away, yeah, I think Lucian rises priority. Otherwise, it could still go for something the bot side like Morgana, which has been left open, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and that's a very swift pick as well, right? Morgana. There we go. Well, I was wrong. It goes over the PC.
No. We were you meant
you
to
were
say.
Right.
We meant to say Momo. You know, it's fine. We meant to say Momo.
I like
yeah.
how you're always looking out for me here, whereas I would never pass up an opportunity to throw you under the bus.
That's fine. You know what? I kind of accept that life. It is what it is. You give away the fact that I had food in my mouth at the start of when we came in. I mean,
it was so obvious you were chewing. You had chipmunk chips. I had to address it. I think I saved you there. If not, people was like, "What's in Grandin's mouth?" You know. I can tell you what's in Grandin's mouth.
Just Stop. Just stop. Get out of here. Finishing it off, PSK will go for the Varus and the Ahri, which is interesting. They've stolen that away from Hockey potentially here with the Morgana, who they could have potentially flexed elsewhere into the mid side or the bottom side. Yeah, we'll end up going back to Hockey either way. And they grabbed the Ezreal here, trying to perform on the Ezreal this time.
Don't like that. Actually, I like PSK's comp this time around. It's so annoying when both team name starts with P. It kind of throws me off because my brain is like the size of a peanut that I can't like tell them apart. But I actually like PSK's comp a little bit more here, right? I said I'm struggling to see how you're gonna align your goals with this team composition. Well, they made a very good adaptation on 4-5. Varus Trash, an extremely lane dominant lane, and I think into an Ezreal as well. You're gonna have a great time there. P6's bot lane, they're gonna need to outperform their counterparts to have a good stable lane phase. And you couple that with the Ahri, you add a lot to your team comp. You have a lot of poke, you have a lot of pick, you have a lot of catch, and Camille just really functions as a neither here nor there pick, sure, but like you have the ability to catch and start the team fights when you do need it as well. Now on the side of P6, I mean it's still a go comp, right? But the Ezreal is what doesn't really link up in my mind here. I'm not exactly sure how this pick is gonna fit in.
I mean, trying to look for some additional damage, I guess. But I mean, the thing that's it feels like PSK are going into this one saying you managed to make you made the Ashe look so good. With the Ashe banned out, we still want to go for something utility there. They wanted to go for the Varus. And like you said, it has a really strong laning phase, has a lot of power together with the Thresh. But it's not the same, right? Because the Ashe had a lot of global presence off the long distance ultimates that it had. Whereas the Varus, while you can be like a screen away, you can't be like super far away. So some of the plays that were accessible to Phantom6 in the last game will not be accessible to PSK. I think that is going to be a huge difference maker. And I hope that that is not the reason why they went for the Varus instead of like something like the Morgana earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that they have such a strong bottom lane with picking up the Varus Trash. Like, it's one of those bottom lanes where you're confident blind picking, and you will win like 90% of other bot lanes out there. Unless they go for something crazy like a Draven lane or something like that, right? But if you look at this, Ezreal Morgana, I think it's going to be a very hard time for them. And you add on to the fact that, okay, well, what I would say is a saving grace here for the side of P6 is their mid jungle is extremely proactive. Lee Sin is very strong early. We know what Iggy can do in the early stages of the game. He's been very proactive in the early game on Olaf. Can do the same thing here on Lee Sin. So it's gonna come down to the mid jungle to relieve the pressure from the side lanes. Not just the Ezreal Morgana, the set lane. He's gonna have a hard time against Jace as well.
I think there is I mean, this could be Phantom6 saying that, you know, we understand that we're going to have a difficult laning phase. Maybe we want to get out laning phase as quickly as possible. Just start running around the map. You know, bring the Morgana and the Ezreal mid. Maybe bring have that rotation happening early on. By the time the first Dragon and Rifthold spawn, they're just moving around the map quickly, trying to get away from some of these issues they're facing.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's gonna be the goal here for sure, right? But at the same time, PSK, they can match you on that, and they're gonna do better than you on that. So I think it's a question of, can you make it past the laning phase? Can you make it past into the mid game and scale up?
All right, well, let's jump into game number 4 between Pathseeker and Phantom6, starting right here, right now, in the Wild Rift with the Rift breaks at 4 minutes, like I've mentioned before. Yes.
No, Rift breaks is not it. First, what was the other thing you said?
The first Rift.
Oh, this is nice. Okay, so this is a solution, right? Don't swap at the mid. Just swap your side lanes completely. That's one way to fix it.
Yes. You want to talk a little bit more about that?
No, I'm done. Like, I think if the viewer doesn't know why this is a good play, then just stay in bronze, you know? No, I'm just messing. I'm just messing. This is great because it does two things, right? It builds your set out of the 1v2 lane, and set is much more comfortable with less farm, with less items, with less time in lane than Jace, who's extremely gold reliant, who's extremely EXP reliant, who needs items to function as a champion. This does two things, right? It both saves your set a little bit, and it hurts their Jace, while it also saves your Ezreal, saves your Morgana from the Varus Trash lane, and just doesn't give the Varus and Trash the ability to dominate the lane like they so want to.
Okay, but now you get the Thresh Jace. Does that work out for them?
I don't like the swap of the Trash up here, right? I feel like the Jace wants solo EXP. I feel like what you should be doing is just matching their swap. You will lose out a little bit on tempo, but you want to get back to standard lanes as soon as possible.
Try and get your advantage going for them. Phantom6 seem to be coming in here seemingly in these early exchanges. Pathseeker starts making their way up to the top side, trying to contest for this Scuttle Crab. Looks like we're actually going to see an early fight happen here. 3 versus 3 potentially as Momo starts to rotate over. They flash in, find the double taunt, the triple taunt First blood over to Momo, who's joined in the fight now. Death Sentence connects, but the Death Sentence was for LXY.
It was indeed, and once you start falling behind in this jungle matchup, Lee Sin can really run away with the game. Camille's a champion which needs items as well, right? PSK, their team comp, we talked about it. Their side lanes are where they need to get leads from. This lane swap from P6 completely nullified it, and P6, like I said, they're also one of the more creative teams at how they lane swap and how they use side lanes like this, and it's really showing through in this game.
Swift off of the side
oh
lane. It's a solo kill. Yoshi commits the flash. Wasn't even necessary. Iggy says, I've got this, bro.
So I would just like to congratulate myself on being the first caster who has 0% prediction correct rate. Oh wait, what's the way I should phrase this? How should I say
Wait, but like, what about the matches that you didn't cast? You were right for those, right? You were right for those,
actually,
right?
no. You see, I voted for Watermelon as well, so that one was wrong too.
Okay, but like on day one?
Okay, I had Watermelon over Pathseeker. So that one is, I got 1 right. So I got a 33% rate, is that right? 1 out of 4?
Bro, that's 25%, bro.
Oh, I got a 25% rate! I got a 25% hit rate on my predictions. I mean, in matches I casted, it's 0%, so I think it's even worse. I like that one more.
Oh my god. Well, they will switch back into standard lanes, but Phantom6 are abusing them. They're running back down to bomb side. They've surprised Pathseeker again. They've tricked them, juked them all the way around, and they managed to get back down before the wave crashes into the turret, so they don't even lose golden EXP for making this play.
Exactly. I mean, P6, this whole series, they've just been running PSK around the map. And I want to point out as well, I love Momo's build. No tier. None of that weak shit over here. He's just going damage. Warhammer Sheen. He's a strong, strong boy.
Alright, well, LXY and Emotion come down to the bottom side, trying to contest, trying to defend this turret. They were trying to pick up a buff there for a second there. Haki's going to get soloed out by Kevin in the mid lane though. That is a nice little pickup for PSK.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Haki, he's been playing very well, playing utility for his team, right? But his flash being down means if you miss position, you will just get caught out. You will just get punished there.
Alright, first spawn. PSK and Phantom6 are starting to reposition. Phantom6 going towards the Rift Herald. PSK looking for this dragon instead. See, that rolls off easily. First spawn, you didn't even say a word about it.
Because it's not even a naming term. It's not even a term. It's just a fact. It is the first spawn.
Yeah, that's what it is. What do you want to call it?
You can't coin a term like first spawn. It's like coining a term like, I don't know, like I'm very bad at coming up with things.
Like lane swap?
Yeah.
That's
like,
a term?
It's literally a lane swap. You can't
It's
coin that
literally
term.
a lane swap, exactly. It's first spawn.
I feel like I'm wrong here, but I also refuse to admit that I'm wrong here. So let's just leave this be and move on from that. First spawn, yes, better than Rift Break, that's for sure. You know why? I also can't pronounce Rift Break. Like, I'm really bad at pronouncing my R's. We've been through this, right? And Rift Break literally has 2 R's.
Okay, double alliteration.
First spawn. Oh! You see, Haki got so annoyed hearing us talk about this that he just, out of frustration, presses ultimate. He was like, I'm done with this shit.
Alright, well... During the time that we were kind of going on about this, Phantom6 get the dragon, or get the Rift Herald, which could be quite nice for them. Apparently, ultimate isn't even necessary. They're trying to kick him away on the opposite side, but the Charm comes in for Kevin. The Ignite's going through, he flashes away. A little bit more damage is necessary to finish off the Lee Sin. The same can be said for the Ahri.
The moment he got the second Spirit Rush off, you knew he didn't have enough damage.
Okay, wasn't able to... Yeah, could have fired it for base perhaps. That Yoshi manages to use his ultimate. Dodges away from the arrow.
Nice. Yoshi doing a very good job as playing stable this whole series, right? He's played Garen, he's played Set. He's done a very good job at mitigating his losses and still being extremely useful come team fight. Same thing here, right? He didn't have farm in the early game, but he still has his Black Cleaver. He's still holding his own in a 1v2 situation.
And we start to see Phantom6 rotate around the map, going up and down, constantly trying to catch the golden and EXP, and also trying to skill up a little bit, give a little bit of time over to Momo so he's able to get those items. You said no tier, but he's gone for it now. He went for he went for the more aggressive items first, not rushing the scaling process.
My man has a proto belt.
That's the way you gotta play. You know, if you see the corrupted, you see the chains of corruption, you see the death sentence, you just gotta kite away.
Oh,
Now
Swift in
try to get the
trouble.
dive onto Swift. They flash in with the Justice Punch. I mean, you have to face Breaker. It's just such an easy kill. Hockey's gonna get caught up by the death sentence here. Kevin comes in. He also has a charm, but doesn't use it just yet. Rift Herald was used, so Kevin's looking to pursue onto Iggy. Last time around you survived, but this time around things aren't gonna be that easy. Yoshi trades back 1-for-1, but it's a killing spree for Kevin, who's found multiple kills at this point. Yoshi tries to trade back, but no sums, no spells, just goes down.
Numbers advantage there for PSK, so despite losing Swift early, because Momo and Nyx weren't here, they're gonna be able to get the team fight win. They will be able to get this turret as well. That's gonna be a nice influx of gold for them. And this is the problem. P6, they went for too deep of a dive without having the numbers. Your support was not there. Nyx, off of this Rakan, he's a step slower, isn't he? You say yes here.
Okay.
This is the part you say, yes, you are right. He is a step slower.
Yes, you are right. He is a step slower.
And this is a bit of a heartbreak as well. The Herald nearly takes down the turret. Not quite enough. But not much damage the set does there. But still, numbers advantage. That's what matters here, right? You go for an overdrive, you get punished. P6 to get the turret goal into Momo, sure. But if Nyx was here, I think we would be much more comfortable with this fight.
I mean, but we still see Phantom6 and hold the goal lead, but PSK is pulled back with the kills. I mean, it's never been that many to begin with anyway. Relatively low kill game. They were looking for this top side turret. They probably wanted to bring that cannon creep over. It's just a couple auto attacks away. Momo really wants this at this point because it would give them quite a nice gold infusion. Unfortunately, a little bit out of arm's reach here.
A little bit, not quite enough, but they will just pick this one up. The gold goes over to Momo, now setting at 7,000. He's the richest person in the game, and when your Ezreal's the richest person in the game, he can define how the game is going to go. He can dictate how the game is going to go. That's what we said about Swift last game, but unfortunately, he made one too many mistakes. This time around, Momo, he can't afford to be doing the same. And look at the team comp of PSK. They have a lot of ways to get on top of him as well, so he's got to be very careful.
This is surprising.
Getting traded again.
Yeah, they trade objectives, but this time around, Phantom6 would rather have this dragon. But look at what happens. Rift Herald immediately proc over to the mid side. Evolution's coming in now as well. Kevin trying to get towards the back end of the pit, maybe create a nuisance. Or just even try and steal it entirely. There we go. Ultimate coming through. That's the first one being used. Hockey jumps in as well. Nice timing on the Hex ultimate for LXY. They try and jump in. Nyx goes down first. They lock down Hockey with the chains of corruption. And now they dash after Momo. Just cannot find anything done. Flashing away from the child, but tags onto Yoshi instead. 3 members down for Phantom6.
Phantom6, they try to force the fight. Yoshi flashes in to get the out, but it was only onto a trash. It wasn't quite enough. Momo solo here as well. I mean, as you're the champion, right, you might be a hit, you might have gold, but if you haven't hit your break points, you are just not that strong. And that team fight, I mean, it looked good for a second, but then you realize that the important members of the side of PSK, they are all not caught in the engage. Look at this, Yoshi goes in, but you only get trash. And then you look at Nick, he tries to redeem the situation, he tries to save the day. Black Shield was used in Hockey. He doesn't have Black Shield, so Emotion just knocks him out of there. You don't get to shackle anyone in this team fight. And that's also part of the reason why I feel Jonius is just a better pickup than Gargoyle Stoneplate for Morgana. You just completely
It's confirmed.
invalidate.
Like, it's a definite spell, spell hit if you have the Hourglass.
Like, the rationale is if I have Gargoyles, I can walk at you, right? But you can't knock me away, you can't CC me. Like, it's a lot better, especially considering the fact that he's buying AP. Why would you want to cut your own damage with Gargoyle Stoneplate when you can't just Jonius? I think that's just infinitely better.
I mean, he's trying to go for a lot of spell damage effects with the Rylines and with the Oblivion Orb, right? Like it has spell damage effects as opposed to doing damage per se.
Yeah. That is true, right? Like he has a lot of effects on his spells. Like he'll be able to slow them with the Tormented. What again?
Shadow.
Tormented Shadow. Yeah, such a bad name. I'm just gonna call it Tormented Soul. This is my act of defiance.
Do what you want. Whatever makes you happy. I clearly cannot control you, so you can just do whatever you want.
You know there was this tweet from Kanye West around a while back?
Yeah.
It's very succinct. It just goes... Oh, wait, I have to double check it.
Oh my god, you can't even hit this. Well,
okay, the tweet goes, I no longer have a manager, I can't be managed. That's goals right there. I do have a manager, but whether I can be managed, that's up to debate.
Clearly, the fact that you still have a manager means you
can be managed still.
Yeah, I'm a good boy, you know, like it's all nice.
Sure.
You don't sound convinced.
Items done for Momo here. I want to see some damage. I want to see
Hey,
some
look at
damage
this.
from the Ezreal.
Look at what PSK are doing. They are doing the P6, 2P6. They're catching you in the side lane.
Okay, but Yoshi, he thinks he's smart. He thinks he's got them. But guess what? You don't. Not really, because he pulls off his ultimate, comes back in the Haymaker, immediately starts going down, and he does get a face break. Wow! They finish off Kevin here. Eggy returns with a vengeance. They try and jump back in, root back over onto Hockey, but he's come in with the taunt. He's still surviving for now. Alex Y lives a moment longer. They dived under the turret. They try and buy some space. Nyx holds onto the soul tackles. They manage to find it there. Momo has been locked up. Nyx taking a lot of damage quickly.
Oh, no.
They're under turret with emotion, chasing after with the flash, but Momo just needs a couple more auto attacks to finish him up. Planking red health bars on both sides.
So darn close for emotion there. He nearly hit the combo onto Momo. He flashed past the Ezreal Q as well. Nearly clutched it out. But it was an overdive for PSK. They tried to go for Yoshi. He lived for so long. That's just one of the things Set does. It's extremely hard to kill. Extremely annoying to kill. P6, they got the rotation in time. PSK, they came as well. Everyone wanted a piece of it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, who comes up on top, right? I think P6 came up on top, but by only one kill.
And that one kill will not even get them closer to that gold, to being in the gold lead again. Like they have been making moves around the map, but PSK have been much more aggressive with that. Have found themselves coming ahead. Aki has no ultimate, won't be able to join into the fight easily. Yoshi's over by the back. He's looking for the entry here. He uses the out in the wrong direction, so won't be able to get in for much longer. Totem into the pit, has the face breaker, gets the first pickup onto Evolution. Hoppy charges on the taunt. He's over at the back of the pit. Where's the follow-up? Momo just doesn't have a way to get in. Has to deal with the emotion first. Has to try and keep Nyx alive, but it hasn't been working out well enough for them. Kevin falls here. Alex White is chased after by Iggy. Fall will fall from the side of PSK. A double kill for Iggy through the chaos.
Same thing, a bit of deja vu, but this time flipped around. Their eyes are on the Baron now. Momo was untouched in that fight. And Grandin, I gotta point out something here. You said Yoshi photobelted in the wrong direction. I'm gonna tell you he's 500 IQ. You know why he did that? He was baiting the charm. He pressed Q, he ran in a straight line, he was baiting the charm from Kevin, and he was gonna photobelt sideways. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but the idea was there. I see what you're trying to do there.
I will take
Very
that.
cheeky.
I will take that. That
Genuinely, I'm not hoping. I really think
I really do genuinely believe you as well.
Yeah.
Like, that is a legitimate play. Like understanding your opponent's movements, but I think they didn't even have vision of Yoshi, which is why that didn't
Wait. Okay, they got the Baron. They got the Baron.
Ignite?
They lose hockey,
Okay.
but they got the Baron.
1-for-1 Baron.
We take those.
We take
P6.
those.
Finally getting the goal lead here, 1,000 gold, and look at Iggy's KDA, he is popping off. Look at Momo, he has not died a single time. The only ones that have been having a bit of a tougher game, Hockey, Yoshi kind of got picked on as well, and I think Hockey, what he really needs to do at this point in the game, drop the Righteous Glory. I know your job is simple, you want to be the engager, but I think you just need the Zhonya's. It's too easy to kill you right now.
Phantom6 should finally be able to overcome the issues sieging now with this Baron buff. We've been having a difficult time. I mean, look at that mid-tier 1 turret on the outside. Still practically at full health. They're looking for the catch onto Alex Y, comboing their damage.
Wow, yeah.
Very close getting killed the Camille. PSK running quickly to try and keep him alive. Death sentence used, lands onto Iggy. Wants to take him out. No, it's onto Yoshi instead. Hey, what's happened here? Nyx has been caught out as well. I mean, Gargoyle's Stoneplay will not save you there.
Yeah, it truly doesn't. And all this time, I think Hockey had out as well, but it was just such a scattered fight. It was so chaotic. I think if I was Hockey as well, I would just be so confused. Like, do I out you guys? Are we going in? Like, what's going on, right? P6, that was chaotic. That was messy. They tried to make the play on the LXI, but once that failed, I think they needed to just call it off. Back away. You've gotten a splash. You've gotten tier 2. It's good enough. Step by step. We have the game. We have the series. We basically have a top 4 position secured. Let's just take it step by step.
Goodness, that was not it. They were finally
it wasn't it, Chief. That was not it, Chief.
They were finally at a strong point, getting to the point that they needed to be at, and they end up losing 2 members. That could have gone very poorly for them if the waves weren't set up in the positions that they were. Thankfully, Phantom6 still have that level of cognizance. I mean, just look at all 3 waves shoving toward PSK's side. I mean, it's a repeat of every single game we've seen so far. Wave management truly saving them here, Omo.
Yeah, wave management, side laning, P6 have been doing that very well. I think they just look a little bit more distinct in this game, and I think that that's something which Upcar, they need to be looking at as well. I mean, I'm assuming that P6 are still gonna win the series, right? But
no Rakan, I think it does hurt them a little.
Exactly, the Rakan is a big part of it. The Rakan enables Nyx to be one of the key playmakers together with Iggy. Losing that, it seems a little bit harder for them, and I feel like maybe Morgana is just not the answer then. There's a ton of other supports where you can play Engager on. Gragas, Galio, Sat, Trash, Leona, Alistair, the list goes on. Okay, the list doesn't really go on, that's about it. But there's still a bunch of supports that you can play aggressive on.
One Hockey again. Something again. Yeah, Hockey's gonna be off the side. Has to start dashing away. Tries to flash as well using the ultimate. He does fly out in time.
They could have ignited him. He would have died.
They could have ignited him.
What ignite? They
ignites. Use neither of them.
I think it's one of those situations where it's like you're gonna ignite him, you're gonna ignite him, and then no one ignites him.
Bystander syndrome.
Exactly, look at Yoshi.
They get the initiation, I'll get the Facebooker back onto Emotion. We'll use the Haymaker, now finds the damage necessary to finish off Yoshi. That's a kill over to Emotion. It's not looking so good for P6. Teleport comes back in from Hockey. Iggy gets caught by the chomp as he looks for the kick in LXY. Now acting as front line with the tactical sweep. Nyx is going to get engaged on, finished off. Momo still looking for a couple more hits. Starts to dash away with the essence shift, but there's so many running towards him. Flash coming in from LXY. Momo just cannot keep this one going. Phantom6
that's it,
lose all 5. That's gonna be game.
We are going to a game 5, Greta.
And PSK will keep our chances alive of a correct prediction, bringing it all the way to a game number 5.
Look, Brandon, this game was firmly in P6's court. After they got the Baron, the game was all but won. They just had to close it out, but props to PSK. They did everything they could to hold themselves in the game. They even took a page out of P6's books. They were trying to catch on side lanes. They were trying to make plays here and there. At the end of the day, it was enough. They pulled through. They punished the mistakes from P6. And we talked about how P6 has been playing so many games. This is like their third 5-game set in 3 days.
Yeah, yes. Well,
yeah, it's got to be tiring, right? I'm sure that weighs on them here as well.
3 BO5s played, but only 2 BO5s went to 5 games. The other one went to 4 games. So, I mean, either way, that's a lot of games played.
It's a lot of games played. And at the end of the day, P6, if they win this, if they still manage to pull through in Game 5, no doubt they'll come out stronger. But if not, well, then, you know, PSK, they look good here in this game 4 too. They look better in game 3 too. I like what we're seeing through this series because both teams are adapting, both teams are learning, and that's exactly what we want to see in a best of 5 to determine who makes it into the top 4 of the WCS MYSG.
It's the Scrim Owls coming to work here.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my goodness, such a painstaking series to be won here as well, right? Like every step of the way, they've really had to like push themselves to get to that point. Like they've had to actively try to get the lead and then continue building the lead and then try and win out that series. I mean, there's so much to be said. I think we're going to go into the break. I think this is going to be a slightly longer one, but when we come back, game number 5. I think it's still going to be a short break.
Yeah, we're going to go. We'll be quick.
We'll come back into game number 5 and take a look at how this one plays out.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating.
Here we go now.
I think if you're a Phantom6 fan, you just have so much to love because they always bring us to 5-game series all the way, and I think we get to see more games from them than any other team in the WCS MYSG Omo.
Yes, Grendon, I well and truly love playing out full 5-game sets. That is my favorite thing in the world.
Let me quickly calculate this. So in the group stage, they didn't play as many games. I think the most number of games played was with Pathseeker, like something like 34. But they played 30 games. But they've well and truly made up for that at this point by playing 14 games on top of the 30 games they've already played. So they have the most number of games played in the WCS MYSG.
Okay, and they certainly looked the better for it. I mean, their form today has looked really good. That last game, we don't talk about that. It's a little bit shaky. They made more mistakes than is characteristic for them in the previous game, and I feel like going to game 5, they need to be able to shake that off. They looked so good in games 2 and 3 specifically. I feel like Nyx being off an engager really hurt this team a lot, and I would love to see them go back to what works for them. You might not have Rakan. That might be permaban, but there are other options.
He tried to be the engager. He tried to play the engager on the Morgana, realized that the Goggles don't play doesn't
really
work,
as
and
well,
he
right?
switched to the Hourglass.
Oh, you're right, he did, but I think it's too little too late by then, right? 2 key team fights I can think of where if he had Hourglass, it might have played out better than this Gargoyle Stone played. At the end of the day, though, I mean, Kevin had a great performance here. Alex Y had a great performance here. I think Evolution on this trash was all over the place as well. Nyx, see, part of the reason is the team fighting, right? But I also feel like he wasn't so active on the map when on the Morgana. So that's something which, maybe it's a mentality thing as well, right? When you're playing a champion like Morgana, you're just not looking for these plays as much.
Might have been the case. I will say that, you know, Yoshi, while his scoreline kind of says that he went 2-6-3, I feel like he actually did a really good job of maintaining like control throughout most of the game. It just came to a certain point where, you know, PSK did the same thing that P6 did to them. I mean, both these two teams look like they're just stealing each other's strats. Like, PSK have literally gone for the Ari in the matchup against Haki, and Kevin got the solo kill. Like, Kevin did a really good job in this series.
He truly did. Haki had a poor performance compared to his last few games. He had a couple of really good games this series. This one was not it. He was getting caught out a bunch of times. I feel like he had to swap off the Righteous Glory at some point as well. Like, I get it, man. Your early game, it went fantastic. You wanted to keep that rolling. But at some point, you had to identify the fact that you were getting blown up in every single fight, and you need Zhonya's to stall here. Same thing I said for Nyx, right? And I think at the end of the day, itemization definitely hurt P6 this game. I think Yoshi should have maybe skipped the Blade of the Rune King as well, given he was behind in gold from the lane swap, and the fact that he had one job. You just need to engage. So just maybe go tankier, Black Cleaver into tank, something like that. Maybe Sundra as well instead of Bok. Something that gives you health. But still, it wasn't the itemization that lost them the game, right? We talked about after the Baron, P6, they had the game in their grasp. They just threw it away. They just needed to calm down. They just needed to take it step by step. They did it.
Yeah, started to get a little bit too excitable, started to worry a little bit too much about what needed to be done. They started making some low value plays. We saw the push up in the top side where they lost 2 members with their Baron buffs for no good reason, realistically, and they had a difficult time trying to break open the base despite the Baron going down quickly. So we just again start to see some of the issues that can arise when you get to that point of the game. That I felt like the Jace was looking pretty strong at that point as well, despite the fact that they kind of pulled him around the map by just constantly lane swapping.
Yeah, I mean, they did a very good job in the early stages of the game, right? And that gave P6 leads as well, for sure. But they honestly just threw a lot of these avenues away, and props to PSK for taking advantage of it. Now, P6 back on blue. This is going to be big, because that means that the Camille can now be snatched away by P6, and I think that has been an instrumental pick this series. Let's see if PSK want to ban that away, and let's see if there's a pick which they're willing to give up in order to do so.
Because he was able to dodge away from stuff like Haki's ultimate with his own ultimate, right? And like that invulnerability just makes it really difficult to lock him down. So oftentimes we see the Camille surviving longer than they have to with the mobility that the Camille kind of has.
Just an annoying champion.
Yeah, just really annoying. Plus the adaptive shield, right? Just makes it deceptively tanky. Like you would not expect the opponent to be able to live for that long. But you can proc it, what, twice in a team fight? And that gives you like 400 or 500 additional health in a situation where like it's down to the wire. You should be able to kill the opponent and you can't. Yeah, we just see that issue arise the most. PSK will ban away the Rakan, something that has been quite important. And Phantom6, they go for the same bans that worked for them before. It's the Irelia, Ziggs, and Fiora here.
Irelia, Ziggs, and Fiora. So this is just going to be a Camille first pick angle. Again, I'm just trying to think what PSK would want to respond to that with. Maybe they pick up the set themselves. I don't feel like the set was a problem at all that series. I mean, it wasn't the reason why they lost, right? It wasn't the best pick, but I'm just trying to think like what this could be. Like a set Gragas angle, Evolution does like his Gragas.
Yeah, I feel like Gragas could be good here. Set, okay, that's the first half of it. Gragas could be good here. They might want to try and pull away something that we saw from the last game. PSK managed to make the Ari work. Galio, okay, they have been
denying the
prioritizing
CG combo, right?
Yeah, denying the CG.
As well. Okay, interesting. Now, what's the answer here gonna be, right? Maybe you take the Gragas yourself. Okay, well then, it's a game 5. What better time to pick a Vayne than now, right?
But that's true. You already see the set Galio. I mean, what better time to what better time to go for the Vayne than now? And then you get the Darius, so you remove away some of the other options that could potentially hold the Vayne in place, and especially because you get this Camille. Like the opponents don't have access to something that could hackstack ultimatum your Vayne. You know, like the Vayne gets to keep tumbling around, running around. When you think about like the Akali versus Camille matchup, that's something that happens very often. It's going to be the RE for PSK though. Kevin looking to try and play this one again.
Yeah, this is nice, right? PSK opened with 2 beefy boys, and immediately P6 their answers. We're gonna take the beefy boy killers. Kevin, his Ari last game, had a good performance. I think the Ari this time around will have a harder time. It's gonna be hard to hit charms on Vayne. It's gonna be hard, like when you can't Spirit Rush away from a Camille. But overall, it's still a decent pick here. I think in a game 5, what's the most important thing, right? Sure, draft matters. Sure, counter picks matter. Sure, decent comp matters. But comp fit is what you really want to be doing. You think about this, these guys have been playing. What time did we start today, Brandon? 4, 5?
I guess somewhere around that time. I haven't really been
keeping track. 4-ish, right? I remember I woke up from my nap at 4, so like 4-ish probably. So these guys have been playing for close to 3 hours now. Comfort is the key right now. You want to be comfortable in whatever you're playing, and you want to be able to execute on it. You don't want to think too much.
So we should have started about 4:30.
Right, so they've been playing for close to 3 hours now.
Yeah, by the time they finish this game, definitely going to be past 3 hours. Yeah. That's going to be quite a difference maker. I will say though, looking at what P6 have right now, they still have quite a bit of flexibility. I had a point in mind, but it kind of slipped away from me.
Well, I want to bring up another point then. I do like the Varus ban away, and I feel like this is something which PSK should have considered as well, right? You want to take the strongest laning ADs into this vein. I don't think Swift is a Draven player, so Varus is the next best option. With that being banned away, I can't help but feel like this is going to limit Swift's champion pool. You don't want to be playing mages into Vayne. So what options does he have?
PSK could look for something like the Asher. Previously, they had gone for
Asher's
the
doable.
Varus.
Oh, I don't like this.
Going
I
for
do
the
not like
Kaisa,
that.
trying to be a direct counter or directly confronting
get
the
countered.
Vayne. Yeah, you're
That's
trying to directly confront the Vayne, but you don't counter the Vayne.
Yeah, she beats you up, right? Like, Vayne beats you up in a 1v1. I guess I can see the rationale here being, my team's the dive comp, we're gonna dive all in, I'm gonna dive in with them, right? But I feel like they should have fourth picked the AD, fourth pick of Varus, and hopefully Kevin has enough picks for 4 and 5, right? Like, you didn't even save last pick for him because you have so many flexes.
Yeah, still looking to see if there's anything that can be done here by Phantom6 to kind of change the direction of what they've gone for. I think it's just going to be a mage here. No, actually going to play for the much tankier option
Darius
still.
Wait.
Camille jungle, I think, and then Darius top,
Garen
and then
mid then,
Garen
right?
mid, right?
Yeah, it's probably a Garen mid.
Just trying to stay tanky, and you have like the tenacity against the charm from the Ari, so
Yeah.
it's not too bad here, not too bad.
What I would say though is the fact that there's now both a Garen and a Darius in the game gives Set a lot of targets out in the team fight, right? And
No, please.
what is this? What is this? Wukong.
I'm not a fan of Wukong.
I don't like Wukong either, but let's see, right? I'm sure they have something in mind. Game 5 is where you pull out all the stops for both of these teams, right? This is a change in pace from the last 4 games of drafts, and this is exactly what I like to see from a Game 5. Pull out all the stops, pull out what you've saved up until now.
I mean, they want to like. I'm guessing like the Wukong is supposed to help them engage these team fights. Really trying to like pop off here, get the Kaisa to a strong point where they're able to effectively take on their opponents. But realistically, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of the Wukong. I feel like Wukong just doesn't offer as much. You know, it's very good in theory. Like you think about it, oh yeah, like Cyclone, secondary Cyclone, and that's supposed to be able to, you know, set up for the Galio. Like you hold them in place so that the Galio ult can come in and all that. But then you also think about like what happens here. Like the Kaisa actually is not as much damage as you think it is. I think quite well still early on. Like the Vayne hits like those really strong points much faster. Enemy team also has a lot of crowd control. Yeah, I'm just not quite feeling the Wukong. I don't know how the Wukong ever wins against like Darius, Camille, or Garen.
Yeah, Wukong is probably gonna go jungle here, so that's one thing to keep in mind. But I do want to point out a fun little tidbit, right? Back in the day, when Camille was the #1 top laner, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not getting this wrong. Sorry, there was a point in time where Wukong was kind of meta in League of Legends PC, and Camille would just hard counter him. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out in my mind like who counted who. Now it's in the jungle. I'm pretty sure it's Camille against Wukong in the jungle matchup, so it's not as severe as in the lane. But once again, right, you're counter picking yourself. Your goal here, just dive the Vayne, go all in.
Yeah, I don't really know if this is like something that worthwhile for them. I still feel like there are quite a couple of issues that need to be kind of worked out, especially since even if like they need to rotate around the map heavily to try and punish them. And really put the pressure onto the Phantom6. I feel like Pathseeker do have the advantage in that they have the Galio, right? So they have that extra mobility, and the taunt just has that level of effectiveness. But you know, do they have the damage to get past Garen Darius? I really genuinely do not feel so, especially with Nami supporting them from the back. I mean, Enchanted supports just makes such a big difference.
This time around, I'll have to give the draft over to P6 yet again. But I do think that there is something to be said about Set outing a beefy boy into your team, right? It really is a lot of value. There's a lot of value in that.
Sure.
As well as the fact that, you know, sure, he's probably going to get shredded by the Vayne, but the Vayne has to be concerned about so many things as well. And then you start thinking about the chess match, right? The Vayne's concerned about the Wukong engage. You got to look out for the flanks. Oh, but Nami does a great job at shutting down Wukong's run at you and spin engage pattern. And that's just how this game's going to play out. There's a lot of options for both teams. But yes, like you said, I just feel the options are better for Phantom6.
Yeah, the fact that the Ari is in the game just offers them so much like pick-off potential, especially against the Vayne. And if you get rid of that primary damage source, the fight becomes quite a bit easier realistically. I don't think that Eggy really offers that much more damage in the jungle. It is a little bit surprising that they've gone for this singular carry composition again, because I feel like we've seen so much of this in the past and it just generally does not work out that well. You know, that's why we've started to see the rise of the double carry kind of position with the double bruises, because that's a lot more stable, a lot more safety there. But it could be a calculated risk for Phantom6. You know, game 5 elimination match, they gotta do what they gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. They're pulling out all the stops. The crazy picks are coming out. Wukong is something I haven't seen in a while and something I hope to not see again. I don't like the champion. It's just not fun. But let's see if it works out here for Pathseeker.
Game number 5. Match point for both these two teams. Pathseeker and Phantom6 prepared to end it all here. One of these teams will be bowing out. The other one continues and will face off against Upcar Esports.
Yeah, not only did they continue and face off against Upcar, they secured themselves a place in the top 4 of the region. Sorry, not just the region. We're like a double country region here.
Oh my goodness.
Singapore and Malaysia.
Kevin just loses so much health off the get-go. I felt like if Haki ignited there and an flash auto type from ult, that's first blood.
Yeah, I think that's a very good chance they had lethal there, but I think they're happy as well with forcing him out of lane. Very interesting lane assignments, right? Vayne and Garen both pushing the mid lane, while Nyx is here chilling in the bottom lane.
Well, they actually get an EXP advantage. Like, look at what happens here. They actually have the EXP advantage on Momo and Nyx, whereas with Evolution and Swift, they don't have much EXP at all. So, very interesting lane assignment and strat. Oh no! This is bad. Emotion, he loses too much health to the turret. 2 turret shots come across. He just splashed away. What's the Haymaker? Is not available. He starts running towards the fruit. No, Decimate. Oh my goodness.
No spell up for Yoshi. Yeah, he didn't even add Decimate. He had a W at level 1 to not push the wave.
Crippling Strike.
Yeah, Crippling Strike, that's what it's called, right? What's the hook called?
Apprehend.
Why do you sound so done?
It's like, I don't know what's worse, the fact that you don't even know any of his spells.
I know he has a spell called Noxian Guillotine, okay?
That's his ultimate.
Yeah, I know he has Noxian Guillotine. What's his passive called? Stacks of Death, making you bleed.
I don't know. I don't know passive names. Who learns passive names?
I'm sure there's people out there that do. Well, he's making you bleed, right? That's what it
Hemorrhage.
There we go. That's what it's called.
Oh my goodness. I think so. This one I would actually have to go in chat.
Yeah, well, we figured it out. It's good enough.
Did you find it? Did you find it?
No, it is Hemorrhage. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well,
I remember saying it before, and then I forgot what it's called.
It is Hemorrhage. Oh my god, I'm so good.
Yeah, you figured it out. Alright, so let's play a mini game then, right? Let's look at his mid lane matchup. Name me... Okay, just name Garen's spells.
Name
Do you know
Garen's
what
spells?
Garen's spell names are? Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know a single one. Demacian Justice is probably out, right?
Yeah, the Demacian Justice is all Judgment.
What is Judgment?
Judgment is his Q, I believe, his first spell, I believe. And then he has, I think it's Courage, but it's his second skill, and then his third skill is something.
His W is called Courage?
Something like that. Something super cheesy like that.
Oh. Well, I hope it's not called Courage.
It's Judgment, I think, is his third spell. I think third spell is his spin. Judgment, I think, is the spin to win. I have no idea what the first spell is called.
They should have given his E a cool name.
Alright, I'm checking now. I'm checking now. Okay. The first spell is called Decisive Strike. I was correct. It is Courage. Third spell is Judgment. And fourth spell is Demacian Justice.
Alright, I got 1 out of 4. We take those. Look at this though, P6. They want to dish out some Demacian Justice on emotion.
Well, that's a Decisive Strike actually. So we're going to start things off with that. They get the Apprehend back, pulling onto emotion. That will eventually turn out to be the ultimate, coming through its first blood, but traded back. Kevin jumps in with the charm, gets a little more damage onto Yoshi, starts to reposition in, gets the heal back from the clean sweep around.
Yeah. He might have had enough damage to kill if he got the Q2 rebound, but he didn't manage to get that one. And honestly, the nice start to the fight from emotion there, getting the big stun, stunning Iggy, Haki, and Yoshi. And I like the fact that we see both the Demacian Justice and the Noxian Guillotine come in, and they don't stack it. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, managed to time that separately. Gets the kill. That's the difference between First Blood Gold and not First Blood Gold.
It is indeed, right? But the kill does go over to Iggy. And I like seeing a Camille with some gold in the pocket. So this is going to be a good start here though, for P6. PSK though, they're going to start off the Rift Herald. And looks like P6, they're just going to call to trade. I want to say, yeah, they're just going to call to trade here.
The Garen is going to be nearby though, so I think Haki is just trying to get a little information on when this one's going to go down. Maybe trying to provide a little bit of a nuisance to make PSK second guess themselves. But it is the Mountain Drink, not a bad one to give up Rift Herald for. Swift is going to be nearby though, and it's looking for an entry back in. Starts walking in. That is going to be the Rift Tower going over right away. The exhaust takes away the Proto Bell, but that's about it from that side. And now they start running away back under turret.
That's huge though. You burn both the exhaust and the flash, and all you need to do is what? Use your proto belt on Yoshi? He's gonna be more than happy with that one.
No, that was Yoshi's proto belt and evolution flash. And Swift exhausted.
Exactly, so he's gonna be so happy. Like, he loses nothing. He loses a 60-second CD for 2 summoners. We take those for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And so PSK, I think that a couple of the initiation tools gone, it will hurt evolution slightly, but it doesn't really matter so much if they can get the engage coming in from LXY. Then they just get evolution to follow through with his ultimate, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look at the game state right now. You do have the Rift Herald in the hands of PSK, but I want to think about, like, where are you really going to use this? Where are you going to attack on the map with it? Because I don't really see any points where you're strong. I don't see any points where you can just force a play here. Well, it looks like it's going to be bot lane, right?
Yeah, it might be a case where they just end up pulling attention away and then use the Rift Herald in a vulnerable spot. It looks like that's going to be the bot side. A little bit too dangerous for Yoshi to step up right now. As you can see, he's waiting for the Knicks to regroup together.
Okay, well, they do get it.
Yeah, that's
a
good.
dive on the top lane, though.
They're trying to make a counterplay over on the other side. Kevin loses a lot of health quickly. Chase coming through from Hockey. They just need one more auto attack. The Chop actually brings it into range. Decisive strike finishes that one off. Evolution uses his ultimate here. They're looking for the second charge on this Rift Herald. Hopefully they do it. Well, there we go. They do get it.
Not exactly sure what happened there. I would guess they were trying to force an engage with LXY using Spin and Evolution using Zout. The play there is you don't have to kill them, but as long as you get the charge, you're happy. The cooldowns are going to be a while. Yeah, it's a lot of damage onto the turret. You get some plates. The cooldowns on your outs, it's going to be up by the next objective fight. And I want to touch on the other side of the map as well, right? While P6, they smartly back away from the Rift Herald play, the cross map favors them because they kill Kevin. They don't quite get the turret, but that's a hit away. They will pick that up very shortly. I think you want to funnel the goal probably into Vayne, but it's going to be a bit hard to shift it out of mid lane now because this is the point in the game where your dual lane will likely just stay mid for the rest of the game.
You say that, but I do see Swift and Evolution go up to the top side, at least to try and clear the wave, maybe trying to funnel as much gold into the Kai'Sa as possible. Momo's off in the silent as well. I think maybe switching lane assignment soon. They have a lot of vision here. They actually have the double ward by the red buff as well, so plenty of information on where Momo is at any given point of time. This actually, I do think, gives them quite the vote of confidence. You can see PSK trying to play for a top side.
Yeah, and I think something...
Whoa!
Oh, he missed!
For this, gets the bubble, so they do still get the kill. No reset, but it doesn't matter here, does it?
Yeah, he doesn't get the outer edge, as well as the fact that Noxia and Guillotine would just have been cancelled out by the Zhonya's. But like you said, it doesn't matter. You have enough coming in from Nyx in the form of CC that is just good enough. I want to point out as well, Nyx has Redemption, so does Hockey. I've been liking people picking up Redemption, and maybe like, okay, we don't see Locket, but I've been liking people picking up Redemption on the Garen because most of the time you're so tanky that you don't really need a Gargoyle Stone plate, right? Like some games you still will, but in games like this where you feel like you're not going to get shredded, it's a good call to pick that up.
Fair enough, yeah, they actually start moving to the bot side now, looking for a big play. That's going to be Emperor Hand missing, face break over on the 2, and now Yoshi's been stuck out. He just doesn't have a place to walk away to. Tries to prepare to decimate, but pulled back by emotion. He talked about ulting a BP boys and said, there we go.
Hockey shouldn't come. He should have just been pushing mid lane. It's way too late for you to try to react here. And because of that pick, this dragon will go over to Pathseeker. They're going to look for the Herald as well. I think they want to be a bit greedy. I think they want to get both. They don't want to give up a single objective here. If they can control both, that would be huge. But P6 Hockey already starting off the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're trying to trade as quickly as they can. You can see that Dragon had a slight delay to when it spawned, so Pathseeker wasn't able to grab it as quickly. Eggy is on the Rift Herald right now, but PSK has always started rotating over. Evolution starts making its way there. What spots them out in the eye brush. Now they start positioning around mid. Yeah, looking to take this turret down here perhaps.
Yeah, but just get scared off by the Proto Belt there. Rift Herald in the pockets of Eggy now. I think something very interesting that I noticed throughout this series is they keep trading objectives. Like, but they'll always trade, like, I'll take Dragon first, and then I'll take Rift Herald next. You take Dragon first, and then you take Rift Herald next.
It is strange, turns, right?
You know? Yeah, it's very civil, very polite for both of these.
Oh, it's so strange. Like, how did they come to this conclusion before the game even starts?
I'm pretty sure this has happened, like, almost every game as well.
Exactly, that's how it felt like. So civil. What happens if
very
both,
civil.
both
Two gentlemen.
Why both just want the Rift Herald one game?
Well, it hasn't happened yet, and this is game 5, so I don't know what to tell you, Brandon.
Look at the vision behind the dragon, by the way. 4 wards.
That's not a good thing for the players at home. You do not want to be wasting your wards like that. Make sure you guys stagger out your wards. Make sure you guys use your wards to get maximum vision, not too
Look,
behind.
that is maximum vision.
What, like in 5 cm of space?
Yes, exactly. What's wrong with that?
Just
Look at
never
that.
walk into this quadrant because it is PSK's quadrant.
Yes, that's right. That spot specifically. It's like the toll booth, you know? It's like this spot specifically, you walk past it, you pay the toll.
You do indeed, and the toll is likely going to be alive, right? Well, but PSK, they're going to be backing away now. I want to point out the fact that scaling going on. You know, look at Swift. He has a little bit more gold than Momo, but Momo's a Vayne. He's going to be scaling so strong as the game progresses. Ardent Sensor comes in for Nyx as well. Once you get one more item here, Momo, I think they're ready to take basically any team fight that comes your way. And I kind of feel like this Darius, this Garen, they should be itemizing a little bit more tanky, right? Like, I don't think you need to go for a Death Dance. I don't think you need to go for a Sterex Gauge. Just go tank and trust that your Vayne will carry you, because you will be able to reset after the Vayne does the DPS as well.
Okay, looking for the diver setup here. Face Raider comes across. Justice strike. They get the Damascus Justice come in. A little bit too much damage on the hockey though, so he cannot confidently continue there. Kevin gets taken out so quickly.
Wow.
Beautiful play from Momo, staggering the Condemn for the triple strike on the silver boats.
I like the idea that from P6 they just burn everything on motion because they want to spike him out before he can use his W, but they weren't quite able to do so. And Kevin, honestly, he messed up as well, right? He dashed forward, charmed the creep, got hooked in. Game 5, nerves will start to show. It happens, it's normal, it's only human. And Kevin, well, he's the first one to crack in that fight.
PSK are going to have to regroup, re-engineer this. So far, we haven't quite seen that much impact from the Wukong, so I am going to raise the question now. How has he become relevant in the middle stage of the game?
He doesn't. He's gonna need to spin the Vayne, right? That's the thing. But even then, you look at the team comp. Like, the only one you're aiming to spin is the Vayne. Like, the rest of the champions just don't care. Like, who are you gonna knock up? Like, Garen doesn't care, Darius doesn't care, Camille doesn't care. You have to find Vayne, you have to find Nami. It's very situational, it's very niche, and it's hard to get past the Nami crowd control as well. Look at the map state right now. P6, they're doing what they do. They're doing what they do best. They're splitting up the map. They're looking to pick some side lane. And if this Ahri walks up, Hextech Ultimatum is available.
He's looking for it. They missed the chance of the upper hand, but he commits the ultimate right away, so something to be had at least. That's Rift Herald. Dragon on the other side of the map might just be a case of them trying to split attention away, but they're not even guaranteeing the Rift Herald's charge. That's surprising though.
It should be able to go down. I don't think there's enough CC to stop this. There we go. He gets the charge, but that's about it, right? Like, why would you just not use a Rift Herald at mid as well?
Might be worried that too many members are there, might be too close to the dragon. Well, there we go. They try and jump in onto Emotion, which is a little bit surprising. So Dev does manage to connect, but quite a tanky line over at the back. Alex Wire looks to the back line, but he's just losing health so quickly as well. Kevin comes in with a charm, manages to find it onto Nyx, which was a good target initially. But guess what? Things change, time changes. It's only human, and PSK will lose the jungler here.
Yeah, Wukong just looks kind of useless to me, doesn't he? He got it, he got the spin, but there's like nothing came out of it. I mean, I guess it's also because Emotion got caught and he wasn't able to face this role.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is not so good for Kevin here. He does have that charm, but now he has no mana. He uses the third charge of his ultimate. This mid turret still up, so he's doing damage. Nyx losing health quickly. Tactical sweep comes across. Swift joins back into the fight, so Phantom6 decide they have to back off. But they get this mid tower here though.
They get the mid turret, and that's what they've been looking for. They crack the map open, they get some space. They didn't even need to Rift Herald, right? I feel like they should have heralded mid, but they didn't need to in the end. Now the gold lead is starting to build 4,000 Phantom6, and this is how they get it. They jump on Emotion, they catch him out. It's a good job using Heroic Entrance and just set and really tankiness to stall it out. But you look the Wukong out there, he burns his flash, and it's really just to stall the fight. He eats the bubble, he will drop the Ahri of the Deception, did a lot of damage there, no reset for Yoshi, they're just gonna back off, but things are starting to look good. I feel like this is the same thing as a bunch of the other games in this series, where P6 look like they just have a much more solid draft.
And that draft just goes the distance. And PSK didn't feel like they made the wrong decision initially. The draft was looking pretty decent. You know, they take away some of the tools that Phantom6 like to use. For example, that Ori, stuff like that said. But as we went down and down the rabbit hole, it started to seem like PSK lost sight of what they were trying to go for. Ended up giving away too much. Hockey.
This is something only a Garen can do. What is this?
They're looking for initiation. We do see the bubble land onto the evolution, but he still has to adjust his punch, so he dashes away. It's a buffer.
Yeah, just...
Did you know, by the way? I mean, this is not so, maybe not so relevant right now, but you know, like, Justice Punch is a buffer. So if you have spells that, like, are in front of you, like, if you have, like, the, like, Thresh wall box, by the way, right? But the snow only applies once, because you dash back one time, you get procced one time, and then you dash through the second time, and your snow only lands for the first time around.
Don't understand, but team fight.
Alright, team fight starts out. PSK over the side. They manage to isolate Swift. Will take him out first. Kevin joins in now as the secondary damage. Source Volo just running around doing damage. I mean, he sees one target, goes for one. Sees another, goes for the other. Kevin's gonna run away now.
It's Baron time, Brendan. It's Baron time. Your jungler's alive. You have a Vayne. You're just gonna start this one off.
Hockey just healed up like 300 HP in like 2 seconds. Redemption
yeah, like I said, Brendan, this champion is broken.
Kevin coming in from the back. That's a second redemption as well. They're looking for the charm onto Momo. You gotta be careful a little bit here for Evolution, trying to pop the Winter War. But it's too little, too late. Phantom6 grabbed themselves first Baron of the game.
First Baron of the game, maybe even the last Baron of the game. I honestly feel like P6 comp just gives them so much more space to work with.
Tell you what, Momo, that's what I thought last game too.
That's true. You can never be too sure. You always got to play it a little bit safe here. And look at the gold lead. It's starting to spike. 7,000 on the side of P6. And every bit of gold counts when you outscale like they do. Camille outscales Wukong. Darius, I feel, outscales Seth. So it's debatable. Garen, well, he just becomes an unkillable monster, right? And Vayne, of course, the best scaler in the master position. P6, they are in a good spot. They have the Baron. They have 2 dragons. Cloud, Soul is going to be a while. P6, I don't think they need to wait for it. Look at the way the Garen's playing. Look at the way the Darius is playing. They know it's almost impossible to kill them. And if they were to die, it would take so long. What is this? Desperation.
Yeah, desperate moves coming through. Will not find much value. I didn't even know Redemption would go that far off the map. They're going to take this turret down quickly. The charm misses out. They're looking to set up Evolution. Prepares the taunt. But I won't be able to get much done. Is that the real one? No, that's a clone. No real risk there. We're fine.
Yeah, they're going to be good to go. And look at this. 3 lanes getting pushed by P6.
Oh my goodness, Hockey, he's so tanky.
I told you this champion is broken. You don't believe me.
My goodness.
There are certain things which Garen is afraid of. One of them being Vayne. When Vayne is off the boards, when you know that you don't have a Vayne, a Camille, a Master E to shred through you, then you don't care. You're just so hard to kill. He doesn't even need a gargoyles.
Alright, there we go. They're setting up the taunt again. Evolution taking a lot of damage. They set up a tidal wave. Kevin trying to roam in as well. Has the bubble. So we see Nyx use it. Kevin gets stopped in his tracks. Now look at PSK. They just cannot find any entry.
They're just trying to force. They're desperate.
Half health. That's so desperate. They're making the play, trying to jump in. They finally get the top, but guess what? Momo has Quicksilver and Sash. He just comes back in. Secondary Cyclone back onto Momo, but Alex locked up. Swift with a desperate move to dash forward will go down. Eventually, Hockey is facing off against the sole survivor of PSK. Emotion left to watch. I mean, Phantom6 are just
Hockey. Oh, Hockey having a little bit of fun here. That should be game, Brendan.
That is definitely going to be game here, Omo. Teleports coming in as they confirm the final kill. The ace for Phantom6. PSK will bow out the competition. Phantom6 will get their rematch against Upcar Esports, winning this best of 5.
Get their rematch. They won the last time around. It was 5-game series. Phantom6, like we said, they've only played 5-game series, and props to their mental strength, props to their resilience for playing it out so well every single time. This team, I think they just look better and better every single time we see them.
That's true.
Shaky throughout the split, and now they've made it into the top 4 together with Upcar Esports.
We've had 2 5-game series today, Omo, by the way. 10 games played total today. I mean, that's just how close the competition is getting.
It really is, right? Well, we say that as well, but you also got to consider the fact that it looks close, and then there's Sem9, and then there's RSG. So there's a little bit of a gap in the power level there, but we're starting to see who the best teams in the middle of the pack are. It's Upcar, and it's Phantom6.
Sure, I mean, we've never doubted that to begin with. I mean, it's really just about how much further does that get? How much more can we look towards with these teams? And overall, I mean, Phantom6 had a good performance. They really demonstrated a good understanding of the macro game that they needed to play out, and I felt like they had that impact there. And Pathseeker, I mean, they brought it the distance. But then a funny thing was, right, Pathseeker was saying, like, the other teams in the competition, we don't think of them as the real competition. Like, we think Watermelon the real competition. And what an irony, like, what an ironic move it is that both Pathseeker and Watermelon are out of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly breaks my heart to say it because I feel like Watermelon is one of the teams that had the most mechanical prowess that could have made a deep run. But at the end of the day, it shows that better teamwork, better teams will win games, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's about macro. It's about the way that you're able to control your lane management, your lane assignments. It's about your champion pool, how deep that gets. You know, it's about all the other factors as well. It's also about mental, in fact, right? You can never discount that. And the fact is, all these things count for so much. Phantom6 just seem to be prepared with all of that. They've been growing so much with every single match, and they've done an amazing job. Yeah, just looking like a better and better team every time you watch them.
Yeah, and as the rematch approaches for Phantom6 and Upcar Esports as well, that's going to be on April 8th. So today is going to be the last day of playoffs for this week, but when we come back next weekend, that's a matchup to look out for. They went to 5 games last time. Master Yi was a big part of the series last time. This time around, it seems like teams are starting to shift away from the Master Yi dominance. I think everyone's starting to realize how broken their champion is, and it's largely getting banned away, or the Lulu that enables it is largely banned away. This game on your screen right now, I'm just going to call it the Wukong pick yet again. I don't think this was it. I think PSK, like we said early on, right, they suffered a lot in draft this series, and draft along with the jungle top matchups were going to be a big determining factor in who wins that in the end.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like they were able to get the impact that they needed with the Wukong. You know, they were really desperate. They were saying that they were looking for those like ultimates at the end there, but you just don't have much damage. And if you wanted something like that, maybe you just have to consider something like the Diana instead. Even then, how much value does the Diana offer you there? Just seems like a disconnect. Pathseeker will ultimately drop this series, but an amazing set from them. They were almost able to pull back. They got some pretty good wins. This one wasn't straightforward at all. This was like what? Phantom6 won the first one? Was it Phantom6 that won the first one? Was it like
Phantom6? No, Pathseeker won the first one.
It's like 1-2-1. Yeah, like 1-2-1, like 1-2-2.
It was back and forth.
It was
really back and forth. Yeah. This game, I mean, it was a heartbreaker, right? Emotion. I want to point him out as well. He started off the series so strong. He was renekted. He was smurfing. And then things started to get bad to worse. You know, they started losing their tempo. And I think you call back to some of the PSK interviews as well. You got to keep in mind what they said. Some of these players are young. Some of these players are learning. They're starting to find their groove here on the big stage. I'm pretty sure this is the first playoffs for most of them as well. So give them some time. Give them some space to learn. I'm sure they will come back stronger.
Yeah, and it's only like it's a developing region. A lot of these teams are still improving as well. And you know, this split specifically, I think the runway was a little bit shorter. The duration of the season was quite
well. It was pretty long. Yeah.
The duration of the season was fine, but the runway prior to that, you know, with the information and everything, was a little bit shorter. Now this year, going into season 1, while with esports, there's more time to get prepared because now you know, like, okay, this is how the formats are going to be like. You know, this is how things are going to look like. Teams that were busy before, teams like Watermelon, you know, who were not able to get scrim time and practice, you know, whereas now if they go back with this knowledge, with this new experience, they get to be prepared for the next split. And depending on how well our representative does in the WCS finals, we could have more seeds going into it again in the future.
Yeah, let's take a look at some highlights from the series. And granted, there were a lot of highlights to look at. This series was action-packed. Honestly, just so good mechanically from both of these teams. It just breaks my heart a little bit because in Game 5 especially, I kind of feel like PSK just ran out of steam.
Yeah, by the time they got to Game 5, I think everyone's nerves were at an all-time high. We saw like even in the 4th game, when Pathseeker had the advantage, they started to falter a little bit. I think they were having some difficulty trying to execute to the ideas they had in mind. Once they got that Baron in game 4, like we thought the game was a wash. They just couldn't close things out, and I think by the time they went to game 5, you know, they felt that pressure. They were feeling it a little bit too much. I think P6 made the right decision by going, what do we do in a game 5 when fatigue is an all-time high? We play tanks. They play Garen, Darius, and it's just, you just can never go wrong with that, I think.
Yeah, you snatch 2 tanks, we snatch a Vayne, the answer to all the tanks in Wild Rift. And we get 2 tanks ourselves. So not only do we have the tanks, but we also have the Vayne to kill your tanks, and our tanks are not afraid of a Vayne. Just a good draft for P6 yet again, good game plan. They come in with an approach that they know what they want to play with. They make it work. P6 throughout the series, I gotta give props to their drafting, I gotta give props to their macro, their game plans. They did such good jobs to stay in games they had no business being in, and when you give them leads, except for their game 4, they were generally pretty good with their leads.
So what do you think happens now? So now we look at this version of Phantom6. Does this inspire more confidence in you going up against their toughest competition, against Sem9 and RSG, and even in the opponents coming up, Upcar Esports?
I do believe they should have what it takes to take down Upcar Esports. Frankly, I've not been impressed by Upcar Esports. I feel like they are too hit or miss, and I feel like they have too many weaknesses. Phantom6, I feel like they are their own worst enemy here. They have what it takes to look good. Just don't throw the games. Just be consistent. Have a good draft, and you should be able to take down Upcar. I think 3-1. But keep in mind, my predictions so far have not been great, so maybe don't listen to what I have to say. At the end of the day, though, I think whoever comes up on top in that lower bracket semifinals will still drop to Sem9 or RSG in the end. But Phantom6, they took a match from Sem9 from Sem9 the last time they played. So that's something, you know?
All right, we have Hockey waiting on the line now to talk a little bit about how he felt after his team's win against Pathseeker. Let's bring Hockey up.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello, good evening guys.
All right, first things first. You promised that I was going to see you yesterday after your match against Sem9. I did not see you, so I'm glad that we get to talk now. How are you feeling after your win against Pathseeker?
I mean, definitely felt very happy. You know, like my whole team, like, you know, we are playing through the lower bracket series. You know, all of us are wanting to win, and you know, we have the spirit there. So I believe, you know, we can definitely make it. Yeah.
So next up, you will have a rematch against Upcar Esports. I'm gonna keep it simple. How do you feel about this rematch? Do you think it'll be close again, or maybe not so close this time?
Might be close, but you know, we'll definitely do our best. Like, you know, we already faced them multiple times, so we'll definitely be playing to our strengths. We try to play out to our strengths, and yep, definitely confident.
Nice.
All right, you guys have played 3 best-of-5 series with 14 games through all of that. How do you guys keep yourselves energized through all these long series?
I mean, honestly, I think my team is pretty used to it. Like, we play long hours of rank, you know, and then most of my teammates are pretty seasoned into playing long hours as well, you know, and tournament stress, you know, like, I think my team is mentally prepared for that, you know. None of them have ever thought of losing, or like, you know, like gotten having the losing mindset from being tired. So, you know, it's definitely like, you know, we will definitely go through with it.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I want to give some props to your team as well. Like, you guys improved a lot. Your drafts have been looking good. Has there been anything going on like behind the scenes? Like, how do you guys like adapt? Because you've played like every single day of playoffs so far. Like, how do you have time to like reassess what you want to play tomorrow, things like that?
Ultimately for this, I have to give props to John, like Glacios. So he's the, you know, the back end guy that you guys don't see in our draft and like our game plans and etc. You know, like, definitely huge props to him. Like, be it the draft was good or be it the draft was bad, you know, my team didn't take it too badly, you know, like, we didn't blame on him. Even if the draft was bad, like the first series of the PSG game, I think the first game the draft was pretty awkward, but you know, none of my teammates blame him, or like, you know, we gave up playing, you know, we played through, we tried to win from there. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
So, well, after you play against Upcar, if you guys take the series, you'll be playing the loser of Sam9 and RSG. Hypothetically, if you beat Upcar, is there a team that you would prefer to face? Like, would you prefer to fight Sam9 or RSG?
Honestly, for me, I think I don't have a preference because either ways, I think if we ever win, we'll definitely have to go through both of the teams. So I don't think like it makes much of a difference. Either ways, you still have to face either one of them, and if in the finals, I still have to face the other one. So I definitely have to be. My whole team have to be prepared for both. So we can't say that we prefer the versus this whichever team. So yeah, we just have to be prepared, and play to our best. Yeah,
I love the mindset coming out from you guys.
Yeah. Talking about being prepared and facing each challenge coming up, what do you think about Upcar Esports? Do you have anything to say to them specifically about your match coming up?
Honestly, I don't have a lot to say to them, but I'll just say all the best to the both teams. Yeah, may the better team win.
So nice about it. So nice about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I have no more questions. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans, to your friends, anyone supporting you guys?
I'll just say thank you to my Love Squad friends that were supporting my team. Yeah, and they were, they were watching the entire game throughout the whole time lah. So yeah.
Nice.
Really glad that I didn't let.
Shout out to them for always watching the playoffs as well.
Yeah.
MVP's ready. Who's your take on who it's gonna be?
Honestly, I don't know, man. Like, I think everyone played really well this game, so I can't really figure out who's the MVP. Yeah.
Fair enough. This was a really tough one. In the end, I thought about it for a second. I was like, I'm just gonna go with whatever letter he thinks as well. Let's pull up the MVP for this series because this was a really difficult one to go for. I think in the end, Yoshi will get the MVP vote from us. I mean, he was such a stable option, right? Like, he wasn't like the most like show-offish. He had some games where his KDA wasn't looking the best by the end of it, but realistically, like, it wasn't as a result of like his individual mistakes per se. Like, it was just the state of the game going too far at that point. Alone, I just felt like he had such a stable laning all the time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Honestly,
definitely
great performance from everyone.
Yeah.
But of course, like, big credits over to the rest as well. It has felt like Iggy has been able to step up really well in that jungle position, and Nyx with his Rakan. I mean, it just became so obvious that every single round they had to ban the Rakan away because once he got his hands on it, it just seems like Pathseeker had no way to respond to it. Yeah, it's just a good performance from the team, and we're looking forward to see what you guys have in store for us again in the future. I'm really out of stuff to talk about at this point. I don't know if you have anything.
It's been a long day. I think you guys should go rest.
Yeah,
it's been a long week for you guys. Long weekend as well.
Any plans for the upcoming week before your matches again?
I think we're just gonna stick to playing rank and scream 12 hours a day or something. Yeah, just stick the usual plans. Yeah, try not to be too stressed.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Don't change up the schedule too much. How much do you guys actually end up practicing like on a weekly basis?
I think for me myself, I think I spend at least like maybe 5 hours or so per se on my own. Like I think most of my teammates, they train a lot, so yeah. I mean, I don't go and count their clocking hours, like, but usually like my team plays together, so we usually play around the same hours as each other. Yeah.
I think it's paying off really well. Yeah, we've been able to see you guys improve a lot coming into playoffs. Like, there's a huge change, especially since like the start of the competition was really rough with your first two opponents being both Sam9 and LFO to begin with, and then now you guys are trying to make that lower gauntlet run. Yeah, it's been looking good.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can close the interview, but I'm gonna try to close the interview. Thanks for joining us. It's been a long week for you guys. You guys should go and rest. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. Well, we got there. We got there
in the end, and I think, like, honestly, I really love the mindset coming out from those guys. Just champion mentality, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta play it out you just gotta play it out with that mindset. You know, don't change things up too much. It's actually like a proven thing. Like human psychology actually works that way, right? If you start overthinking it.
Granted, it's been a long week for me too. Let's look at the brackets here instead.
Do what you want. You do it. You talk about this, Leonard.
No, I don't want to talk about the brackets. This is for you to talk about. You can tell me about human psychology after, okay? But let's all compromise.
Well, we've seen Upcar Esports, Phantom6, Watermelon, PSK, Sem9, and RG all play the playoffs at this point, but only 4 teams are remaining. Upcar Esports and Phantom6 will continue on. They will face off against the loser of the Sem9 RSG matchup. And Upcar Esports and Phantom6, they have a tough road ahead of them, but the first step is in their own match against each other.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end there, and now it's only one more weekend of the playoffs in store for us.
And of course, after that, we'll have the WCS finals as well. So if you guys are interested to see how the best teams of our region, Malaysia and Singapore, stack up against the best regional teams, well, that's where you need to be watching out for as well. But for now, let's take a look at the schedule for next week. I think we got 3 days of action coming away. The first day, that's going to be Friday the 8th, I believe. Upcar Esports against P6 will start things off, and Sem9 against RSG. Another banger, hopefully, to close out the day.
Yeah. Who doesn't enjoy some Sem9 RSG action? That's the way we like to see things. That's the way we like things to go. You know, that's just it's gonna be a bloodbath, but it's not gonna be the end, because after this one, they go down the lower brackets, play one more time, and then potentially play off against each other again. And that one in the best of 7. I got to talk to SSK this morning. He was like, "Man, I feel tired after the best of 5. We're gonna play against the best of 7."
Well, this is exactly what we were just talking about earlier, right? You got to practice for what you want to deliver in the stage performances. You got to put in the hours. You got to hustle. If you're not ready for it, then maybe Sem9 will just win, right? That's how it is.
And not only is that grand finals match a best of 7,
yeah,
the previous match on the Saturday is also a best of 7, by the way.
Which is why, that's always why you want to stay in the winner bracket, right? That's why you want to get a seat directly into the grand finals. You don't want to have to play that extra day. You want to be able to rest. You want to be able to revise your strategies. You want to be able to watch your opponents. And even though I don't feel like Sem9 or RSG will be truly challenged by whoever they face in the lower bracket, still having that day off to rest, to recuperate, to plan for the grand finals, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, for sure. Just like having some additional time to go about things, which is why I was a little bit concerned coming into this for Phantom6, right? The fact that they played every single day. We even asked them earlier on, like, playing every single day, like, how does that kind of affect you? You know, you don't have the time to kind of like R&R, you don't have the time to go and prepare. Yeah. I think what does help is, like you mentioned, having that support system, that coach in play really does make a big difference, because he gets to watch things from an objective viewpoint and bring in that third party, well, not really third party, but he gets, like, you know what I mean.
Outside perspective.
Yeah, the
shout
outside
out to Coach
perspective.
Glaciux for that as well. Honestly, the draft for P6 has been solid a lot of the games, and I think that's been helping them out a lot in most of their series as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing, and this is like, you know, when we came into the competition, I was saying, well, Glaciux really hasn't been able to work with a team long enough to see like long-standing results. Like the thing that he can offer is exactly. It's like this is a big success story. Like being able to showcase like a team that can perform well. You know, and Phantom6 had looked shakier at the start, but it just continues to grow and continues to build up their strength, and us definitely saving that and getting ready for their biggest challenge coming up next week. With that being said, guys, we're going to call it here for the night as well. We've had a long day, 10 full games, every best of 5 going the distance. Almost so happy about it. So on behalf of us, the production, everyone involved, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Here we go now.